Chapter 1, 1 cubic meter. The air in the Grand Cathedral of Ether smelled of ozone and cold marble. James Vale kept his eyes fixed on the cracked leather of his boots. He did not look at the soaring stained glass windows, nor at the glittering sigils of the 12 great noble houses etched into the vaulted ceiling. He didn't belong here, and the architecture made sure he knew it. Next. James Vale. East Hollow District. The announcer's voice was flat, drained of any enthusiasm by 6 hours of repeating the same mechanical script. James stepped forward. His uniform, a patched and faded gray coat from the Blackstone lower-tier public academy, felt thin against the unnatural chill radiating from the center of the room. At the center of the dais stood the resonance pillar, a 5-meter spire of solid, dark purple ether crystal. It pulsed with a heavy, rhythmic thrum that vibrated through the soles of James's feet. Place both hands on the surface, the proctor commanded, not looking up from his digital tablet. Do not fight the flow. Let the energy map your soul. James took a slow, silent breath. He thought of the small, cramped apartment in the East Hollow slums. He thought of Emma, her fingers growing stiffer by the week, the faint, blue-tinted frost already creeping up her forearms. The next dose of gene serum was due in 3 weeks. The cost was 5,000 Federation credits. He currently had 42. Give me something I can sell, he thought, pressing his palms against the cold, glassy surface of the pillar. Give me a weapon. The crystal flared. A violent surge of violet light erupted from the base of the spire, racing up the geometric runes carved into its face. The ambient temperature in the cathedral plummeted. The air pressure dropped so rapidly that James's ears popped with a sharp, painful click. The proctor finally raised his eyes from the tablet, his eyebrows lifting slightly. A spatial fluctuation. Rare. From the front row of the spectator gallery, Adrian Ashcroft leaned forward, his pristine white and gold uniform catching the ambient light. A faint, mocking smile touched the noble's lips. The purple light peaked, stabilized, and then suddenly collapsed back into the pillar with a pathetic, muffled pop. The digital tablet in the proctor's hand beeped, displaying the final analysis. The man's brief flash of interest instantly vanished, replaced by a look of profound disappointment. He let out a short, dismissive grunt. Awakening complete, the proctor announced, his voice echoing off the high walls. Name, James Vale. Gift classification, dimensional. Subtype, pocket dimension. James felt a strange, hollow sensation in his chest. An invisible weight seemed to anchor itself to his awareness, a small, dark void floating somewhere just behind his eyes. He could feel its dimensions perfectly, a single cubic meter. Empty. Vacant. Potential grade, the proctor continued, his finger hovering over the terminal. F rank. Static. Non-evolvable. A low murmur of chuckles rippled through the gallery. A pocket dimension. One student from the upper-tier academies whispered, not bothering to hide his amusement. What's he going to do? Carry the military's groceries? F rank static, another replied. He's a walking backpack. Complete garbage. Adrian Ashcroft didn't laugh. He simply turned his head away, losing all interest in James as if looking at a stray speck of dust on his sleeve. A waste of ether, Adrian murmured to the attendant beside him. Revoke the Academy's elite recommendation for this slot. House Ashcroft will not fund a glorified locker. James didn't say a word. He pulled his hands away from the pillar. His palms were numb. He gave a polite, rigid bow to the proctor, turned on his heel, and walked down the steps of the dais. He didn't look at Adrian. He didn't look at the mocking faces of his classmates. He reached into his mind, touching the tiny, isolated cube of absolute nothingness. 1 cubic meter of space. In a world where power was everything, he had just been handed a death sentence wrapped in a cosmic joke. But as James walked through the grand doors of the cathedral and into the smog-choked air of Blackstone City, his expression remained perfectly flat. His jaw was locked. They thought his future was destroyed. They were wrong. The train ride back to the East Hollow slums took 2 hours. As the sleek, maglev rails of the inner districts gave way to rusted steel tracks, the pristine silver skyscrapers of Blackstone City dissolved into a dense forest of concrete tenement blocks. James stood the entire way. The car was packed tight with factory workers, their clothes smelling of grease, sweat, and cheap synthetic coal. No one spoke. The heavy, gray fog of the lower ring pressed against the reinforced windows, blotting out the sun. When the train screeched to a halt at Sector 4, James stepped off into the damp chill of the lower docks. He walked past the armed wardens guarding the sector gates, their eyes scanning the crowds with practiced apathy. Here, the Aegis wall was just a distant shadow in the smog, a reminder that the monsters outside were only slightly more dangerous than the poverty inside. He navigated the labyrinth of narrow, garbage-strewn alleyways, climbing 5 flights of metal stairs that groaned under his boots. At the end of a dimly lit corridor, he unlocked the door to apartment 412. The room was small, measuring barely 4 meters across. It was clean, but freezing. They couldn't afford the ether heating tokens this month. A single electric hot plate sat in the corner next to a sink that dripped with a steady, rhythmic tap. Tap, tap. James. The voice came from the small cot near the boarded-up window. It was thin, like brittle glass. James closed the door, sliding the heavy iron bolt into place. The tension in his shoulders didn't leave, but it shifted, hardening into a quiet focus. He walked over to the bed and sat on the edge of the wooden frame. Emma lay under 3 layers of coarse wool blankets. Her face was pale, almost translucent in the dim light of the single overhead bulb. Her long, dark hair was damp with sweat, but she was shivering. "I'm here," James said. His voice lost the rigid, mechanical tone he used at the academy. It was low and soft. He reached out and gently took her hand. His heart sank. The skin of her forearm was no longer soft. From the wrist down to her knuckles, the flesh had hardened into a pale, crystalline structure that shimmered with a faint, unnatural blue luminescence. When she moved her fingers, they clicked, a dry, terrifying sound like stones rubbing together. The crystal frost syndrome was spreading faster. The ether in the air was no longer just a pollutant, her body was actively absorbing it, converting her cellular structure into dead, frozen mana glass. "The ceremony," Emma whispered, her blue eyes searching his face. She tried to smile, but the left side of her jaw was stiff. "What classification did you get? Did you get an elemental gift? A fire type would be nice. We could save on heating." James looked at her crystallized fingers. He didn't blink. He didn't let his expression falter for even a fraction of a second. "Dimensional," James said. "A pocket dimension." Emma's eyes widened slightly. "A space gift. James, that's incredibly rare. The military always scouts spatial users." "It's F rank," he stated flatly. He didn't see the point in lying about the grade. She would find out when the academy registry updated tomorrow. 1 cubic meter of storage. They revoked the elite track recommendation. The small room went completely silent, save for the dripping sink. Emma's hand twitched in his. The blue crystal on her wrist flared slightly, reacting to her sudden spike of emotion. "No, that's not fair. You worked harder than anyone in the district. You studied the theory, you passed the physicals, it doesn't matter," James interrupted gently, his thumb rubbing the uncrystallized skin of her palm. "The Federation runs on efficiency, not effort. An F-rank storage gift cannot fight in the front lines. To them, I am a supply clerk." "James, I'm sorry," she whispered, a tear escaping her eye and freezing instantly into a tiny, solid bead against her cheek. "If it wasn't for me. If we didn't spend the scholarship stipend on my serums." "Stop." James's voice was firm, cutting through her self-pity with the cold precision of a knife. He leaned closer, looking directly into her eyes. "Look at me, Emma." She looked up, her lips trembling. "I don't care about the academy," James said, each word deliberate. "I don't care about the 12 houses, and I don't care about the Federation's war. The elite track was just a path to money. If that path is closed, I will find another." He stood up, walking over to the small table where her medication was kept. The glass vial of the gene serum was completely empty, a single drop of glowing green fluid dried at the bottom. "The next dose is in 3 weeks," James murmured, staring at the empty glass. 5,000 credits. "We don't have that, James," Emma said quietly, pulling the blankets tighter around her chest. "The factory won't hire you with an F-rank gift. Not for that kind of money." James didn't answer. He closed his eyes and turned his awareness inward, behind his eyelids. He looked at the dark, geometric void floating in his soul. 1 cubic meter of absolute nothingness. He reached his hand out into the empty air of the room and willed the gift to activate. A tear in reality opened. It was a perfect, pitch-black square, exactly 1 meter wide, hovering soundlessly over the table. The edges of the square didn't reflect light, they devoured it. James picked up the empty glass vial and tossed it into the black square. The vial vanished instantly. Inside his mind, James could feel the vial floating in the center of the dark cube, completely isolated from gravity, time, and atmosphere. He willed the pocket dimension to close. The black square snapped shut without a sound. "I'll get the money," James said, turning back to his sister. His face was entirely devoid of fear, replaced by a cold, calculating resolve. "Get some rest, Emma. I'm going out to look for work." He didn't tell her that regular work wouldn't pay 5,000 credits in 3 weeks. He didn't tell her that his academy uniform was already packed inside his pocket dimension, ready to be sold to a second-hand shop, and he didn't tell her that tonight, he was going to walk down into the lower levels of Sector 4, where the law didn't reach, and find a place called the Raven Market. To reach the Raven Market, James had to go down. Beneath the rusted streets of Sector 4 lay the Undercity, a massive, subterranean network of abandoned subway tunnels, sewer mains, and forgotten bomb shelters from the era before the Great Fracture. Up on the surface, the Federation's Aegis walls kept out the monsters. Down here, the only thing keeping the peace was the size of your weapon. James pulled the hood of his faded gray coat low over his face as he descended a slippery concrete staircase. The air grew thicker, heavy with the stench of stagnant water, cheap fuel oil, and the sharp, metallic tang of raw ether. At the bottom of the stairs, two massive men in scarred combat armor blocked the tunnel entrance. Both carried heavy, automated shotguns. One of them wore a cybernetic eye that whirred as it scanned James's face. Entry fee. 5 credits, the guard grunted, not moving an inch. James didn't say a word. He reached into his pocket, pulled out 5 dented copper coins, and dropped them into the guard's calloused palm. The man glanced at the coins, then gave a curt nod. Keep your hands where we can see 'em. Trouble in the market gets you thrown to the beasts outside. The guards stepped aside. James walked past them and into the cavernous dark of the Raven Market. It was a city of thieves and outcasts. Thousands of flickering neon signs hung from the exposed piping of the tunnel ceiling, casting a sickly green and pink glow over the crowded thoroughfare. Improvised stalls made of scrap metal and tarp lined the walls. To his left, a merchant was hacking apart the carcass of a low-grade void beast, selling the mutated meat to a line of gaunt-faced laborers. To his right, an illegal tech smith was soldering cybernetic implants directly into a mercenary's arm, the smell of burning flesh drifting through the air. James moved through the press of bodies with practiced stealth. He kept his elbows tucked in, his eyes darting from stall to stall. He needed an identity. He couldn't afford to have the Blackstone Academy or the Federation wardens tracing any illegal income back to James Vale, the F-rank failure of East Hollow. He stopped in front of a cramped, dimly lit shop tucked into a recessed alcove. A sign made of rusted sheet metal hung above the door, Old Boris's relics and curios. Inside, the shop was crammed with junk. Rusted pre-fracture trinkets, broken ether scanners, and old military helmets covered the shelves. Behind the counter sat a short, stout man with a mechanical prosthetic arm that clicked rhythmically as he polished a dull, low-grade beast core. Looking for something specific, kid? Boris asked without looking up. His voice sounded like gravel being crushed. Or just hiding from the cold. A mask, James said flatly. Boris raised his head. His organic eye squinted at James, taking in the cheap academy coat and the hollow look in the young man's eyes. The merchant let out a low chuckle, his mechanical arm setting the core down on the counter. Ah, a new face for the underworld. Smart. The wardens love locking up idiots who use their real names. Boris turned and reached into a wooden crate behind him. He pulled out a handful of masks and threw them onto the counter with a loud clatter. There was a heavy ballistic visor, a terrifying leather demon mask with brass horns, and a cracked porcelain opera mask. James ignored them all. His eyes locked onto a simple, cheaply made mask sitting at the bottom of the pile. It was made of durable, lightweight white resin. It had no intricate patterns, no terrifying spikes, and no glowing runes. It featured only 2 narrow, slanted eye slits and a wide, exaggerated crescent smile painted in stark black ink. It was blank. It was empty. It looked entirely unbothered by the cruelty of the world around it. That one, James said, pointing a finger. Boris raised an eyebrow. The smiling one. It's cheap plastic and resin. Standard issue theatrical mask from before the war. Doesn't have any armor plating. Won't stop a bullet. It hides my face, James replied. How much? 10 credits. 3, James countered without blinking. Boris scoffed, his mechanical hand tightening with a metallic groan. Kid, I need to make a living. 7. 4. It's plastic, Boris. It's been sitting in that box for decades. James leaned against the counter, his gaze icy and unmoving. Take 4 credits, or I walk to the next stall. The old merchant stared at James for a long moment, trying to find a tremor of hesitation in the kid's face. He found nothing. With a gruff sigh, Boris snatched the mask and shoved it across the counter. Fine. 4 credits. You've got a cold pulse, kid. Let's see if it keeps you alive down here. James dropped 4 coins onto the wood. He picked up the mask, feeling the smooth, cold resin beneath his fingers. He didn't put it on yet. Instead, he willed his pocket dimension to open. A tiny, hairline fracture in space, barely an inch wide, opened just inside the sleeve of his oversized coat. He slid the white smiling mask into the invisible slit. To Boris, it looked like the mask had simply vanished up James's sleeve with a magician's sleight of hand. Boris's organic eye widened slightly. A spatial storage trick. Well, maybe you aren't just another corpse in waiting. James didn't answer. He turned and walked out of the shop, merging back into the chaotic, neon-drenched crowd of the Raven Market. He had his mask. He had his alias, Null. Now, he needed a target. The path back from the Undercity was darker than the way down. To avoid the warden checkpoints at the main stairs, James took a decommissioned service tunnel that bypassed the Sector 4 border. The only light came from the occasional patch of luminescent moss clinging to the damp concrete walls. The silence was absolute, broken only by the steady slosh of oily water beneath his boots. James stopped. He didn't hear a sound, but the tiny, 1 cubic meter void in his mind suddenly shivered. The ambient ether in the tunnel was swirling, pulling toward a recessed alcove 20 paces ahead. Thud, a heavy, wet impact echoed through the darkness. From the shadows of the alcove, a creature crawled out on 6 segmented, arachnid legs. It was the size of a large hound, its body covered in a jagged, pitch-black carapace that seemed to actively absorb the dim light. Where its face should have been, there was only a vertical, multi-layered maw lined with concentric rings of needle-sharp teeth, a low-grade void beast. A scavenger, the creature's maw clicked, dripping a thick, acidic saliva that hissed as it struck the concrete floor. It locked its eyeless sensory organs onto James, its legs tensing to spring. James didn't panic. His heart rate spiked, but his mind remained ice-cold, instantly calculating his options. He had no weapon. His physical strength was that of an average 18-year-old slum resident. If that beast leapt, it would tear his throat out in seconds. I need a weapon, his mind roared. He reached into his sleeve, pulling out the white resin mask he had just bought, and slipped it over his face. The narrow eye slits limited his peripheral vision, but the absolute blankness of the black crescent smile gave him a strange, detached focus. He was no longer James Vale, the helpless scholarship student. He was Null. The scavenger lunged, it launched itself off the wall, a blur of black chitin and gnashing teeth flying straight at his chest. In a fraction of a second, James didn't run. He didn't dodge. He stood his ground, thrusting his right hand forward, his fingers splayed. He reached inward, grabbing the tiny, dark cube of his pocket dimension, and willed it to manifest in the exact path of the oncoming monster. A pitch-black, geometric square, exactly 1 meter wide and 1 meter deep, tore open in the empty air directly in front of James. The scavenger was moving too fast to stop. Its momentum carried the front half of its body, its terrifying maw, its head, and its forward 2 legs, straight into the absolute void of the black square. To the creature, it was as if the front half of its reality had suddenly ceased to exist. The beast's rear torso and 4 back legs remained outside, suspended in the air by sheer inertia. Close, James thought. It wasn't a conscious command, it was a desperate, primal scream of his willpower. The black square snapped shut. The boundaries of the pocket dimension didn't just collapse, they enforced the absolute separation of space. The edge of the dimension was an infinitely thin line where reality met nothingness. It didn't care about the density of the scavenger's armor. It didn't care about the biological strength of a void beast. Splat, a fountain of dark, purple-black blood erupted into the tunnel as the spatial door severed the creature in two. The back half of the scavenger crashed heavily onto the wet concrete, legs twitching violently in a death spasm before going entirely still. The front half of the monster was gone, trapped inside the 1 cubic meter void behind James's eyes. James stumbled back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He leaned against the damp tunnel wall, staring at the severed, bleeding carcass on the floor. His hands were shaking, but beneath the adrenaline, a sudden, electric realization flooded his mind. The proctors were wrong. The academy teachers were wrong. The pocket dimension wasn't a container. It was a physical boundary between dimensions. Anything caught on the edge when it closed wasn't compressed, it was severed at the fundamental level of reality itself. Absolute severance. James stepped forward, his boots squelching in the purple blood. He reached into his mind and willed the contents of his pocket dimension to dump out. With a wet thud, the front half of the scavenger tumbled out of the air, landing beside its lower torso. In the center of the creature's exposed, severed chest cavity, a small, walnut-sized stone glowed with a faint, pulsing gray light, a low-grade beast core. James knelt down. Ignoring the foul smell, he reached his hand into the flesh and ripped the glowing stone free. It felt warm against his skin, vibrating with raw, unrefined ether. On the black market, even a low-grade scavenger core could fetch 200 credits. It wasn't the 5,000 he needed for Emma's serum, but it was more than he could earn in 3 months of factory labor. And more importantly, he now knew exactly how to get more. James wiped the blood off the core onto his coat, threw the stone back into his pocket dimension, and turned toward the exit of the tunnel. Behind the white smiling mask, his lips curved into an identical, cold expression. The hunt had begun. Chapter 2, The Worth of a Life. The Blackstone Public Academy for lower-tier talents did not have a grand cathedral. It had a rusted iron courtyard, a concrete training ground cracked by decades of frost, and a faculty that looked at its students like components in a failing machine. James stood in the center of the administrative office. The air smelled of stale synthetic coffee and old paper. Sign here, Vale, Principal Vance said, sliding a digital tablet across the stained laminate desk. The man didn't look up from his main monitor, where a spreadsheet of logistics budgets flickered against his glasses. The Board of Governors has officially processed the directive from House Ashcroft. Your elite track recommendation is voided. Your monthly stipend is terminated. James looked at the document. His hand was steady as he took the digital stylus. Under Federation Code 44, James said, his voice flat and perfectly level, an F-rank awakening does not automatically disqualify a student from the standard curriculum. Only the specialized combat tracks. Principal Vance finally raised his head. His eyes were small, tired, and ringed with heavy gray bags. Let's not play bureaucrat, James. You're a smart kid. You topped the theory exams for 3 terms straight. But theory doesn't hold an Aegis wall. An F-rank pocket dimension means you are a logistical asset at best. A walking crate. Vance leaned back, the plastic of his chair groaning under his weight. House Ashcroft didn't just pull the recommendation. Young Adrian made it very clear that any institution prioritizing an F rank over the development of high-tier talent would see their quarterly ether subsidies reconsidered. We are a public school, James. I have 400 E and D rank students who need those subsidies for training mana. I cannot sacrifice them for a slum kid with a storage box. I understand, James said. He pressed the stylus to the screen, signing his name in a clean, sharp script. He didn't argue. He didn't beg. To a rational mind, the principal's calculation was entirely correct. 400 low-tier combatants were worth more to the city's survival than one static F-rank utility user. You're a pragmatist, Vance murmured, taking the tablet back with a look that was almost like pity. That's good. It'll keep you alive longer in the lower ring. You can transfer to the logistics and supply track starting tomorrow. You'll graduate as a warehouse overseer for the Warden Corps. It's safe work, James. It pays 80 credits a week. 80 credits a week. Emma's gene serum cost 5,000 credits every 21 days. At 80 credits a week, she would be a solid block of blue mana glass before he earned his second paycheck. Thank you, sir, James said, giving a polite, superficial bow. He turned and walked out of the office. As the heavy metal door clicked shut behind him, James walked down the drab, green-painted corridor of the academy. He could feel the small, dark cube floating in his mind. Inside it, hidden away from the world, sat the raw pulsing gray stone of the scavenger core he had harvested last night. 80 credits a week was the price of a compliant tool. Tonight, he was going to find out what a predator was worth. The neon lights of the Raven Market seemed louder tonight, the hum of electricity vibrating through the damp stone walls of the Undercity. James moved through the dense crowd, the white resin mask strapped firmly to his face. The blank, black crescent smile cut through the chaotic glare of the pink and green signs. He didn't go back to Boris's junk shop. A core dealer required a different kind of specialist. He stopped before a stall draped in heavy, sound-dampening black velvet. A soft, blue-tinted light glowed from within, illuminating glass cases filled with velvet trays. Behind the counter stood a woman with pale skin and sharp, silver-rimmed spectacles. Her fingers were long, tipped with delicate silver thimbles used for handling volatile ether material. A scavenger core, James said. His voice was muffled slightly by the resin of the mask, giving it a hollow, robotic resonance. The woman raised her eyes, her gaze drifting over the white smiling mask before landing on his hands. Let's see it, null. James reached into his coat sleeve. He willed the pocket dimension to manifest a millimeter above his palm. To the dealer, a hairline crack of pure absolute blackness flickered in the air for a fraction of a second, and then the gray, walnut-sized beast core dropped into his hand. The dealer's eyes narrowed behind her spectacles. Clean extraction. No tissue damage to the cortex. You didn't bash its head in with a club, did you? Spatial severance, James replied flatly. The core was never touched by a blade or a blunt force. She picked up the core with a pair of silver tongs, placing it under a magnifying lens connected to a small digital diagnostic terminal. The screen blinked, calculating the ether density and purity. Species, void scavenger, low grade, ether purity, 89.4% market value, standard evaluation, 89% purity is exceptionally high for a slum tier crawler, the woman said, setting the tongs down. Usually, the hunters handle them roughly, spilling the inner fluids and contaminating the crystalline structure. I can give you 180 credits. 250, James said. The dealer let out a dry, amused sigh. Mask, this isn't the inner ring. I have a margin to maintain. 200. 220, and I will bring you 3 more by the end of the week, James countered. His eyes stared unblinkingly through the narrow slits of the mask. All extracted via spatial severance. Perfect purity. No physical distortion. The woman paused. A reliable source of high-purity low-grade cores was valuable for local alchemists who manufactured low-tier stamina potions. Deal. 220. She counted out the credits, crisp, blue Federation paper bills issued by the underground banks of the Raven Market, untraceable by the surface wardens. James took the money, sliding it directly into his sleeve where his dimension devoured it. Who handles high-grade medical supplies down here? Specifically, Gene Serum 12B. The dealer's silver thimbles clicked together with a sharp, metallic sound. Her expression hardened. Crystal frost syndrome. You've got a relative dying in the cold, don't you, Null? James didn't answer. He remained perfectly still, a white smiling statue in the blue light. The Ashcroft corporations control 80% of the legal gene serum manufacturing in Blackstone City, the woman said softly, leaning closer. The stuff down here is smuggled out of their research facilities in Sector 2. If you want a single, unadulterated vial of 12B, you need to see the apothecary at the end of the third tunnel. But it won't be cheap. The current black market rate is 2,000 credits per vial because of the recent military lockups on the border. 2,000 credits. The legal price on the surface was 5,000, but the black market was volatile. Even at 2,000, his 220 credits was a drop in a frozen ocean. He needed higher grade targets. He needed an alpha. The hunter qualification trial, James said. The public registration is still open at the outer wall. The dealer stared at him, her silver spectacles reflecting the neon glare of the tunnel. The public trial is a slaughterhouse, kid. The 12 houses use it to flush out the wild talents so they can draft them into their private armies or let the beasts eat them. The first place prize is a Tier 3 Alpha core from a frost wolf, but thousands of D and C rank fighters die in the first 12 hours. She looked at his thin frame beneath the faded coat. An F-rank space user won't survive the drop zone. I don't need to survive the drop zone, James said, turning away from the counter, his gray coat billowing slightly as he stepped back into the crowd. I just need the core. Chapter 3, The Gathering of Scythes. The outer gate of Sector 4 did not look like a part of a city. It looked like the flank of a gray battleship, a concrete wall 40 meters high, armored in thick steel plates and bristling with automated heavy artillery towers. Beyond this wall lay the wildlands, hundreds of kilometers of dead earth, radioactive anomalies, and roving packs of void beasts. Today, the iron staging ground beneath the wall was a sea of people. Over 5,000 applicants had gathered for the Imperial Hunter qualification trial. Most were desperate slum dwellers looking for a way out, rogue mercenaries seeking legal Federation licenses, or second-tier noble scions who couldn't secure a direct military appointment. James stood near the rear of the staging area, his public academy uniform replaced by a simple, hard-wearing black combat suit he had purchased with his core earnings. He didn't wear his white smiling mask here, not yet. The Federation required real biometrics for the initial registration. Look at this trash, a loud, ringing voice cut through the murmur of the crowd. James didn't need to turn his head to recognize the speaker. Adrian Ashcroft walked through the center of the staging ground. The crowd parted before him like water. He wore the gleaming white and gold combat armor of House Ashcroft, an intricate set of lightweight plating that hummed with integrated ether circuits. Behind him walked 4 personal bodyguards, each a seasoned C-rank warden wearing heavy tactical gear. Adrian stopped a few paces away from the registration terminals, his golden hair catching the harsh artificial floodlights of the wall. He caught sight of James, a cruel, amused smirk played on Adrian's lips. He walked over, his armored boots clicking sharply against the iron plating. Vale, Adrian said, his voice dripping with condescension. I heard you signed the papers at the academy. I expected to find you organizing boxes in a warden warehouse by now. What are you doing here? Trying to commit suicide by void beast. James kept his arms crossed, his expression entirely empty. The trial is public, Ashcroft. Anyone 18 or older can register. Registering isn't the same as surviving, Adrian laughed, leaning in close so only James could hear. You think because you passed some written exams you're special. Out there, your little 1-meter storage box won't even hold your own corpse. If I see you in the drop zone, I might just let my hounds use you for bait. James didn't blink. He didn't let a single muscle in his face twitch. Then I'll make sure to stay out of your way. Smart choice, Adrian scoffed, turning on his heel and walking toward the VIP registration line. Let's go. The air down here smells too much like the slums. James watched the noble walk away. In his mind, he reached into the pocket dimension, touching the cold, smooth resin of the white smiling mask hidden in the void. He wasn't planning on staying out of Adrian's way. He was planning on using him. A loud, mechanical klaxon wailed across the staging ground. The massive steel blast doors of the outer gate began to grind upward, revealing the dark, twisted silhouette of the dead forests outside. All applicants. An automated military voice roared through the loudspeakers. Enter the transport bays. The trial begins in 10 minutes. James stepped into the line, his eyes fixed on the dark horizon beyond the wall. The game was about to begin. James chose to vanish immediately into the shadows to hunt alone. He had no interest in petty sabotage at the starting line. Sabotaging the weak was a waste of processing power, and provoking the strong too early would only draw unwanted eyes. In a survival trial where thousands would die anyway, the most logical move was to let the crowd act as a massive, noisy distraction while he slipped into the dark unnoticed. As the massive armored transport vehicles dropped the 5,000 applicants into the designated, safe zone, perimeter of the dead forest, chaos erupted. Hundreds of desperate slum dwellers and low-tier fighters immediately began shoving, shouting, and forming fragile, panicked alliances. James didn't look back. The moment his boots hit the gray, ash-covered soil of the wildlands, he moved with absolute silence, sprinting away from the main group and melting into the dense, black-bark trees of the irradiated woodland. The air outside the Aegis wall tasted different. It was thick, metallic, and constantly vibrating with the raw, chaotic static of the void. Once he was entirely alone, wrapped in the deep shadows of a massive, hollowed-out ancient root system, James stopped. He reached into his sleeve, pulling out the smooth white resin mask, and strapped it tightly over his face. The blank, black crescent smile cut through the gloom of the dead forest. James' veil was gone. Null had entered the grid. He turned his awareness inward, testing the boundaries of his 1 cubic meter void. He could feel the ambient ether of the wildlands pressing against it, vibrating with a high frequency. Out here, away from the dampened environment of the fortress city, his connection to the dimensional law felt sharper, more lethal. Suddenly, a heavy, snapping sound echoed from the high branches above him. A shadow dropped from the canopy, landing with a silent, terrifying grace just 5 paces away. It was a void stalker, a sleek, panther-like creature with 6 crimson eyes, a coat of shifting, smoke-like shadows, and claws that hummed with concentrated kinetic energy. It was a D-rank beast, far faster and more lethal than the scavenger he had killed in the tunnels. The panther's crimson eyes locked onto the white smiling mask. It tensed its hind legs, preparing to launch a sonic speed pounce that would sever James's torso before he could even register the movement. Chapter 4: The Calculus of Slaughter. The void stalker didn't growl. A true apex predator of the wildlands never warned its prey. With a silent, explosive contraction of its hind legs, the shadow panther launched itself from the rotted roots. It moved so fast that its form blurred into a continuous streak of charcoal smoke. Its front claws, humming with concentrated kinetic energy, tore through the air, aimed directly at the throat of the white-masked figure. James didn't move a single muscle in his body. An ordinary D-rank fighter would have tried to dodge, throwing their center of gravity off balance and leaving themselves vulnerable to the beast's sweeping tail. A noble with high-grade armor would have raised a shield, relying on raw mana density to absorb the impact. James had neither reflexes nor armor. He had math through the narrow slits of the white resin mask. His eyes tracked the trajectory of the blur. His mind, sharpened by years of calculating data patterns in the slums, plotted the beast's exact flight path down to the millimeter. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. At the exact microsecond the void stalker's snout crossed the invisible boundary of his personal space, James willed his pocket dimension to manifest. A vertical, pitch-black geometric slit, exactly 1 meter tall and less than a millimeter wide, tore open in the empty air directly in front of his face. The void stalker was moving at a velocity that made a change of direction physically impossible. Its skull, its front shoulders, and its glowing crimson eyes passed cleanly through the invisible line, entering the absolute nothingness of James's internal storage void. Snap! James closed the dimension. The spatial boundary acted as a universal executioner. It didn't squeeze, it didn't crush. It simply dictated that the space occupied by the front of the beast's neck and the space occupied by its torso no longer shared the same universe. The kinetic energy the beast had generated turned against its own biology. Splat! A pressurized fountain of thick, violet-black blood sprayed across the gray ash of the forest floor. The headless, 300-pound torso of the shadow panther slammed into the dirt at James's feet, its massive momentum carrying the dead weight forward until it slid to a halt against his boots. It twitched twice, its shadow coat dissolving into wisps of foul-smelling black vapor. Inside his mind, James felt the clean, severed head of the Void Stalker materialize in the dark cube, its jaws still locked in a frozen, post-mortem bite. He willed the head to dump out onto the forest floor. With a wet thud, it rolled next to the torso. James knelt down, his expression completely hidden behind the wide, unmoving black crescent smile of his mask. He plunged his hand into the severed neck cavity of the torso, his fingers searching through the hot, dissolving flesh until they clicked against a hard, jagged object. He pulled it out. It was a D-rank beast core. Unlike the dull gray stone of the low-grade scavenger, this one was a deep, crystalline purple, pulsing with a sharp, aggressive frequency of ether energy. On the black market, this single stone was worth 800 credits. James murmured, his hollow, mask-filtered voice echoing softly against the trees. He slid the purple core into his sleeve, letting the pocket dimension devour it. He didn't waste time harvesting the beast's claws or pelt. Carrying physical weight would slow him down, and his 1 cubic meter space was reserved strictly for high-density value. Suddenly, a sharp, electronic chirp emitted from the standard-issue Federation bracelet strapped to his left wrist. The small digital screen flickered to life, broadcasting a global update to all trial participants. Alert, qualification trial progress, total participants remaining, 4,125,000. Current leader, Adrian Ashcroft, House Ashcroft, 14 kills. James stared at the flashing text. It had been less than 20 minutes since the transport bays opened, and nearly 900 applicants were already dead or disqualified. Adrian was already moving at an aggressive pace, likely using his S-rank solar dominion to incinerate entire packs of low-grade beasts to secure his lead and flaunt his house's power. James didn't care about the leaderboard. He looked down at his own score on the screen. 1. To win the Tier 3 Alpha Frost Wolf Core, he didn't just need to survive, he needed to outhunt everyone, including the noble scions. And to do that with a single cubic meter of space, he needed to start targeting the hunters themselves. He turned his head toward the deep interior of the forest, where the sound of distant explosions and desperate screams began to echo through the dead canopy. Chapter 5: The Smell of Blood. 2 kilometers deep into the dead forest, the sound of the trial faded into a heavy, suffocating silence. The trees here were thicker, their black bark weeping a greasy, tar-like sap that smelled of sulfur. James perched silently on a high, horizontal branch of a massive ancient oak, 12 meters above the ground. His gray academy coat was packed away inside his void. Clad entirely in his black combat suit and wearing the white resin mask, he was completely invisible against the charred canopy. Below him, 3 figures moved through the gloom with military precision. Unlike the panicked applicants at the starting line, these men weren't kids. They wore heavy, matte black tactical armor devoid of any official Federation markings. Their faces were obscured by advanced ballistic respirators, and they carried suppressed ether rifles, military-grade hardware that was highly illegal for civilian use. A professional mercenary squad. Hold up, the man in the lead muttered, his voice muffled by his respirator. He signaled with a gloved hand. This is Grid 14. Close enough to the drop zone, but far enough from the primary warden sensor towers. The second mercenary dropped a heavy, metallic crate onto the ash-covered soil. He knelt, typing a sequence into the digital keypad on the lid. The crate hissed, split open down the center, and revealed a glass cylinder filled with a swirling, neon crimson fluid. James's eyes narrowed behind the narrow slits of his mask. He recognized that fluid from his illegal black market research. It was a beast lure, specifically, a compressed extract of alpha-grade pheromones mixed with volatile, raw ether. Once activated, it would broadcast a high-frequency biosignal through the ground. To any void beast within a 5-kilometer radius, it would smell like a dying, hyperdense source of food. It was an artificial stampede generator. The Ashcroft kid was specific, the third mercenary said, checking the power cell on his rifle. We deploy 3 of these devices in a triangle around Sector Faw's drop zone. Once the stampede hits, the chaos will erase all electronic signatures. We locate the Veil Kid, put a round through his head, and let the beasts chew on the remains. Simple accident. Still don't get why Lord Adrian wants an F-rank slum rat dead so badly, the second mercenary grunted, priming the glass cylinder. The crimson fluid began to bubble violently. The nobles don't like loose ends, the leader replied coldly. The kid topped the theory boards. He knows too much about House Ashcroft's supply lines in the East Hollow. If he flunks out and goes to the underground market, he becomes a liability. Dead variables don't talk. High up in the canopy, James listened to the entire conversation without a single tremor in his breathing. His face behind the white smiling mask remained as frozen as the resin itself. He didn't feel anger. He didn't feel fear. He felt a profound, mathematical clarity. Adrian Ashcroft hadn't just stripped his future out of petty arrogance, he had deployed an elite hit squad to ensure James never left these woods alive. And to do it, they were willing to trigger a stampede that would slaughter hundreds of other innocent applicants. A tactical error, James thought, his analytical mind already breaking down the situation. If the stampede succeeded, the entire qualification trial would be aborted or wiped out. If the trial failed, the military would lock down the wildlands, the Tier 3 Alpha Frost Wolf Corps would be locked away, and Emma would die of crystallization before he could buy another serum. Therefore, the mercenaries had to die. Not out of heroism, not out of justice, but because they were standing between him and his sister's life. Device 1 is active, the tech mercenary announced. A low, bass-heavy hum began to vibrate through the earth, making the small stones on the forest floor dance. Moving to grid 15. The three men picked up their gear and began to move out in a standard wedge formation, unaware that the ghost they were hunting was staring down at the backs of their necks from the dark branches above. James let them walk 10 paces ahead. Then, he silently slipped off the branch, dropping into the shadows behind them like a falling leaf. Chapter 6, The Ghost in the Wedge. The three mercenaries moved with absolute discipline. They didn't speak. Their heavy tactical boots made almost no sound against the damp ash of the forest floor. They maintained their wedge formation, their suppressed ether rifles swept across their respective sectors of fire, scanning the dense, black-bark trees ahead. They were professionals. But they were looking for a threat on the horizontal plane. They expected an ambush from the brush, a sudden charge from a void beast, or a desperate attack from a rogue applicant. They didn't expect a ghost dropping from the sky. James shadowed them from the high canopy for 300 meters. He moved from branch to branch, his black combat suit absorbing what little ambient light pierced the thick overhead foliage. His mind was perfectly calm, his breathing slow and rhythmic. He was waiting for the perfect spatial alignment. The opportunity came when the squad crossed a narrow ravine. The leader and the tech mercenary stepped over a massive, rotted oak trunk spanning the gap. The rear guard, a burly man carrying a heavy barrel ether carbine, paused for a fraction of a second to check their backtrail. He turned his torso 45 degrees to the left, his rifle raised. In that brief moment of isolation, his distance from the other two mercenaries stretched to exactly 7 paces. The sound of a rushing mountain stream at the bottom of the ravine provided the perfect acoustic camouflage. James slipped off his branch. He didn't make a sound as he fell through the empty air, dropping directly behind the rear guard's blind spot. His boots touched the ash-covered earth less than a meter away from the man's heels. Before the mercenary could register the faint shift in air pressure, James reached out his right hand, his fingers splayed. He didn't grab for a weapon. He didn't try to place the man in a chokehold, he simply willed his pocket dimension to manifest around the mercenary's neck, a horizontal, pitch-black geometric square, exactly 1 meter wide and a millimeter thin, tore open in the empty space. The spatial slit cut directly through the mercenary's armored collar, his throat, and the heavy metal casing of the communication radio strapped to his back. Snap! James closed the dimension, the spatial boundary snapped shut with absolute, cold finality. The mercenary's head, still encased in his matte black ballistic helmet, vanished into the dark cube behind James's eyes. There was no sound of shattering bone. There was no resistance from the reinforced tactical plating. The edge where reality met nothingness simply ceased to recognize the existence of the matter in its path. Splat! A heavy, dark fountain of blood erupted from the clean, perfectly flat surface of the severed neck. James didn't waste a microsecond. As the headless body began to tip forward, its knees buckling under the sudden loss of nervous system control, James stepped into the falling trajectory. He caught the massive, armored torso with his left arm, using his own weight to guide the dead weight silently down into the soft, rotted moss of the ravine bank. The heavy ether carbine fell from the corpse's limp fingers. James caught it mid-air with his right hand, sliding the illegal military weapon directly into his pocket dimension along with the man's severed head. The entire execution took less than 1.5 seconds. Up ahead, the leader of the squad stopped on the other side of the rotted trunk. He didn't turn around, but his hand went to his earpiece. Vanguard 3, report. Your biosignal just dropped 3 decibels on the local grid. Check your battery sync. Silence filled the ravine, save for the rushing water. Vanguard 3. The leader repeated, his voice dropping into a sharp, dangerous whisper. He snapped his rifle up, spinning around to face the backtrail. The ravine behind him was empty. There was only the gray ash, the twisting black roots, and the damp mist rising from the stream. Their rear guard had completely vanished from the earth, leaving behind nothing but a fresh, dark smear of purple-black blood on the rotted moss. From the deep shadows beneath the root system of the massive oak, the blank, white resin face of the smiling mask stared out at the remaining 2 men, 1 variable eliminated. 2 remaining. Chapter 7, The Calculus of Fear. Vanguard 2, Defensive Circle. Now, the leader's voice snapped through the tactical comms channel, sharp as a whip. He didn't wait for a response. He backed his torso against a massive, petrified boulder, his suppressed ether rifle raised to his cheek, its red dot optic scanning the mist-shrouded ravine. The tech mercenary, Vanguard 2, spun instantly. He slammed his spine against the opposite side of the same boulder, covering their flanks. His eyes darted frantically across the dark canopy and the empty, ash-strewn hollows. His biosignal didn't just drop, Captain, Vanguard 2 whispered, his breath rattling hard against his respirator. It's gone. Flatlined to absolute zero. No heart rate, no neural output, no thermal trace. His local radio frequency didn't static out, it ceased to exist. Shut up and watch the trees, the leader hissed. A cold sweat was beginning to prickle beneath his ballistic helmet. They were seasoned mercenaries. They had hunted rogue mages in the Undercity and broken D-rank beast swarms in the outer rings. They understood violence. They understood blood, but they didn't understand an armored, 90-kilogram soldier vanishing from a flat path in the span of a single heartbeat without throwing a single punch or firing a single round. Is it a high-tier void beast? Vanguard 2 asked, his fingers tightening nervously around the polymer grip of his rifle. An active camo type. A stalker. No, the leader muttered, his optical visor switching through thermal, electromagnetic, and ether resonance filters. Every screen showed the same thing, pure, dead gray. A beast leaves a trace. A beast leaks mana. This is nothing. There's nothing out there. From the deep, black hollow beneath a massive rotted root system 30 paces away, James watched them, behind the white resin mask, his eyes were perfectly steady. He checked his internal clock. 1 minute and 40 seconds since the first kill. The active beast lure 200 meters away was continuing to pulse its low-frequency vibration through the earth. He could feel it in the soles of his boots. He didn't have much time before the first local predators arrived. He reached into his mind, touching the pocket dimension. He didn't pull out the captured carbine. Firearms made noise. Noise drew attention. Instead, James focused his awareness on the tech mercenary. Vanguard 2 was positioned slightly to the left, his left shoulder exposed to the deep shadows of the tree line. James didn't step out. He simply extended his right index finger, aligning it with the space directly behind the tech mercenary's left knee. He willed the boundary of his dimension to open, not as a wide square, but as a vertical, razor-thin slit, a spatial filament less than 3 centimeters wide. Zip, the microscopic tear in space opened and closed within a fraction of a millisecond, right through the back of Vanguard 2's left leg. Ah! Vanguard 2 let out a choked, muffled cry as his left leg suddenly gave out. He didn't feel pain initially, the severance was too clean, too fast for the nerve endings to register. He simply crashed to his knee, his balance shattered. When he looked down, his left boot and lower calf were sitting neatly on the dirt, completely detached from his knee by a smooth, bloodless, mirror-flat plane. Captain. My leg. I've been hit, I don't know what contact. The leader roared, spinning around the boulder and blindly firing a 3-round burst of high-velocity ether bolts into the tree line where his subordinate had been facing. Thwip. 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 The glowing blue projectiles tore through the rotted bark of a dead oak, exploding in small showers of sparks. But there was no one there. Where is he? Give me a target. The leader screamed, his tactical discipline starting to fray at the edges. His optic visor was flashing with error messages, no kinetic trajectories detected, no muzzle flashes recorded. James didn't give them a target. He moved behind the massive root system, circling to their blind spot while Vanguard 2 was screaming, dragging his bleeding torso along the dirt. 2 variables left. 1 crippled. James willed his dimension to open again, this time right beneath the tech mercenary's outstretched right hand as the man tried to raise his rifle. The spatial slit snapped shut. The ether rifle, along with the mercenary's fingers, vanished into the void. It's a spatial anomaly. Vanguard 2 shrieked, his voice hitting a panicked, ragged pitch as he stared at his stump of a hand. Captain, it's not a beast. It's the kid. The Veil Kid is. Before he could finish the sentence, James manifested a horizontal square directly across the tech mercenary's chest. Snap. The screaming stopped instantly. The upper half of Vanguard 2's torso slid off his waist, crashing into the ash with a heavy, wet thud. The leader of the hit squad froze. He was entirely alone now, standing in the center of a blood-drenched clearing, surrounded by the perfectly severed pieces of his elite unit. His respirator huffed in short, ragged, hyperventilating gasps. Show yourself. The leader bellowed, his voice echoing off the canyon walls. He dropped his rifle's safety, his finger twitching violently on the trigger. You're an F rank. You're a slum rat. Come out and face me. From the thick, rising mist behind the petrified boulder, a figure stepped out. He didn't move with supersonic speed. He didn't radiate glowing, majestic mana like a noble. He walked with a slow, mechanical stride, his black combat suit immaculate, entirely untouched by a single drop of blood, but it was his face that made the seasoned mercenary leader take an involuntary step backward, a stark, white resin mask. Two narrow, dead-eye slits. And a wide, exaggerated, painted black crescent smile that seemed to mock the very concept of survival. Null, the leader whispered, his hand shaking as he brought his rifle barrel up, pointing it directly at the center of the white smiling face. Chapter 8: The Price of Information. The leader's finger squeezed. Thwip. 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 3 high-velocity ether bolts erupted from the suppressed barrel, tracing bright turquoise lines through the gray mist. They were aimed perfectly at the center of the white resin mask. James didn't dodge. He simply lifted his left hand, splaying his fingers. A vertical, pitch-black geometric square tore open in the air a few inches before his palm. The 3 glowing projectiles entered the void and vanished instantly. There was no explosion, no kinetic impact, and no heat. The absolute nothingness of the pocket dimension swallowed the energy whole, leaving the clearing in sudden, suffocating silence. The mercenary leader stared at his rifle, then at the unmoving, smiling mask. His tactical mind, built on standard rules of engagement and known gift categories, completely broke down. What kind of monster are you? Drop the weapon, James said. His voice, filtered through the resin, sounded metallic, hollow, and utterly devoid of human emotion. Or your arms will join your squad on the dirt. The leader looked at the severed pieces of Vanguard 2 scattered around his boots. The clean, mirror-flat planes of the flesh were a terrifying testament to the truth of the threat. Slowly, his hands shaking, the captain let the ether rifle slip from his fingers. It clattered against the stones. Who are you? The leader rasped, backing up until his armored spine hit the petrified boulder. The Veil Kid is an F-rank storage user. He doesn't have this. This isn't storage. I am the variable you failed to calculate, James said, stepping forward. He stopped exactly 2 paces away, well within the lethal threshold of his spatial reach. Let's discuss House Ashcroft. I'm a contractor, the captain spit, trying to claw back a shred of his professional dignity. I don't know anything about their internal politics. I just take the bounties. James didn't argue. He simply flicked his right index finger. Zip, a vertical spatial filament, 3 centimeters wide, snapped open and closed through the mercenary's left shoulder. The captain's left arm, still clad in its matte black tactical plating, slid off his torso and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Ah! The leader screamed, stumbling sideways as a torrent of crimson blood began to soak his uniform. He clamped his remaining hand over the perfectly flat, cauterized-looking void where his shoulder used to be. The pain was secondary to the sheer, existential horror of watching a piece of his body disappear without any physical contact. The next line cuts your throat, James said, his voice entirely level, as if he were discussing a ledger of factory supplies. House Ashcroft is manufacturing illegal void technology. Where is the main research facility? Sector 2. The leader gasped, his knees buckling as he slid down the face of the boulder. The undercity beneath the industrial refineries. It's disguised as a chemical processing plant for ether serums. James's eyes narrowed behind the narrow slits of his mask. The industrial refineries. That was where the legal gene serums were processed. If House Ashcroft was running an illegal void tech lab directly underneath it, that meant that mutations, in the local diseases, including Emma's crystal frost syndrome, might not be an accident at all. What are they extracting from the void? James demanded. Artifacts. The captain choked out, his vision beginning to blur from blood loss and shock. Ancient, pre-fracture components. They're trying to build an artificial breach. A stable one. Lord Adrian's father. He wants to bypass the Federation's core rationing. He wants a private source of prime ether. And the beast lures. James asked. Why trigger a stampede during a public qualification trial? Cover, the mercenary wheezed, his head sagging forward. The wardens. They monitor local spatial fluctuations. If a massive stampede hits, the environmental noise blinds the sensor towers. It allows House Ashcroft to transport a major shipment of illegal relics across the outer wall without the military noticing. James stood perfectly still, digesting the data. The pieces of the puzzle were clicking into place with cold, mathematical precision. Adrian Ashcroft didn't just want him dead because he topped the theory boards. The Ashcrofts were using the trial as a smoke screen for a massive smuggling operation, and James was simply a convenient loose end to clean up along the way. I told you. Everything, the leader whispered, looking up at the blank, white smiling face with pleading eyes. Call a warden medic. My bio signal. It's still active. If you patch me up. You are a professional, Captain, James said softly, his voice dropping into a terrifyingly gentle tone. You know the rules of the wildlands. Dead variables don't talk. James extended his hand one last time. A horizontal black square manifested directly across the leader's neck. Snap! The captain's head slid from his shoulders, joining the rest of the squad in the quiet ash of the clearing. James didn't waste a second. He willed his pocket dimension to open, vacuuming the remaining 2 ether rifles, the tactical armor pieces, and the comms gear into his 1 cubic meter void. He needed to scrub the site of any evidence that could be traced back to spatial manipulation before the beasts arrived. As he finished clearing the area, the low-frequency hum of the activated beast lure 200 meters away suddenly changed pitch, escalating into a high, piercing whine. The earth beneath his boots began to shake. From the deep interior of the dark forest, a chorus of distant, feral roars echoed through the dead canopy. The stampede had just been triggered. Chapter 9, The Target in the Blaze. The dead forest was screaming, the low-frequency vibration of the beast lure had done its work. From 5 kilometers out, the denizens of the deep wildlands surged forward in a tide of black chitin, shifting shadows, and raw, mutated malice. Massive stone-hided boars splintered the ancient oaks like twigs, while packs of low-grade scavengers choked the forest floor like a carpet of living rot. James moved against the current, while thousands of panicked applicants fled back toward the Aegis walls. The white-masked figure leapt from branch to branch, tracking the sound of thunderous explosions. His analytical mind mapped the epicenter of the heaviest mana output in the sector. He found Adrian Ashcroft in a wide, circular clearing 3 kilometers from the drop zone. The clearing was a war zone of blinding white heat and crackling ozone. Adrian stood at the center of a defensive perimeter formed by his 4 elite warden bodyguards. The noble's S-rank solar dominion was fully unleashed. Waves of intense, localized plasma erupted from his palms, incinerating a pack of D-rank void stalkers into pillars of ash before they could close the distance. Keep firing, you useless dogs. Adrian roared, his pristine white and gold armor smeared with soot. His golden hair was wild, his eyes bloodshot with an arrogant, desperate fury. Don't let them breach the flank. My father's transport hasn't cleared the outer sensor grid yet. We hold this ground. The 4 wardens fired their high-caliber ether rifles in continuous, disciplined bursts, but the wave of monsters was infinite. A massive Tier 2 Alpha Gore bull, a 5-meter beast of twisted muscle and obsidian horns, shattered the tree line, charging straight through a wall of Adrian's plasma. Captain! Intercept! Adrian shrieked, backing away, but the warden captain was already pinned down by 3 shadow panthers. The Gore bull lowered its massive head, its hooves fracturing the earth as it accelerated toward the exposed noble scion. Adrian raised his hands, a desperate sphere of solar energy forming between his palms, but his mana channels were overheating. The white light flickered, unstable and fading. Perfect alignment, James thought, perched on a branch directly above Adrian's blind spot. He didn't step down to save the noble. Instead, he willed his pocket dimension to open, releasing the 3 high-velocity ether bolts he had swallowed from the mercenary leader's rifle earlier. He dropped them into reality directly behind Adrian, preserving their original momentum. Thwip! 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 The turquoise projectiles tore through the air. They didn't hit Adrian, they slammed into the back of his knee joints and his right shoulder plate with pinpoint precision. The kinetic force shattered the delicate integrated circuitry of his high-grade armor, sending a painful jolt of feedback through Adrian's nervous system. Ah! Adrian stumbled, his concentration breaking completely. The solar sphere in his hands collapsed into a pathetic spark. The Gore bull was 10 meters away, its obsidian horns aimed directly at Adrian's chest. In that split second of impending impact, a figure dropped from the canopy, landing soundlessly on the dirt right in front of the kneeling noble. The black combat suit was pristine. The face was a blank, white resin canvas adorned with an unmoving, exaggerated black smile. Who? Adrian choked out, staring at the back of the white mask. James didn't answer. He thrust both hands forward toward the charging 5-ton monster. He reached deep into his soul, pushing his pocket dimension to its absolute limit, and manifested a massive, 2-meter-wide horizontal rift right in front of the beast's skull. Stage 2, Absolute Severance. The Gore bull's momentum carried its massive head and shoulders straight into the black void. Snap! James closed the dimension, the spatial boundary sliced through 5 tons of dense, bone-armored muscle as if it were soft wax. The decapitated body of the massive beast crashed into the dirt, its sheer inertia causing the dead, bleeding torso to slide forward, spraying a river of hot purple blood all over Adrian's pristine gold and white armor. The massive severed head vanished into James's void, taking its Tier 2 core with it. Silence, heavy and suffocating, fell over the immediate area, broken only by the distant roars of the rest of the stampede. The four wardens were too far away, struggling against their own waves of beasts, unable to see through the thick smoke and purple blood. James slowly turned around, his boots sloshing in the gore. Through the narrow eye slits of the white resin mask, his cold, calculating gaze locked onto the terrified, bleeding noble on the ground. You. Adrian whispered, his body trembling as he tried to crawl backward, his shattered armor sparking violently. You're Null. The one from the market. Why? Why did you sabotage my armor? Your variables were poorly calculated, Lord Adrian, James said. His voice, filtered through the resin, carried a flat, mechanical echo that made Adrian's blood run cold. Your hit squad in the ravine is dead. And your father's smuggling route is about to fail. Adrian's eyes widened in sheer, naked horror. He realized, with a sudden, sickening clarity, that the terrifying spatial monster standing before him wasn't an assassin from a rival house, it was the slum rat he had dismissed as a glorified locker. Wait, Adrian screamed, reaching for a backup emergency flare on his utility belt. You can't do this. If I die here, House Ashcroft will burn the East Hollow to ash. They'll find your sister. James didn't let him finish the sentence. He extended his right index finger, aligning it with Adrian's outstretched arm. Chapter 10, Dead Weight. James did not lower his finger. Zip, a vertical spatial filament snapped open and closed in the blink of an eye. The emergency flare on Adrian's utility belt, along with his entire right hand, vanished into the absolute dark of the pocket dimension. Ah! Adrian shrieked, clutching his newly formed, mirror-flat wrist stump. Blood gushed through his gold-trimmed fingers, instantly staining the white fabric of his undersuit. You bastard! You subhuman filth! I'll have you flayed alive! James didn't offer a rebuttal. His expression behind the white resin mask remained mathematically precise. He leaned down, his left hand moving with a blunt efficiency to rip the electronic tracking beacon and communication array clean off Adrian's shattered shoulder plating. He tossed the expensive military tech into his sleeve, letting the void swallow it whole. Without the beacon, the Federation's radar towers would see nothing but environmental static. Without a hand, Adrian couldn't ignite a backup flare. You aren't going to kill me. Adrian gasped, his face draining of color as he collapsed against the flank of the dead gore bull. A pathetic, desperate hope flickered in his bloodshot eyes. If you take me hostage, my father will pay millions of credits. Whatever your sister needs, a variable whose lies cannot be used in an equation, James said, his voice flat and mechanical through the resin filter. If I kill you now, the forensic wardens might find trace spatial anomalies in your marrow. But if the wildlands consumes you, reality cleans itself. James stepped back, his boots tracking purple blood over the ash. He turned his head toward the tree line. The forest was buckling. The main wave of the stampede was less than 200 meters away. The high canopy was raining dead leaves, and the ground was vibrating so violently that Adrian's severed hand stump sloshed in the mud. A pack of low-grade, red-eyed scavengers was already breaking through the brush, their multi-layered moss clicking as they smelled the fresh, massive reservoir of blood from the dead gore bull, and the scent of Adrian. No, no, wait, Adrian screamed, trying to drag his crippled body up using his one remaining boot, but his shattered, unpowered armor weighed nearly 80 kilograms. It was a golden coffin anchoring him to the dirt. Don't leave me here. Turn around. Null. Fail. I order you. James didn't look back, he willed his pocket dimension to open a millimeter beneath the soles of his boots. Bending local distance by a fraction of a meter, he stepped into a spatial fold, vanishing from the clearing entirely. He reappeared 12 meters above the ground, perched silently on a high, black branch. Below him, the clearing dissolved into a nightmare. The scavengers hit the clearing first, followed by a thunderous wall of armored tusk beasts. Adrian's 4 elite warden bodyguards were completely overrun 300 meters away, their screams cut short by the crunch of bone and tearing metal. Adrian was left entirely alone at the center of the clearing. He shrieked, kicking uselessly with his uninjured leg as the first wave of eyeless scavengers swarmed over the carcass of the gore bull and locked their concentric rings of needle teeth onto his gold and white armor plating. The high-grade alloy held for a few seconds before the sheer volume of acidic saliva and crushing pressure began to cave the metal inward. From his perch, the white-masked figure watched the noble Shian's light go out. James felt no satisfaction, no rush of vengeance, and no remorse. It was simply a line item crossed off a ledger. He turned his focus inward, examining his internal clock and the newly acquired data from the mercenary captain. The Ashcroft smuggling transport was moving across Grid 18 right now, using this very stampede as their acoustic and electronic camouflage to move illegal void relics. If he played his cards right, that transport contained the ultimate prize, a high-grade energy source that could completely stall Emma's crystallization, and the key to unlocking the next tier of his own dormant power. James slipped off the branch, letting the shadows of the stampede swallow him as he accelerated toward Grid 18. Chapter 11, The Convergence at Grid 18. Grid 18 was a frozen valley where the dead forest met a jagged canyon of black basalt. Because of the local mineral density, the temperature here was always 5 degrees lower than the surrounding woods. Now, with the stampede howling a kilometer to the west, the valley was filled with a thick, swirling frost that reduced visibility to less than 10 meters. James crouched on a high basalt ledge, a silent gargoyle in his black combat suit. The white resin mask gleamed faintly in the misty gloom, its frozen black crescent smile perfectly mirroring the predatory stillness of the valley. Through the dense fog, a low, heavy mechanical rumble echoed, an Ashcroft corporate transport, a massive, six-wheeled armored juggernaut painted in matte gray military camo, crawled into the ravine. It moved without headlights, relying on advanced thermal imaging to navigate the terrain. Behind its reinforced plasteel windshield sat two corporate soldiers in tactical gear, their faces tense as they checked their radar screens. The stampede is peaking, the driver muttered into his headset. The Warden sensor grid for Sector 4 is completely blind. We are clear to cross the perimeter fence in 5 minutes. Just step on it, the commander beside him grunted, his hand resting on a heavy ether pistol. The cargo in the back is vibrating. The prime ether seals are already cracking. James watched the heavy vehicle crawl beneath his position. His analytical mind was already calculating the thickness of its armored plating and the kinetic energy of its wheels. He could use absolute severance to slice the axles, but that would alert the crew and damage the volatile cargo. He didn't need to risk it. A far more efficient weapon was already waiting in the white mist. Uru, a long, piercing howl shattered the silence of the canyon. The sound didn't just carry acoustic weight, it carried a dense, freezing wave of raw ether that caused the frost in the air to instantly solidify into sharp, crystalline needles. The armored transport skidded, its massive tires losing traction as the ground beneath them instantly turned into a sheet of solid, mirror-slick ice. Ice fluctuation. The driver yelled, frantically spinning the steering wheel. We've lost the differential. Something is overriding the climate controls. From the wall of white fog ahead, a monstrous shape materialized, the Alpha Frost Wolf. It stood 3 meters tall at the shoulder, its massive frame covered in a coat of jagged, crystalline ice fur that pulsed with a deep, royal purple light. Its eyes were two burning pools of sapphire energy, and its breath left a trail of freezing vapor that cracked the stone it touched. A Tier 3 Alpha Beast. The grand prize of the entire qualification trial, the beast didn't hesitate. With a terrifying explosion of speed, it slammed its massive, ice-armored shoulder straight into the front grille of the corporate transport. Crash. The 5-ton armored vehicle was lifted clean off the ground, spinning 90 degrees before crashing heavily onto its side against the basalt wall of the canyon. The reinforced plasteel windshield shattered into millions of frozen shards. Get out! Get out! The corporate commander screamed, dragging his bleeding torso through the ruptured passenger door, his boots slipping on the newly formed ice. The Alpha Frost Wolf leapt onto the roof of the overturned vehicle, its massive claws tearing through the reinforced steel plating like wet paper. It let out a deafening roar, its sapphire eyes locked onto the corporate soldiers scrambling out of the wreckage. High above them on the ledge, James watched the carnage unfold. His breathing remained slow, his heart rate low. The smugglers were firing their high-caliber weapons, their blue ether bolts melting patches of the wolf's ice armor, while the beast systematically tore them apart with frozen claws. Both sides were bleeding. Both sides were expending their maximum mana output. Let them drain the variables, James thought, his fingers twitching slightly as he reached into his mind, touching the 1 cubic meter void. When the equation hits 0, I strike. Chapter 12, Ghost Extraction. James did not care about the glory of a hunt. He cared about resources. While the Alpha Frost Wolf roared, tearing the remaining corporate guards limb from limb in a storm of ice shards and blue muzzle flashes, James slipped down the sheer basalt wall of the canyon. He was a silent shadow, moving with a fluid, terrifying efficiency that defied the chaos around him. The heavy armored transport lay on its side, its undercarriage still smoking from the impact. The back door, a heavy vault-like steel plate secured by magnetic locks, had been warped and cracked open by the crash, leaving a jagged half-meter gap. Inside the dark compartment, the air smelled intensely of ozone, burnt wiring, and a heavy, intoxicating sweetness that made James's internal ether channels thrum with sudden pressure. The prime ether cargo. James stepped through the frost-laden mist, bypassing the front of the vehicle where the wolf was currently crunching through a soldier's ballistic chest plate. He slid his thin frame through the ruptured gap in the back door, stepping into the cramped, overturned interior of the cargo bay. Secured in a heavy, shock-absorbing titanium rack at the center of the bay sat a cylindrical metal canister. It was wrapped in heavy glowing containment runes that were flickering violently, unable to handle the sheer density of the energy within. Inside the translucent core of the canister sat a jagged, multi-dimensional crystalline shard that shifted between a brilliant violet and a pitch-black hue, an ancient void relic. A pure fragment of unrefined prime ether, the ambient radiation from the shard was so intense that the frost coating the inside of the transport was actively melting and vaporizing into a strange, purple mist. James could feel his pocket dimension vibrating violently behind his eyes, as if the tiny 1 cubic meter void was a hungry predator sensing its ultimate meal. Intruder. A weak, blood-choked voice rasped from the floor of the bay. The corporate transport commander lay pinned beneath an overturned heavy weapons crate, his legs shattered. His face was a mask of blood and burns, but his remaining hand was trembling as it tried to level a high-caliber ether pistol at the white resin mask. Don't touch that. It'll blast this whole valley too. James didn't let him finish. He didn't even look at the man. He simply flicked his wrist toward the pistol barrel. Zip, a vertical spatial filament snapped open and closed. The barrel of the ether pistol slid off the frame, falling to the floor with a dull metallic click. James stepped up to the titanium rack. He reached out his hands, splaying his fingers around the glowing metal canister. He didn't try to pull it out of the mechanical locks. That would take too long, and the structural noise would alert the alpha wolf outside. Instead, he willed his pocket dimension to manifest in a perfect, 1-meter cube that encapsulated the entire central section of the rack. The canister, the structural mounts, and the heavy wiring harnesses. Snap! The black geometric void flashed for a millisecond. The canister, along with the solid titanium beams holding it, vanished from the physical world. The severed remaining ends of the support rack groaned, their perfectly flat mirror-like edges sparking with dead electricity where the spatial boundary had cut them out of existence. Inside James's mind, the 1 cubic meter void surged. The moment the prime ether canister materialized within his internal space, the raw, ancient energy began to bleed into the dark vacuum of his soul. The walls of his pocket dimension, previously rigid and static, suddenly began to expand, ripples of violet light fracturing the darkness of his core. Alert, primordial ether detected, system boundaries fracturing. Integrating. James stumbled slightly, a sharp, white-hot needle of pain lancing through his brain as his soul expanded. But his jaw remained locked behind the white resin mask. He forced the pain down, stabilizing his breathing. Outside the transport, the sound of gunfire completely ceased. The last corporate soldier had died. A low, heavy huff of freezing air echoed from the ruptured front windshield as the Alpha Frost Wolf turned its sapphire eyes toward the back of the vehicle. Sensing the sudden disappearance of the dense energy signature it had been tracking, James looked at the pinned corporate commander, whose eyes were wide with a mixture of terror and utter disbelief as he stared at the empty space where the massive cargo had just been. "Thank you for the delivery," James whispered, his mask-filtered voice echoing with a chilling hollow resonance. Before the Alpha Frost Wolf could leap through the shattered windshield, James stepped backward, sliding through the ruptured steel gap of the back door and vanishing into the swirling white frost of the canyon shadows. He left the dying commander, the empty wreckage, and a very confused, furious Tier 3 Alpha beast behind. The heist was complete. The variable had been extracted. Now, it was time to save Emma. Chapter 13, The Alibi of a Warehouse Clerk. 3 hours after the stampede peaked, the gray iron staging grounds of the outer gate looked like a triage center in a losing war. Medical drones hummed through the thick gray smog, flashing crimson lights over rows of wounded applicants. Wardens in heavy tactical gear moved through the crowds, their faces tense as they logged the massive casualty lists. Out of 5,000 hopefuls who had marched into the dead forest, barely 1,000 had returned on their own feet. James stood in the line for the lower-tier public academy check-in. His black combat suit was gone, packed safely inside his internal void along with the white resin mask and the stolen prime ether canister. He was back in his faded gray public academy coat, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. He had smeared rotted bark sap and gray ash over his cheeks, and his uniform was torn at the shoulder, a calculated touch of cosmetic damage to make his survival look like a miracle of frantic running rather than a calculated slaughter. Next, a tired military clerk muttered at the registration terminal. James stepped forward, placing his left wrist over the biometric scanner. The standard issue Federation bracelet beeped, uploading his data to the main server. Registration ID, 9942, Vale Academy, Blackstone Lower Tier Awakening Rating, F Rank Pocket Dimension, Trial Status, Returnee, no confirmed kills. The clerk glanced at the screen, then looked up at James's ash-stained face with a mixture of exhaustion and mild pity. An F-rank utility user. How did you make it back from grid 14? That sector was entirely overrun by the stalker packs. I didn't stay in grid 14, sir, James said, his voice trembling slightly, a flawless imitation of a terrified slum kid who had just escaped a meat grinder. The moment the ground started shaking, I knew my storage gift couldn't fight. I panicked. I crawled into a hollowed-out drainage pipe beneath the old pre-fracture highway embankment and pulled a piece of rusted sheet metal over the opening. I just hid there and squeezed my eyes shut until the artillery towers on the wall started firing. The clerk let out a dry, cynical grunt, typing a few keystrokes into the terminal. Smartest thing an F-rank could do. Out there, heroes become fertilizer. You passed the survival metric, fail. You get your standard qualification license for basic supply logistics in the Warden Corps. You're dismissed. Thank you, sir, James murmured, bowing his head politely as he stepped away from the terminal. As he walked toward the Academy transit buses, a sudden wave of frantic activity erupted near the VIP medical bays. A squad of high-ranking military investigators sprinted past, their armor pulsing with high-grade mana signatures. Get the director on the line now. An officer barked into his comms. We just found the wreckage of the Ashcroft corporate transport in grid 18. The entire security detail is vaporized or torn to shreds. Lord Adrian's biosignal flatlined 3 kilometers out, and the prime ether cargo is completely missing from the secure vault. James didn't stop. He didn't even turn his head toward the shouting. He simply climbed onto the rusted metal steps of the public academy bus, choosing a corner seat near the back window where the shadows were deepest. He leaned his head against the cold glass as the vehicle's engine groaned to life, pulling away from the blood-stained outer wall. Inside his mind, the dark, 1 cubic meter void was no longer static. The ancient void relic sat in the center of his soul, bleeding streams of pure, iridescent violet energy into the dark vacuum. The geometric lines of his pocket dimension were shifting, expanding, and fracturing, rebuilding themselves into something vastly more complex than a mere storage box. He had his alibi. The Federation would write Adrian Ashcroft's death and the stolen shipment off as a catastrophic consequence of an unpredictable beast stampede. To the world, James Vale was just a lucky coward who survived in a pipe. He reached into his pocket and touched the cold glass of the empty gene serum vial. The real hunt was over, but the true evolution of Null was just beginning. Tonight, he would feed the prime ether to his soul, and tomorrow, he would buy his sister's life. Chapter 14, The Transfer Directive. The morning sun over Blackstone City was nothing but a dull, copper smear behind the permanent blanket of industrial smog. Inside the administration wing of Blackstone Public Academy, the air felt just as suffocating. James stood before the heavy mahogany desk of Vice Principal Henderson. Unlike Principal Vance, who looked at students like cold numbers on a spreadsheet, Henderson was a career military bureaucrat. He wore a crisp, high-collared Warden Reserve uniform, his chest adorned with administrative medals, and his eyes carried the rigid, unyielding entitlement of a man who loved the taste of minor authority. Sit, Vale, Henderson said, not looking up as he stamped a physical paper file with a heavy, mechanical thud. James remained standing. I'll stand, sir. Henderson raised his eyes, his brow furrowing with immediate irritation. He tapped a digital stylus against a sleek black tablet. Suit yourself. I've reviewed your file from the Hunter qualification trial. Your survival in a drainage pipe was fortunate, pragmatic, even. But fortune doesn't alter your fundamental metrics. An F-rank pocket dimension remains an F-rank utility asset. He slid a newly minted, holographic document across the desk. It flickered with an official Federation military seal. The Warden Corps Logistics Division has issued an immediate reassignment directive for all low-tier returnees, Henderson stated flatly. You are being transferred to Logistics Outpost 7. It's a supply depot located in the southern mining ring, 80 kilometers outside the city walls. You will report for duty at 0600 hours tomorrow morning. James looked down at the document. His eyes locked onto the specific terms printed in fine, holographic script. Station, Outpost 7, Southern Perimeter, base stipend, 45 credits, week housing, mandatory on-site barracks term, 24 month, mandatory service reservation, on-site barracks, James murmured, his voice entirely flat. 45 credits a week. It's standard protocol for logistics conscription, Henderson said, leaning back and crossing his manicured fingers. The Federation requires absolute centralization of its supply lines after a major border disturbance like yesterday's stampede. My sister is 16, James said, his gaze shifting from the tablet straight to Henderson's eyes. She suffers from advanced crystal frost syndrome. She cannot travel, and she cannot survive in the southern mining ring without medical supervision. I am her sole guardian. I cannot accept a mandatory on-site barracks assignment 80 kilometers away from East Hollow. Henderson let out a short, dismissive scoff. He picked up his coffee cup, taking a slow, deliberate sip before setting it down with a sharp clack. You think you have a choice, Vale? Henderson's voice hardened, dropping into a tone used to break insubordinate recruits. Let me make reality perfectly clear to you. Your elite academy track recommendation was paid for by public subsidies. Those subsidies are gone. House Ashcroft has restructured their educational endowments, and they have specifically requested audit of all lower-tier students wasting space in the academic registry. The vice principal leaned forward, slamming his palms onto the desk. You are an F-rank slum rat with a grocery box in your skull. You do not dictate terms to the Warden Corps. You do not negotiate your station. You will pack your bags, you will board the military transport tomorrow morning, and you will count yourself lucky that the Federation is giving you 45 credits a week instead of throwing you into a labor camp. If you fail to report, you will be declared a draft dodger. Your citizenship metrics will be blacklisted, your apartment will be seized, and your sister will be evicted directly into the lower ring gutters. James stood perfectly still. To an outside observer, he looked like a broken scholarship student bowing under the crushing weight of systemic tyranny. But beneath the surface, inside the vast, expanding dark of his soul, a massive transformation was reaching its boiling point. The prime ether canister he had stolen yesterday was continuing to dissolve within his pocket dimension. The violet energy had completely shattered the original 1 cubic meter prison of his mind. The geometric walls were stretching, expanding into dozens of localized subspaces. His sensory perception of the room had changed entirely. He could see the structural tension in the wood of Henderson's desk. He could feel the ambient mana channels humming inside the walls of the building. And more importantly, he could see the precise coordinates of the digital storage drive built into Henderson's private tablet. James reached his right hand into his coat pocket. Behind the fabric, his index finger twitched. Stage 4, microspaces, a hairline spatial rift, less than a millimeter wide, materialized soundlessly inside the electronic casing of Henderson's digital tablet on the desk. With a microscopic snip, the spatial boundary severed the main gold-plated motherboard traces connecting the military encryption chip to the local memory drive. The holographic document flickering over the desk suddenly sputtered, turned static gray, and completely vanished. Henderson's tablet screen went black, a faint wisp of electrical smoke escaping the charging port. What the? Henderson blinked, tapping the dead glass violently with his stylus. Useless piece of corporate trash. It seems your terminal has suffered an unsynchronized power surge, Vice Principal, James said softly. His voice didn't carry the tremor of a terrified student anymore. It was chillingly, terrifyingly level. Henderson froze, his head snapping up. For the first time, he noticed the absolute lack of fear in the young man's posture. James hadn't blinked once. His gray eyes were as cold and unmoving as deep-sea ice. Vale, Henderson growled, his hand instinctively drifting toward the emergency alarm button beneath his desk. Get out of my office. Report to the transport bay tomorrow, or face the wardens. I won't be boarding the transport, sir, James whispered. He took a step forward, leaning over the desk. As he did, the ambient air pressure in the administrative office plummeted so rapidly that the papers on Henderson's desk began to rustle and slide toward James, drawn by a phantom, localized gravitational pull. A faint, violet glint flickered at the very edge of James's pupils. And if any warden uniform sets foot in East Hollow Sector 4 to look for me or my sister, James continued, his words cutting through the sudden chill of the room like a razor, they will simply become another unaccounted variable in the wildlands. Before Henderson could press the alarm button, James turned on his heel and walked out of the office, the heavy mahogany door slamming shut behind him without anyone touching it. He had officially broken the law. He was no longer a student, and he was no longer a civilian. He was a rogue element. By tomorrow morning, the Federation would be hunting James Vale, but tonight, Null would buy the medicine that would ensure they could never catch him. Chapter 15, The Lockdown on the Raven Market. The Undercity was bleeding neon and iron, but tonight, the chaotic cacophony of the Raven Market had been replaced by a tense, suffocating silence. The central market tunnels of Sector 4 were cordoned off by heavy tactical energy barriers. Dozens of private security contractors wearing the sleek crimson and black armor of House Ashcroft patrolled the thoroughfares, their heavy-barreled ether rifles held at the low ready. Following the mysterious death of Adrian Ashcroft and the theft of the prime ether cargo, the noble house had bypassed local civilian authority entirely. They had locked down the black market, turning every merchant stall upside down in a desperate bid to unearth the mysterious spatial rogue known as Null. James stepped out of a drainage pipe 50 paces from the main market square. He wore his black combat suit. The white resin mask sat firmly over his face, its blank, painted crescent smile a jarring contrast to the oppressive tactical presence filling the tunnel. He turned his awareness inward. The prime ether shard had completely settled into his soul, expanding his pocket dimension into an intricate network of interconnected subspaces. Spatial status, evolved current capacity, multi-chambered geometric grid unlock status, stage 3, momentum storage, and stage 4, microspaces, active. He didn't just have a storage box anymore, he had an arsenal of localized spatial thresholds woven into the air around his own skin. James walked forward, his boots making no sound against the damp stone. He rounded the corner, entering the main boulevard of the Raven Market. Hold. Identify yourself. A sharp voice rang out immediately. A fire team of 4 Ashcroft mercenaries stepped out from behind an overturned scrap metal stall, their rifle barrels snapping up to align with the center of the white smiling mask. The leader of the fire team checked his tactical visor, which immediately flagged James's unregistered biometric signature. It's him, the mercenary leader barked into his comms. We've got a match on the white mask. Target designation, null. Shoot to cripple. Thwip. 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 3 high-velocity, compressed plasma bolts erupted from the suppressed barrels, tearing through the misty air like streaks of angry crimson light. At this close range, the raw kinetic and thermal energy of the military-grade ammunition would shatter a regular man's limbs into wet splinters. James didn't flinch. He didn't even raise his arms. Stage 3, momentum storage, a microscopic, invisible lattice of spatial thresholds manifested 2 inches before his chest. The 3 plasma bolts didn't vanish into a deep void like before. Instead, they hit the transparent spatial skin and froze instantly in midair, their destructive energy humming violently as they remained suspended in a state of absolute, arrested kinetic potential. James's mind held their velocity, their direction, and their force perfectly in a localized temporal stasis loop. The mercenaries stopped firing, their jaws dropping behind their ballistic visors. What the? He caught them. Returning your property, James whispered through the resin filter. He flicked his right wrist forward, the invisible spatial thresholds flipped 180 degrees. The stasis loop shattered, releasing the 3 plasma bolts with the exact identical velocity and kinetic energy with which they had been fired. Boom! The redirected projectiles slammed straight back into the chest plates of the 3 front mercenaries. The explosive thermal feedback shattered their heavy armor, launching their bodies backward into the stone walls of the tunnel with a sickening crunch of fracturing bone. They collapsed onto the dirt, unconscious or dead before they hit the ground. The fire team leader, the lone survivor, stumbled backward, his hands shaking so violently he dropped his rifle. Spatial reflection. Your AC rank. No, AB rank spatial master. Where is the apothecary? James asked, stepping through the rising smoke, his boots crushing a shattered piece of crimson armor plating. In the back vaults. The mercenary gasped, clawing at the stone wall behind him as he tried to escape the unmoving, terrifying black smile of the mask. They're raiding her shop right now. Commander Vance is executing her for trading illegal serums. James didn't waste another breath on him. He willed a tiny, vertical spatial filament to open behind the mercenary's knees, dropping him to the dirt in a state of sudden, tendon-severed paralysis. James sprinted forward, moving deeper into the neon-lit tunnels of the market square. The alarm sirens of House Ashcroft were beginning to wail across the entire subterranean sector, but Null was no longer calculating survival. He was calculating the shortest distance to his sister's life, and anyone standing in that path was simply a line item to be erased. Chapter 16, The Architecture of Absolute Zero. James did not run toward the back vaults. Direct confrontation was a brute force method, and brute force was an inefficient use of resources. To eliminate an occupying army, one did not fight their front lines, one dismantled the infrastructure that allowed them to coordinate. He turned sharply into a maintenance conduit that branched off the main thoroughfare. His newly expanded spatial grid mapped the subterranean architecture perfectly, tracing the thick, high-voltage ether lines humming behind the concrete walls. They all converged at a single point, the central distribution vault of Sector 4. 2 minutes later, James stood before a reinforced steel blast door marked with high-voltage warning sigils. 2 Ashcroft sentries stood guard, but before they could even register a shift in the air, James extended both hands. Stage 4, microspaces, dozens of needle-thin, invisible spatial tiers materialized simultaneously inside the mechanisms of their firearms and the seals of their oxygen respirators. With a microscopic snip, their weapons jammed into useless scrap, and their air supplies cut off. As they stumbled, choking and clawing at their throats, James bypassed them, stepping directly up to the reinforced steel door. He didn't look for a keycard. He willed a 1-meter wide black square to cut a perfect circle through the 30-centimeter thick steel. The severed metal plug tumbled inward with a heavy slam, and James stepped into the humming, blue-lit heart of the power grid. The room was dominated by 3 massive, spinning ether turbines that supplied electricity and stabilized mana to the entire Raven market. James did not destroy the turbines, explosions left a thermal trace. Instead, he targeted the primary coolant lines and the main fiber optic communication trunks running along the ceiling. Zip. Zip. Zip, a sequence of razor-thin spatial filaments sliced through the heavy cables and reinforced piping. Pop. Boom. The primary ether turbines suffered an instantaneous, catastrophic short circuit. Blinding blue electrical arcs violently lashed across the room, and then, with a massive, dying groan of mechanical machinery, the power grid collapsed. In a single heartbeat, absolute darkness swallowed the Raven market, the neon signs, the tactical energy barriers, the floodlights, and the digital communication arrays of House Ashcroft died instantly. The subterranean city was plunged into a pitch-black vacuum where the human eye could not see an inch ahead. The frantic wailing of the tactical alarms cut out, replaced by a sudden, terrifying silence. Status report. Vanguard Team 1, do you copy? Commander Vance's voice echoed Raleigh through the dark tunnels, unamplified by his dead radio. Get the backup generators online. Where are the tactical visors? They're dead, Commander. A panicked mercenary shrieked from the main square. The EMP wave from the grid short-circuited our internal armor batteries. The digital visors are completely blind. The elite Ashcroft force, built on technological supremacy and coordinated tactical data networks, was suddenly rendered deaf, dumb, and blind. They stood frozen in the pitch black, their heavy armor feeling like heavy iron cages, their breathing rattling frantically against their dead respirators. They were trapped in the dark. But James was not through his spatial dominion. James didn't need light to see. His mind perceived the world as a flawless geometric blueprint. He could feel the exact physical coordinates of every stone, every pillar, and every single mercenary tensing in the dark. To him, the darkness wasn't a barrier, it was a perfect operational canvas. He stepped back into the main market boulevard. Thwip, a mercenary 3 paces to his left froze as an invisible spatial rift snapped open and closed across his throat. The man collapsed soundlessly into the dirt, his severed head vanishing into James's void before a single drop of blood could strike the stone to alert his squadmates. Who's there? Another soldier yelled, swinging his dead rifle blindly through the empty air. Snapped. The soldier's right arm, from the shoulder down, disappeared into a microspace. Before he could even draw a breath to scream, a second spatial cut severed his torso at the waist. He slid to the floor in absolute silence. James moved through the dark like a lethal, unhurried ghost. He didn't use kinetic force, he didn't radiate mana, and he didn't make a sound. He simply walked a calculated path through the clearing, and wherever the white resin mask passed, pieces of the Ashcroft occupation force were systematically sliced out of reality. Form a circle. Fire blindly. Commander Vance roared from the steps of the back vaults, his voice cracking with an existential terror he hadn't felt since his days on the Wildlands front lines. He's in the dark. Fire. A few panicked mercenaries managed to manually override their rifle triggers, unleashing sporadic, blind volleys of crimson plasma into the blackness. The bright flashes momentarily illuminated the chaotic tunnels, casting long, distorted shadows against the stone walls, but the light only revealed a nightmare. In the brief, flickering flashes of the gunfire, the mercenaries didn't see an army. They saw their squadmates already reduced to perfectly flat, mirror-severed pieces on the ground. And standing in the center of the carnage, entirely untouched by the stray plasma, was the immaculate silhouette of a man wearing a stark white resin mask. The narrow eye slits stared directly at them, and the wide, painted black crescent smile seemed to grow wider with every dying breath in the room. He's not a man. A soldier whimpered, dropping his weapon and turning to run into the dark. He didn't make it 3 steps before a horizontal spatial filament cut him down. In less than 3 minutes, the 60-man elite occupation force of House Ashcroft was reduced to 0 active variables. The boulevard of the Raven Market was a silent tomb of severed steel and corporate bone. James stepped over the remains, his boots clean, his breath perfectly level. He walked up the stone steps of the back vault, where Commander Vance sat backed against the reinforced doors, his legs paralyzed by a precise spatial severance to his spine delivered moments ago. The commander was hyperventilating, staring into the pitch black where the white mask hovered like a floating specter. What do you want? Vance wheezed, his mouth filling with blood. James knelt, the resin face stopping inches away from the commander's eyes. I believe you have a shipment of gene serum 12B, James whispered, his filtered voice carrying the cold, chilling finality of an absolute zero equation. And I am here to balance the ledger. Chapter 17, Martial Ledger. The annihilation of 60 elite corporate soldiers within the absolute dark of the Raven Market could not be hidden. By dawn, the news had vibrated up from the deep concrete veins of the Undercity, shattering the fragile political peace of the surface. For the first time in 3 decades, the conclave of the 12 great noble houses declared an emergency martial lockdown over the entire Blackstone City sector. The skies above the fortress city turned into a dense canopy of military metal. Colossal, heavily armored Federation dreadnoughts drifted out of their high-altitude berths, casting massive shadows over the concrete skyscrapers. Below them, thousands of Warden shock troops in reinforced titanium armor marched through the streets of the lower rings, blockading every intersection with heavy energy shields and automated drone sentry towers. All citizens will remain indoors. An automated military broadcast boomed across the East Hollow slums every 2 minutes, its mechanical frequency vibrating the window panes. Biometric grid scanning is in progress. Any unregistered or anomalous ether signatures will be intercepted with lethal force. James sat in the dim light of apartment 412, entirely unaffected by the mechanical roaring outside. The apartment door was reinforced from the inside by 3 distinct, overlapping layers of microspaces. If any Warden squad attempted to force the lock, their breaching charges and their limbs would simply step into a spatial void and be severed from reality before they crossed the threshold. On the small cot by the window, Emma lay sleeping. Her breathing was deep, rhythmic, and for the first time in months, entirely free of the brittle, rattling wheeze that had haunted her. Beside the bed sat 3 empty glass vials of gene serum 12B, their green glowing fluid entirely drained. James had extracted the medicine from the apothecary's private vault right after executing Commander Vance. The premium, unadulterated serum had worked with terrifying speed. The pale, blue-tinted frost that had crystallized her right forearm had dissolved back into soft, organic skin, leaving behind only faint, glowing silver patterns traced beneath her veins. She was stable. The immediate death sentence had been repealed. James stood by the boarded-up window, looking through a hairline fracture in the wood at the distant glare of a Warden searchlight sweeping across the sector. His face was bare, the white resin mask packed safely inside his expanded soul. He turned his awareness inward, examining the internal state of his spatial grid. The prime ether shard from the Ashcroft transport had been completely digested, restructuring his inner soul into a complex, multi-tiered geometric labyrinth. Warning: Blackstone City Sector Mesh Active Local Quantum Density, High Coercion Tactical Recommendation, Evacuation before recalibration. They aren't looking for a slum kid anymore, James murmured to the empty room. The deployment of high-altitude dreadnoughts and sector-wide biometric scanning meant the 12 houses realized they were dealing with a rogue element capable of systematic, untraceable spatial execution. They were trying to flush out Null by suffocating the lower ring. If he stayed in Sector 4, the sheer density of the military grid would eventually force a confrontation that could put Emma at risk. To secure their long-term future, he needed to leave Blackstone City entirely. He needed to step past the Aegis walls and into the absolute lawlessness of the wildlands, where his true dimensional dominion could evolve without the constraints of Federation observation. A sudden, sharp vibration rattled the floorboards. Down in the street below, the heavy, rhythmic thud of Warden tactical boots came to a halt directly outside the tenement block. A high-frequency ether scanner pulsed through the concrete walls, its blue light flickering under the door of apartment 412. First floor sweep clear, a Warden sergeant's voice echoed up the stairwell through a tactical amplifier. Moving to the upper residential tiers. Scan every soul. James didn't panic. He walked over to the bed, gently lifting his sleeping sister into his arms. He didn't need a suitcase. He didn't need to save their meager belongings. Everything of value, his weapons, his cores, his mask, and his future, was already written into the fabric of his own soul. He reached out his right foot, tapping the air a millimeter above the floor. Stage 6, Spatial Manipulation. A circular, pitch-black pathway tore open silently beneath his boots, bending the distance between his cramped room and the dark, abandoned service tunnels 2 kilometers outside the city's primary perimeter wall. Let them lock down the cage, James whispered, stepping into the absolute dark of the fold as the Warden boots reached his corridor. The bird has already left the grid. Chapter 18, The Threshold of the Wilds. The air at the exit of the service tunnels tasted of sulfur, radioactive ash, and freedom. 2 kilometers outside the Aegis wall of Blackstone City, the dense, suffocating smog of the lower rings gave way to the eternal, gray twilight of the wildlands. James stepped out from the jagged concrete mouth of a drainage culvert, carrying Emma in his arms. She was still deep in a serum-induced sleep, her breathing light and her skin warm, completely insulated from the freezing outer winds. James turned his awareness inward, touching a localized subspace within his spatial grid. With a gentle mental nudge, he manifested an isolated, temperature-regulated pocket dimension, a hidden sanctuary woven into his own soul. He laid Emma inside it, ensuring she was safe, warm, and entirely untraceable by any sensor grid on Earth. When he looked back out into the ravine, he was no longer James Vale, the refugee slum rat. He reached into his coat sleeve, pulled out the smooth white resin mask, and snapped it over his face. Null had crossed the border. Well, look what just crawled out of the Federation sewer. A rough, mocking voice echoed off the black basalt walls of the ravine. From the dense shadows of the petrified brush, 5 figures stepped out, blocking the only path leading out of the canyon. They weren't corporate mercenaries or disciplined wardens. They wore mismatched, scarred combat gear cobbled together from salvaged military plating and the cured hides of void beasts. Their weapons were crude but high caliber, modified harpoon launchers, heavy ether cleavers, and jagged anti-materiel rifles, a rogue pack of wildlands hyenas. Outlaw hunters who survived by butchering unregistered refugees and stealing cores from weaker teams. A lone runner, the leader of the pack, grunted. He was a massive, scarred man with an artificial arm forged from the rusted piston of a construction mech. He balanced a 2-meter ether cleaver on his shoulder, his single organic eye scanning the white resin mask with greedy amusement. And he's wearing a pretty little theatrical prop. What's the matter, city boy? Did the nobles kick you out of the sandbox? To his left, a lean, feral woman with long, dirt-matted hair raised a heavy crossbow, its bolt humming with a sickly green toxic mana. He's clean, boss. No tracking beacons, no active Federation comms. But look at his combat suit. That's high-density synthetic fiber. Worth at least 2,000 credits on the black docks. Strip him, the leader commanded, spitting a glob of dark stimulant fluid onto the ash. If he fights, feed his legs to the scavengers. James stood perfectly still. Through the narrow, slanted eye slits of his white mask, his eyes did not focus on the weapons or the insults. His analytical mind was breaking down their physical coordinates, their muscle tension, and the raw output of their unrefined ether signatures. Target count, 5 average threat level, D rank to C rank optimal resolution time, 4.2 seconds. You are standing in my path, James said. His voice, filtered through the resin, carried the terrifying, mechanical, hollow echo that had recently wiped out 60 elite corporate soldiers in the dark. The outlaw leader blinked, a brief instinctual tremor of danger rippling across his spine. But his arrogance quickly overrode it. He threw his head back, let out a loud, booming laugh, and swung his massive ether cleaver down, embedding the heavy blade deep into the frozen earth between them. Oh, we got a tough one. Listen to me, Mask. Out here, the Federation's laws are nothing but toilet paper. Power determines the grid. I own this ravine. If you want to step past me, you pay the toll with your gear, your cores, and your blood. I agree, James whispered, stepping forward. Power determines the grid. The feral woman with the crossbow lost her patience. Die, freak. Thwack, she pulled the trigger. The heavy iron bolt, cloaked in a corrosive green cloud, tore through the misty air at supersonic speed, aimed directly at the center of the unmoving, smiling white face. James didn't lift a hand. He didn't even shift his weight. Stage 3, momentum storage. The toxic bolt hit an invisible spatial lattice exactly 2 inches before the resin nose of his mask. It froze instantly, its supersonic kinetic energy trapped and vibrating in a tight, localized stasis loop. The green acidic cloud rippled outward against the transparent spatial shield, unable to advance a single millimeter. The outlaw's laughter choked out instantly. The ravine went dead silent, save for the whistling of the freezing wind. He stopped it with a barrier. The crossbow woman stammered, her fingers trembling as she tried to reload another bolt. No, there's no mana signature, your velocity is mine, James said. He flicked his right index finger forward, the spatial threshold flipped. The stasis loop broke, releasing the iron bolt with the exact identical velocity and momentum it had entered with, but redirected precisely 180 degrees. Pooch, the supersonic projectile tore straight back through the feral woman's chest plating, lifting her entire body off the ground and pinning her corpse to the petrified oak tree behind her. Her eyes remained wide with shock as her life faded, her own toxic mana dissolving her flesh from the inside out. Viper, the leader roared, his organic eye bulging with a sudden, violent panic. Kill him. Blast him to pieces. The remaining 3 outlaws frantically raised their weapons, but James was already moving. He didn't step forward, he used stage 6, spatial manipulation to compress the 10 meters of empty space between him and the closest rifleman down to a single millimeter. To the outlaws, it looked like the white masked specter had simply materialized out of thin air right in front of their squad mate. Stage 2, absolute severance. James extended his palm, slicing it through the air in a flat, horizontal arc. A razor-thin black spatial rift snapped open and closed through the necks of the two riflemen standing side by side. Splat, two severed heads tumbles onto the gray ash, followed heavily by their armored torsos. James's pocket dimension opened and closed in a microsecond, vacuuming their customized firearms and their tactical packs into his internal grid before a single drop of blood could splash onto his boots. 3 seconds elapsed. The fourth outlaw, a scrawny scout carrying a pair of monomolecular daggers, dropped his weapons entirely. He fell to his knees, his face turning entirely translucent as he stared at the bleeding remains of his pack. Mercy. Please. I was just following orders. Zip, a vertical spatial filament snapped through his skull. The scout collapsed into the dirt, silent and static. The massive outlaw leader was the only one left. He had yanked his heavy ether cleaver out of the frozen ground, but his mechanical arm was sparking violently, his nervous system completely overwhelmed by the sheer, existential horror of what he had just witnessed. 4 seasoned wildlands predators had been reduced to literal butcher scraps in less than 4 seconds by a man who hadn't even broken a sweat. James stepped up to him, the blank white resin face stopping just inches away from the leader's organic eye. The wide, painted black crescent smile seemed to consume the noble's entire vision. You said you own this ravine, James murmured, his filtered voice carrying the cold, chilling finality of an absolute zero equation. No, no. The leader whined, his massive frame shaking as he dropped to his knees, his mechanical arm clattering uselessly against the stone. Take the gear. Take the base. We have a hidden camp 3 kilometers north. 50 high-purity cores. Just let me walk. James extended his index finger, aligning it with the man's mechanical shoulder socket. I will take the base, and I will take the cores, James whispered. But variables who threaten my sister do not walk. Snap, a horizontal black square closed across the outlaw's torso. The massive leader slid apart, his crimson blood instantly steaming against the frozen ash of the canyon floor. James stood alone in the quiet ravine, the wind howling through the black basalt walls. He willed his pocket dimension to open, vacuuming the leader's heavy cleaver and the remaining gear into his soul. His authority in this sector of the wildlands had been written in blood. He was no longer an F-rank refugee running from a city, he was Null, the apex variable of the outer world, and the infinite expanse of the dead earth was his to conquer. Chapter 19, The Syndicate in the Shallows. The outlaws' hidden camp was built into the hollowed-out carcass of a pre-fracture industrial silo, buried deep beneath a ridge of petrified oak trees. James approached from the leeward side, moving with a silent, calculated stride through the freezing ash. He wore his black combat suit and the white resin mask. His spatial grid map mapped the silo's interior long before he reached the perimeter. 3 distinct heartbeats remained inside, relaxed and stationary, completely unaware that their vanguard unit had been reduced to red scrap in a canyon 3 kilometers away. He didn't use the rusted iron ladder. James simply stepped forward, compressing the local space between the ridge and the silo's roof to skip the physical terrain entirely. Stage 6, Spatial Manipulation. He materialized soundlessly inside the silo's upper rafters, looking down into a dimly lit subterranean command room. The space smelled of synthetic grease, cheap stimulant tobacco, and the heavy, metallic tang of raw energy. True to the dead leader's word, a reinforced titanium lockbox sat on a central steel table, its ventilation slits pulsing with the unmistakable, deep violet glow of high-purity beast cores. But it was the 3 people sitting around the table that made James's eyes narrow behind the narrow slits of his white mask. They weren't wearing scavenged raider hides. They wore the immaculate, slate-gray tactical uniforms of Active Warden Special Operations. Their high-grade ballistic vests carried the official silver crest of Blackstone City's Inner Ring Division, and their high-caliber ether rifles were stacked neatly in a weapon rack beside the terminal. The Ashcroft lockdown on the surface is getting tighter, one of the wardens, a lean woman with a scar slicing through her left eyebrow, said, typing rapidly into an encrypted military data slate. If the hyenas don't bring the next shipment of cores by midnight, the transport window across the southern perimeter closes. The hyenas are fine, a heavy-set warden replied, cleaning the lens of a tactical thermal visor. The captain gave them standard-issue military scramblers. The sector radar towers won't see them moving. What I'm worried about is the rumor coming out of the Raven Market. They're saying an entire 60-man Ashcroft unit was sliced into pieces in absolute darkness. A spatial user named Null. Slum myths, the third warden scoffed, leaning back in his steel chair. No low-tier spatial user has that kind of output. It was probably an internal corporate execution disguised as an anomaly. Once we harvest these 50 cores from the local nests, our rogue faction will have enough raw mana to fund our own private enclave in the outer wilds. We won't have to bow to the 12 houses or the Federation conclave anymore. High up in the rafters, James listened to the data stream with a cold, mathematical detachment. The equation of Blackstone City's corruption was far more vast than he had initially calculated. It wasn't just the Ashcroft noble house running illegal operations. Active factions within the military itself were using local raider gangs as proxies to harvest black market resources, planning to defect from the Federation entirely. A highly efficient collection of variables, James thought, his fingers twitching behind his back. He didn't care about their treason. He didn't care about their military oaths. But the 50 high-purity cores on that table were the exact fuel he needed to ensure Emma's long-term survival and to expand his own embryonic universe. James stepped off the iron rafter, dropping through the empty air of the silo like a stone. Whose? The heavy-set warden didn't even finish his sentence. Before his reflexes could trigger his body's enhancement gift, James thrust his right hand downward, manifesting a horizontal black square directly across the man's chest. Stage 2, absolute severance. Snap! The warden's upper torso slid cleanly off his hips, crashing into the steel table with a heavy, metallic slam. A fountain of dark blood splashed across the encrypted data slate, instantly short-circuiting the screen into a stuttering green static. Contact. Spatial anomaly. The scarred woman screamed, lunging toward the weapon rack. The third warden was faster. He didn't reach for a rifle. His hands flared with a blinding, crackling current of yellow lightning, an ether-enhanced elemental gift. He launched a high-voltage bolt straight at the white resin mask, the sheer heat of the plasma scorching the air in the cramped silo. James didn't move. He simply stood his ground, letting his left palm splay open before his chest. Stage 3, momentum storage. The lightning bolt hit the invisible spatial lattice 2 inches before his mask. The high-velocity plasma didn't detonate. Its thermal and kinetic potential was instantly trapped, frozen in a tight vibrating stasis loop that hummed like a swarm of angry hornets. What kind of defense is? The lightning user stammered, his eyes widening in pure horror as he realized his elemental output was completely arrested. Return trajectory, James whispered through the resin filter. He flipped his wrist. The stasis loop shattered, releasing the high-voltage lightning bolt with identical velocity but reversed polarity, sending it screaming straight back into the elementalist's chest. Boom! The warden was instantly vaporized by his own electrical feedback, his body charred into a smoking skeleton before collapsing onto the concrete floor. The scarred woman had managed to grab an ether rifle from the rack, but as she spun around to aim, she froze. In less than 3 seconds, her 2 elite squad mates had been reduced to a smoking corpse and a severed torso. Standing in the center of the room, entirely untouched by blood or electricity, was the immaculate silhouette of a man wearing a stark white resin mask. The blank, painted black crescent smile seemed to mock the very concept of her military training. Null, she whispered, her hands shaking so violently the barrel of her rifle danced in the air. You're the rogue from the market. The lockbox, James said, his metallic, filtered voice echoing flatly off the iron walls of the silo. Open it. If I open it, do I live? She gasped, backing up until her shoulder hit the weapon rack. I have the encryption codes for the Rogue Warden network. I can give you their safe houses in the outer ring. James stepped forward, his boots squelching slightly in the blood on the floor. He stopped exactly 1 pace away, well within his lethal spatial threshold. Variables who offer bargains after pointing a weapon are inefficient, James said softly. Before she could pull the trigger, James willed a sequence of microspaces to open and close inside her tactical vest, her throat, and her hands. Snap. Snap! The rifle fell from her severed fingers, and she collapsed to her knees, her life fading into the dirt alongside the rest of her unit. James didn't waste a single millisecond on the remains. He walked up to the steel table, ignoring the blood pooling around the titanium lockbox. He extended his hand, letting his pocket dimension encapsulate the entire container. Vacuum. The lockbox vanished into his internal soul. The moment it entered his spatial grid, the 50 high-purity cores within began to hum, their deep violet energy feeding directly into the geometric chambers of his expanding reality. He reached down, picking up the dead warden's encrypted data slate from the table. Though the screen was cracked and stained, its internal storage drive was intact. With a quick application of Stage 4, he sliced out the memory chip and slid it up his sleeve. The outlaws were dead. The rogue wardens were eliminated. He had the cores, and he had the data that would map every hidden military asset between Blackstone City and the deep wildlands. James turned toward the silo exit, his white smiling mask cutting through the dim, smoking shadows. He had a base, he had resources, and it was finally time to check on the most important variable in his universe, his sister. Chapter 20, The Apex Directive. On the highest peak of the Obsidian Spire, the ancestral seat of House Ashcroft in the inner ring of Blackstone City, the air was always artificially warm. The smog of the lower rings could not reach this high. Instead, a pristine sky of simulated sunlight illuminated a vast, marble chamber where 11 holographic projections hovered in a semicircle, the conclave of the 12 great noble houses. 2 hours ago, the biosignals of the Inner Ring Special Operations Unit flatlined simultaneously. A cold, aristocratic voice echoed from the center hologram. It belonged to Duke Vane of House Vane, the de facto leader of the military tribunal. They were not killed by void beasts. The data forensics retrieved from the local relay station show identical, mirror-flat spatial cuts through titanium armor and bone. The exact same signature found at the execution site of Adrian Ashcroft. Lord Bradley Ashcroft, Adrian's father, sat in the physical shadows of the marble room, his hands clenched so tightly into his white and gold robes that the fabric was tearing. The rogue calls himself Null. He is systematically dismantling our assets, our smuggling lines, and our proxy forces in the southern perimeter. He isn't a mere slum rat with an F-rank storage box. He is a high-tier spatial terrorist. Our border defenses are becoming a farce, another hologram sneered. We have declared an emergency martial lockdown, deployed 3 dreadnoughts, and he still walks across our lines as if the Aegis wall were made of paper. If the Federation conclave learns that a single rogue is paralyzing Blackstone City, our quarterly ether allocations will be cut by half. Duke Vane raised his hand, cutting through the rising panic of the council. The standard wardens are inefficient against a spatial master. Their armor and their weapons rely on physical and elemental metrics. To eliminate an anomaly that manipulates reality itself, we must deploy a variable that exists outside the standard grid. The Duke pressed a single golden rune on his armrest. The simulated sunlight in the chamber suddenly dissolved, replaced by a suffocating, blood-red hue. The temperature in the marble room plummeted, not from a physical frost, but from a sudden, oppressive weight of raw, unrefined killing intent that made the holographic projections flicker and stutter. From the dark arched entrance of the chamber, a man stepped forward. He didn't wear the polished, majestic armor of the noble scions. He wore a tattered, oil-stained coat made of cured alpha beast hide, wrapped in heavy iron chains that clattered against the marble floor with every heavy, deliberate step. His hair was long, a wild mane of silver gray, and his eyes were completely devoid of pupils, 2 solid, burning spheres of molten crimson ether. Kalen the Executioner. S-rank hunter. The apex predator of the Federation's black operations. A man who had survived 10 years in the deep, radioactive sectors of the outer void, whose gift, Crimson Collapse, allowed him to condense gravity until the molecular bonds of matter detonated. The target is outside the walls, Duke Vane said, looking down at the silver-haired hunter. He uses a white resin mask with a black painted smile. He wields an advanced spatial severance capability. He has stolen 50 high-purity cores and a prime ether relic belonging to House Ashcroft. Kalen didn't look at the Duke. He didn't look at the Noble Council. He reached down, picking up a physical, electronic data slate from the floor that contained the spatial coordinate mapping of the Outlaws Ravine. His voice, when he spoke, sounded like tectonic plates grinding together in the dark. Spatial paths leave a wake, Kalen rumbled, his molten crimson eyes flaring with a sudden, predatory hunger. The thin space he cuts leaves a scent of burnt reality. I will track the scent. I will break his boundaries. And I will bring you his head inside his own box. Do not capture him, Lord Bradley Ashcroft hissed from the shadows, his eyes burning with vengeance. Exterminate him. Erase every trace of his variable from the cosmos. Kalen didn't answer. He turned on his heel, his iron chains clattering loudly against the white marble as he walked out of the council chamber. With every step he took, the heavy gravity in his wake fractured the polished stone beneath his boots, leaving behind a trail of crushed dust. The 12 houses had stopped playing political games. The grid had been recalibrated. The ultimate executioner of the Federation had been unleashed, and the hunt for Null was no longer a border dispute, it was an apex war of extinction. Chapter 21, The Math of an Ambush. James did not wait for the enemy to find his doorstep. Through the cracked, blood-stained military data slate he had harvested from the rogue wardens, his analytical mind decoded the hunting protocols of Blackstone City's elite. He knew how the Federation tracked spatial users. When space is compressed or severed, it leaves a localized quantum thinning, a microscopic scent of bleeding reality that high-tier trackers can follow like a beacon. An S-rank hunter would follow that scent straight to the basalt canyons. Instead of hiding his trail, James decided to turn the tracking mechanism into a variable for his own equation. He spent 6 hours mapping the geometric architecture of the black basalt ravine, calculating the wind velocity, the mineral density of the stone, and his own precise mana recharge rates. He didn't use his hands. He stood atop a jagged volcanic pillar, his white resin mask cutting through the swirling gray ash, his index finger twitching in short, rhythmic patterns as he laid down the blueprint of a slaughterhouse. Stage 5 Dimensional Anchors. James extended his awareness across the 300-meter chasm. With a series of precise mental pulses, he manifested over 300 microscopic, invisible spatial points, pinning them directly into the molecular structure of the canyon walls. These weren't standard storage thresholds, they were fixed coordinate anchors linked directly to the multi-chambered vacuum of his soul. Between these anchors, he wove stage 4 microspaces. He divided his spatial reach into hundreds of razor-thin filaments, layering them through the foggy air like an invisible web of monomolecular wire. Anyone walking through the canyon floor wouldn't see them, feel them, or trigger them until James willed the anchors to snap shut, collapsing the local space entirely. Next, he prepared the payload. He reached into his pocket dimension, pulling out the high-caliber ether rifles and heavy carbines he had looted from the Ashcroft mercenaries and the Rogue Wardens. He didn't intend to pull the triggers manually. Using Stage 3, momentum storage, he activated the weapons inside his internal subspaces, letting them fire their high-velocity plasma projectiles directly into a series of contained stasis loops. Hundreds of compressed, glowing turquoise energy bolts were now floating inside his soul, their kinetic potential arrested, waiting to be dropped into reality at identical velocities the moment the trap was sprung. By hour 6, the black basalt ravine was no longer a geographic feature. It was a loaded, multi-layered spatial firearm, and James Vale held the match. He dropped from the volcanic pillar, letting Stage 6 bend the distance so he landed soundlessly at the dead center of the canyon floor. He stood perfectly still, his black combat suit immaculate, his hands tucked loosely into his pockets. The blank, white resin face stared down the long, mist-shrouded throat of the ravine. The air suddenly changed. The howling of the freezing wildlands wind didn't just stop, it was violently crushed out of existence. The gray ash falling from the sky didn't drift to the earth, it violently accelerated downward, slamming into the stone floor with the heavy thud of lead pellets. A heavy, low-frequency mechanical clatter echoed from the mouth of the canyon. Clank. 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 Through the thick, rotted white frost, a towering figure materialized. Kalen the executioner walked alone, his tattered coat of alpha beast hide billowing behind him, the heavy iron chains wrapped around his torso dragging against the basalt. His long, silver-gray hair whipped violently in his own localized gravitational currents, and his pupilless, molten crimson eyes locked straight onto the white smiling mask 300 meters away. You didn't run, Kalen rumbled. His voice didn't carry across the canyon, the sheer density of the gravity field he projected compressed the air molecules, carrying the sound straight into James's ears with the force of an iron hammer. You stayed to build a box of dirt. A box is a matter of perspective, Hunter, James's hollow, mask-filtered voice replied, perfectly unbothered by the crushing pressure radiating through the stone. Kalen stopped. He raised his bare, scarred right arm, his fingers clawing into the empty air. The molten crimson energy in his eyes flared, bleeding down his neck and into the heavy iron chains. Your spatial scent ends here, Null. I can feel the thinning of the air. I can feel your little invisible stitches in the stone. You think AC rank web can hold a star? No, James whispered behind his resin mask. But it can recalibrate the grid. James closed his right fist. Stage 5 locked. The 300 invisible dimensional anchors wove across the basalt walls flared with a sudden, violent violet light. The multi-layered spatial trap erupted, and the entire architecture of the canyon began to fold inward at the level of reality itself. Chapter 22, The Friction of Absolute Gravity. The air did not just split, it imploded. The moment James locked the 300-dimensional anchors, the geometry of the canyon warped. Razor-thin spatial filaments snapped shut from every angle, designed to slice the S-rank hunter into 1,000 clean, mirror-flat sections, but Kalen did not try to dodge. He did not need to. Crimson collapse. The executioner roared. He slammed his bare, scarred fist directly into the frozen earth. A violent wave of dense, blood-red light erupted from his flesh, expanding in a perfect sphere. Instantly, the local gravity field escalated by a factor of 10,000. The air molecules became so heavy they turned into a physical, crushing wall of pressure. Space itself has a threshold of density. By violently condensing the gravitational mass within the ravine, Kalen compressed James's invisible spatial filaments before they could cross the distance. The razor-thin rifts bent, warped, and shattered against the sheer, physical weight of the red gravity sphere, dissolving into harmless bursts of violet static. The basalt walls of the canyon could not handle the stress. Massive, 10-ton pillars of volcanic stone fractured and collapsed inward, ground into fine black dust before they even hit the floor. An F-rank utility gift cannot pierce an S-rank domain. Kalen bellowed through the storm of dust. With an explosive burst of speed that defied his massive frame, Kalen lunged forward. The heavy iron chains wrapped around his torso uncoiled like iron vipers, whipped forward by his gravity manipulation. They tore through the 300 meters separating them in a fraction of a second, aimed directly at James's limbs to anchor him to the ground. James didn't panic. His analytical mind registered the failure of the trap and instantly recalculated the variables. Stage 6, spatial manipulation. Just as the iron chains were about to shatter his chest, James compressed the space directly behind him by 3 meters and expanded the space in front of him by 10. The chains fell short, striking the empty air where he had been a millisecond prior, shattering the stone floor into a jagged crater, but Kalen was already there. The S-rank hunter materialized out of the red dust cloud, his tattered coat billowing, his pupilless crimson eyes burning inches away from the white resin mask. His massive, scarred fist was already moving in a short, brutal hook cloaked in a dense vortex of rotating gravitational force that could cave in the side of a Federation dreadnought. James was trapped in a close-quarters tactical duel. At this distance, he couldn't use wide-area spatial folds without severing himself. He raised his left hand, splaying his fingers right before Kalen's fist. Stage 3, momentum storage. The executioner's fist struck the invisible spatial lattice. The impact was thunderous. Even though the stasis loop arrested the physical momentum of the punch, the sheer, crushing mass of Kalen's gravity bled through the barrier. James's boots skidded backward across the ash, carving 2 deep trenches into the stone floor as his internal mana channels groaned under the feedback. Warning, internal grid density critical momentum storage capacity, 94% absorption, you can't hold a star in a box. Kalen grinned, his teeth stained with blood as he pressed his fist forward, the red gravity vortex grinding against James's invisible shield with a screeching sound like tearing metal. James's face behind the white mask remained dead cold. I don't need to hold it, he whispered through the resin filter. I just need to redirect the trajectory. With his right hand, James reached into his pocket and snapped his fingers. Stage 4, microspaces. He didn't target Kalen's body, which was heavily armored by S-rank mana. Instead, James manifested a dozen miniature spatial tears inside the linked iron chains still trailing on the ground behind the hunter. Snap. 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 The chains were instantly severed into loose, heavy links. Before they could fall, James flipped the spatial threshold of his left hand, releasing the stored momentum of Kalen's own devastating punch right back into the hunter's chest, while simultaneously dropping the hundreds of cached corporate ether bolts from his internal void directly into Kalen's blind spots. A blinding explosion of turquoise plasma and kinetic feedback erupted at zero range, completely engulfing both figures in a storm of absolute destruction. Chapter 23, The Dead Zone. The blinding flash of the turquoise plasma storm died out, leaving the cratered canyon floor in a state of sudden, suffocating silence. James slid backward 3 paces, his black boots tracking dark streaks through the hot ash. His black combat suit was pristine, but his internal mana channels burned from the rapid kinetic output. Through the narrow eye slits of his white resin mask, his cold gaze locked onto the center of the smoke screen. The dust parted. Kalen stood at the epicenter of the crater, completely uninjured. The hundreds of high-caliber corporate ether bolts and the redirected gravity punch hadn't left a single scratch on his tattered hide coat, but his tattered shirt had been shredded, revealing his spine. Embedded directly into his vertebrae was a jagged, pulsing node of absolute blackness, a forbidden void symbiote. It looked like an organic, obsidian spider whose legs fused directly into Kalen's nervous system, its central eye glowing with a sickly, anti-light violet hue. You think the Federation relies entirely on ether? Kalen rumbled, his voice dropping into a guttural, multi-tonal frequency that caused the surrounding basalt stones to dissolve into powder. They hunt the void because they want its laws. And the first law of the deep void is absolute nullification. The obsidian artifact on Kalen's spine pulsed, a wave of gray, greasy energy expanded outward from the hunter's body, sweeping across the entire 300-meter ravine. The moment the gray wave touched James, the internal architecture of his soul shivered. Warning, higher dimensional interference encountered local geometry collapsing. Reality frequencies locked all active spatial subspaces, sealed. James tried to reach inward to touch his pocket dimension, but the connection was dead. The multi-chambered vacuum of his soul felt as if it had been injected with solid concrete. He couldn't compress space. He couldn't open rifts. He couldn't access his cached weapons, his stored cores, or his white resin mosque's spatial folds. Even his internal sanctuary, where Emma lay sleeping, was completely locked behind a wall of absolute static. You're just a kid playing with a key you don't understand, Kalen sneered, stepping out of the crater. Without his gravity manipulation active, his steps were slow but heavy, carrying the terrifying physical dominance of an S-rank apex predator. He raised his massive, scarred fists. Your box is closed. Your boundaries are gone. Now, what are you without your tricks? James stood his ground in the center of the dead zone. He didn't drop his stance. He didn't try to run. To a standard combatant, losing their primary S rank or a rank gift meant instant execution. But James's survival had never been built on the raw output of his magic, it was built on a cold, calculating, and ruthless analysis of data. His spatial abilities were shut down entirely. He was an 18-year-old slum resident facing a seasoned executioner with nothing but his bare hands and his mind. The artifact requires a constant neural tax, James's mind calculated, his eyes tracking the rapid, erratic pulsing of the obsidian spider on Kalen's spine. He cannot use his S-rank gravity manipulation while maintaining the spatial nullification field. His physical movements are bound by standard human biology. James slowly pulled his hands out of his pockets, his fingers curling into tight, precise fists. His face behind the white resin mask remained completely unmoving. I am still the variable you failed to calculate, James whispered through the resin filter. Kalen lunged. Without gravity enhancement, he moved at the speed of a high-tier enhancement user, a blurring, terrifying sprint that brought his massive fist straight toward James's jawline. James didn't try to block. He didn't have the muscle density to absorb an S-rank physical blow. Instead, he twisted his torso 45 degrees to the left, letting the massive fist graze the resin cheek of his mask, while his own right fist accelerated forward, aimed directly at the soft, unarmored junction of Kalen's throat. Chapter 24, The Bear Equations. The kinetic shockwave of Kalen's passing fist whistled against the resin cheek of the white mask. James's world had narrowed down to a terrifyingly simple slate. The sprawling, intricate labyrinth of his spatial grid was gone, buried beneath a dense layer of gray, greasy static generated by the obsidian spider pulsing on the executioner's vertebrae. He could no longer feel the comforting, infinite vacuum of his internal universe. He could not feel the warmth of the pocket where Emma lay sleeping. He was completely cut off from the prime laws of creation, but James Vance had survived 18 years in the East Hollow slums before he ever touched an ether crystal. He had grown up counting copper coins, measuring the exact structural weaknesses of rotten tenement walls, and learning exactly how much blunt force a human ribcage could take before it splintered. He didn't need spatial distortion to recognize a target. He needed data. As Kalen's heavy hook missed his jaw, James's counter-strike accelerated forward. His right fist was not augmented by spatial severance or kinetic storage, it was driven by pure, raw human muscle, optimized by a perfect angle of leverage. He drove his knuckles straight into the soft, unprotected notch of Kalen's throat, the exact point where the laryngeal nerve meets the thyroid cartilage. Thud, the impact was solid, like striking a block of frozen wood. Kalen was an S-rank hunter, his passive physical density, even without active mana reinforcement, was vast. The blow did not crush his windpipe, but the sudden, precise strike to his nervous system forced a violent, involuntary cough from his chest. His balance shifted backward by a fraction of an inch. Arg! Kalen growled, his pupilless crimson eyes flaring with a sudden, localized spike of irritation. A rat's bite. The executioner did not stumble. He adjusted his center of gravity instantly, using his massive left elbow to deliver a brutal, downward smash aimed at James's collarbone. James did not try to catch it. He did not have the physical mass to absorb a direct collision. He dropped his weight into a deep crouch, letting the heavy elbow pass inches above his head, and drove a rigid, two-finger strike straight into the side of Kalen's left knee joint. He wasn't trying to break the bone, he was targeting the common peroneal nerve running along the lateral aspect of the fibula. Crack, the nerve strike worked. Kalen's left leg buckled slightly, a sudden burst of numbness paralyzing his lower calf. The massive hunter cursed, swinging his right boot in a low, sweeping kick to clear the space around him. James rolled backward through the gray ash, his movements fluid and economical. He pushed himself back onto his feet, his chest heaving slightly as his lungs labored against the heavy, dust-choked air of the ravine. His hands were raised in a tight protective guard, his fingers flexing inside his black combat suit. The nullification field is absolute, but its anchor is biological, James analyzed, his gray eyes locked onto the pulsing, violet eye of the obsidian spider embedded in Kalen's spine. The symbiote is drawing its processing power directly from his central nervous system. Every time I disrupt his neurological feedback with a nerve strike, the gray wave flickers through the narrow slits of his white mask. James noticed a microscopic tremor in the air. For a fraction of a millisecond, the concrete-like weight in his mind had thinned, allowing him to catch a faint, ghostly echo of his internal void before the static slammed shut again. "You're a slippery little bastard," Kalen rumbled, his voice grating like grinding stone. He spat a clot of dark, thick blood into the dirt, his organic leg shaking off the numbness of the nerve strike. No mana. No spatial rifts. Just slum street fighting. But a mortal frame can only dodge a meat grinder for so long. The executioner reached down, his massive hands grabbing a long, 2-meter length of the heavy iron chains that James had severed earlier using his microspaces. Even without his gravity domain active, Kalen's raw physical strength was monstrous. He snapped the heavy iron links through the air, turning the tattered chain into a high-velocity whip that whistled with lethal intent. Whipped, the iron chain lashed across the ravine floor, tearing a jagged trench through the basalt. James vaulted over the swinging metal, but Kalen had already calculated the landing trajectory. The massive hunter stepped forward, his left fist launching a straight jab that carried the entire weight of his 90-kilogram frame. James twisted his upper body, but the physical speed of an S-rank hunter was too high to completely evade at zero range. The edge of Kalen's fist caught the left shoulder of James's black combat suit, snapped. The high-density synthetic fiber held, but the sheer kinetic force behind the punch fractured James's left clavicle. A sharp, white-hot needle of agonizing pain exploded through his shoulder, threatening to blind his vision. He was launched sideways, his body crashing heavily into the base of a shattered volcanic pillar. James. A faint, spectral echo of a voice vibrated through the deep recesses of his mind. It wasn't a tactical notification. It wasn't an error message from his system grid. It was Emma, inside the sealed subspace sanctuary. Her dormant connection to the void was beginning to react. The gray, greasy nullification wave that Kalen's artifact was pumping into the ravine was the exact same frequency as the ancient void radiation that had caused her crystal frost syndrome. The two cosmic forces were beginning to resonate, creating a dangerous, volatile feedback loop inside James's own soul. James groaned, pushing himself up against the volcanic stone using only his right arm. His left arm hung limp and useless at his side, the pain radiating down to his fingertips. His breath came in ragged, burning gasps behind the white resin mask. The blank, black crescent smile remained unmoving, but the flesh beneath it was soaked in cold sweat. Kalen walked toward him, the heavy iron chain links dragging through the ash with a slow, ominous clink. Clank. Clink. The violet eye of the obsidian spider on his back was pulsing with an increasingly frantic, erratic rhythm, its legs twitching violently against his vertebrae. "It's over, Null," Kalen said, lifting the heavy iron chain above his head, his pupilless crimson eyes fixed on the center of the white mask. "I'll take your head back to House Ashcroft. They'll probably use it as a paperweight." James didn't look at the chain. He didn't look at Kalen's eyes. His gaze was fixed entirely on a single, broken link of iron lying in the ash just 2 inches away from his right boot. It was a sharp, jagged piece of metal, its edge severed cleanly by his earlier absolute severance before the dead zone was activated, one variable remaining, James thought, his mind achieving a state of absolute, icy clarity despite the agonizing pain in his shoulder. "He expects me to try and dodge the chain. He expects a physical retreat." Kalen brought the chain down with a deafening roar, aimed straight at James's skull. Instead of rolling away, James lunged forward, throwing his entire body directly into the path of the blow. He didn't try to protect his head, he tucked his chin, letting the heavy iron links smash violently across his right shoulder blade. The impact fractured his scapula, the sheer force driving him to his knees, but his momentum did not stop. Using the last ounce of strength in his right arm, James scooped up the jagged, mirror-sharp iron link from the dirt. He launched his body upward, sliding his torso right past Kalen's hip, and drove the broken piece of iron straight into the pulsing, violet core of the obsidian symbiote embedded in Kalen's spine. Crunch! The sharp, spatial severed edge of the iron link pierced the organic shell of the void artifact. A high-pitched, deafening shriek of pure, anti-light energy erupted from the wounded symbiote, followed by a torrent of thick, greasy gray fluid that sprayed across James's mask. Kalen's entire body went rigid. His pupilless crimson eyes rolled back into his head, his nervous system completely short-circuiting as the dying artifact released a massive, unregulated wave of neurological feedback straight into his brain. "Ah, my spine. What did you?" Kalen screamed, dropping his weapons, his knees violently buckling as he crashed into the ash-covered dirt. The gray, greasy nullification wave filling the canyon instantly shattered like a pane of brittle glass. In a single, thunderous heartbeat, the concrete weight inside James's soul vanished. The multi-chambered geometric labyrinth of his spatial grid roared back to life, its violet energy expanding outward with the force of a compressed spring finally being released. James stood up, his broken left arm hanging loose, his right hand dripping with Kalen's blood. He reached into his mind, touching the infinite vacuum that was once again his to command. Through the narrow slits of the white resin mask, his gray eyes were entirely devoid of human mercy. The dead zone was gone. Null was back in the grid, and the S-rank executioner was nothing but a crippled variable waiting to be deleted. Chapter 25, The Tethered Asset. The shriek of the dying void symbiote faded into the whistling canyon wind, leaving Kalen the executioner convulsing in the gray ash. The S-rank hunter, who had terrorized the outer rings for a decade, was reduced to a twitching mass of short-circuited nerves. The spatial severed iron link remained buried deep in his vertebrae, acting as a lightning rod that kept his nervous system flooded with unregulated, paralyzing neurological feedback. James stood over him. His left clavicle was fractured, his right scapula splintered. Every breath felt like hot glass dragging through his lungs, but behind the white resin mask, his pulse remained cold and steady. He didn't check his wounds. Pain was merely a sensory input, a non-critical variable in the current equation. He turned his focus inward, greeting the massive, roaring tide of his restored spatial grid. The concrete static was entirely gone, replaced by a geometric clarity that felt sharper, deeper, and more lethal than before the dead zone had slammed shut. Spatial frequency, stabilized internal subspaces, realigned sanctuary status, secure, subject Emma Veil state, stable Emma was safe. The resonance loop between her condition and the nullification field had collapsed the moment the symbiote was pierced. Now, James had a fresh asset lying at his feet. An ordinary fighter would have used absolute severance to decapitate Kalen, ending the threat permanently. But executing an S-rank hunter in a vacuum was a waste of strategic leverage. The conclave of the 12 houses had sent their ultimate executioner to delete James from the cosmos. If Kalen simply vanished, they would deploy another dreadnought, another squad, another variable, suffocating the outer rim until they found him, but a live, corrupted executioner thrown back into their pristine inner ring system. That would force a recalibration they could not control. You're a dead man, Vale. Kalen rasped, his teeth clicking violently as he glared up through the narrow slits of the white mask. His molten crimson eyes were bloodshot, the pupil-less spheres flickering like dying embers. The conclave. They have my biometric sync. The moment my heart stops. Your heart isn't going to stop, Hunter, James said. His metallic, mask-filtered voice carried a terrifying, hollow finality. Your heart is going to beat exactly when, where, and how I dictate. James extended his right hand, his fingers splaying over Kalen's paralyzed torso. He didn't reach for a blade or an ether bolt. He engaged the core law of his evolved path, stage 5-dimensional anchors, a sequence of 3 sharp, violet geometric points materialized out of thin air, embedding themselves directly into Kalen's physical frame. One anchored itself to the base of his skull, right beside the twitching legs of the void symbiote. The second pinned his chest cavity, and the third locked onto his lumbar spine. These weren't temporary spatial markers. They were permanent, multi-dimensional tethers woven directly into Kalen's biological coordinates, linking his physical existence to the internal vacuum of James's soul. Kalen didn't vanish into a storage box, he remained in the physical world, but his mass, his vector, and his spatial positioning were now entirely bound to James's willpower. With a cold flick of his wrist, James willed the anchors to shift. Kalen let out a choked gasp as his massive, 90-kilogram frame was violently lifted off the dirt, suspended horizontally in the air by invisible, spatial strings. He was a marionette of flesh and iron chains, completely incapable of generating kinetic force or activating his crimson collapse gravity domain. Let's return to the surface, James whispered. He tapped his right boot against the basalt floor, activating stage 6, spatial manipulation. A massive, 2-meter-wide circular pathway of absolute blackness tore open beneath them. Space folded, compressing the 80 kilometers of dead forests, irradiated ravines, and military defensive perimeters down to an infinitesimally thin line. James stepped into the void, dragging the floating, paralyzed form of the S-rank executioner behind him. The transition was instantaneous. They materialized inside the damp, shadow-drenched interior of an abandoned subway station directly beneath Sector 2, the industrial refinery ring of Blackstone City. The air here smelled heavily of chemical processing, sulfur, and the bitter tang of the low-grade ether serums the Ashcroft corporations manufactured on the surface. According to the data chip James had harvested from the rogue wardens, House Ashcroft's illegal void technology laboratory was located directly beneath these very refineries, hidden behind a facade of civilian infrastructure. James released the spatial tension on the anchors, letting Kalen drop heavily onto the cracked concrete of the station platform. The heavy iron chains wrapped around the hunter clattered loudly against the floor, echoing through the empty, dark tunnels. Sector 2. Kalen wheezed, his head locked at an unnatural angle by the anchor at his skull. He stared at the rusted tracks, then at the white smiling mask hovering over him. You brought me back into the city. You're insane. The biometric scanners in this sector are tuned to my specific signature. The moment I crossed the perimeter line, Lord Bradley Ashcroft received an alert that I was back. I know, James stated flatly. He walked over to a rusted metal control box on the wall, his right hand tracing the ancient copper wiring. That was the first step of the calculation. Up on the surface, inside the pristine, high-altitude marble chambers of the obsidian spire, a crimson warning light flashed violently across Lord Bradley Ashcroft's private terminal. Alert, biometric resurgence subject, KAELEN, executioner, ratio, active location, Sector 2 subsurface conduit 09, status, compromised, anomalous energy detected. Lord Bradley slammed his hands onto the desk, his white and gold robes rustling with fury. He's back. Kalen was supposed to be hunting the rogue in the outer canyon. Why is his beacon registering inside our primary refinery vault? Lord Bradley, an administrative assistant stammered, checking a secondary monitor. We aren't receiving any verbal confirmation from the executioner. His life signs are erratic, and the spatial sensors in Sector 2 are recording a massive, localized thinning of reality. It's the same signature as null. He didn't kill Kalen, Bradley whispered, his face turning an ash gray as a sudden, sickening realization flooded his mind. The slum rat is using him as a key to bypass our internal security gates. Down in the dark subway station, James reached into his pocket dimension, pulling out the encrypted military data slate. He connected it directly to Kalen's standard-issue Federation bracelet using a short piece of copper wire. Stage 4, microspaces. A sequence of micro-tears snapped open inside the bracelet's encryption chip, bypassing the secondary security firewalls by physically altering the circuit routing at a molecular level. Using Kalen's S-rank biometric clearance, James forced the terminal to broadcast a high-level override command straight into the electronic locks of the Ashcroft chemical processing facility directly above them. Ka-thunk, a heavy, automated steel blast door at the far end of the subway platform groaned, its pneumatic seals hissing as it slowly slid upward, revealing a brightly lit, sterile white corridor lined with advanced corporate monitoring tech. The gateway to House Ashcroft's secret empire was wide open. James looked down at Kalen. The white resin mask gleaming beneath the newly exposed fluorescent lights of the corridor. The painted black crescent smile seemed to grow sharper in the sterile glare. Your house built its fortune on equations that left the slums out of the ledger, James said, his filtered voice dropping into a chilling, rhythmic vibration. Tonight, we balance the sheet. Stand up, Hunter. You're going to lead the vanguard. With a brutal mental tug, James activated the dimensional anchors. Kalen's paralyzed, broken body was violently jerked back onto its feet, his limbs moving with the rigid, horrific precision of a reanimated corpse as he was forced to march straight into his master's hidden fortress. Chapter 26, The Ledger of the Lost. The sterile white corridor of the subterranean facility was entirely silent, save for the rhythmic, mechanical clank. Drag. Clank of Kalen's heavy iron chains. James walked 3 paces behind the paralyzed S-rank hunter, his hands tucked loosely inside his black combat suit. The white resin mask gleamed beneath the harsh, overhanging fluorescent tubes, its painted black crescent smile cutting through the oppressive, chemical-scented air. Kalen's limbs moved with a rigid, unnatural jerking motion, his biological mass pulled entirely by the invisible strings of the dimensional anchors James had stitched into his bones. They bypassed 3 high-security checkpoints. At each biometric barrier, the automated defense turrets bristling from the ceiling spun toward them, their laser sight grids scanning the air. But the moment the central network registered Kalen's S-rank encryption signature via his modified wrist terminal, the turrets snapped back into their passive cradles, and the thick plasteel blast doors hissed upward. The path led straight into the primary research reservoir, a massive, vaulted chamber hidden directly beneath the industrial refineries of Sector 2. The air inside the reservoir was a toxic, shimmering purple soup. It felt incredibly heavy, vibrating with a high-frequency spatial resonance that caused James's internal spatial grid to thrum with a defensive pressure. The chamber was not lined with standard corporate laboratory equipment. Instead, the walls were built from heavy blocks of lead-shielded basalt designed to contain immense quantum corruption. At the center of the room stood a towering, multi-tiered apparatus forged from black titanium, the ether void transmutation engine. It hummed with a deep, bass-heavy vibration that shook the concrete floorboards, but it wasn't the engine that made James's gray eyes freeze behind the narrow slits of his white mask. It was the fuel source. Surrounding the central black titanium core were 30 cylindrical, glass stasis pods filled with a glowing, neon blue fluid. Suspended inside each pod, stripped of their names and wearing nothing but gray, numeric-coded hospital smocks, were children, slum children. Every single one of them was between the ages of 12 and 16, captured from the poorest blocks of the East Hollow slums. James stepped through the frost-laden mist, his gaze scanning the pale, translucent faces drifting behind the glass. In the fourth pod to the left, a young girl with long, dark braided hair lay suspended, her right arm entirely hardened into a dense, jagged block of blue mana glass. Lily Vance, Emma's former classmate from the lower-tier public academy. She had vanished 3 months ago, her family told by the local wardens that she had simply succumbed to an early grave from crystal frost syndrome. They hadn't succumbed. They had been harvested. The blue fluid inside the pods wasn't a treatment, it was a high-density conduction matrix. The advanced stages of crystal frost syndrome didn't just convert human cellular structure into dead glass, it turned the biology into a highly efficient, organic antenna capable of absorbing and anchoring raw void energy without triggering an immediate localized explosion. House Ashcroft was deliberately allowing the disease to spread through the slums, using the infected children as living fuel cells to extract and stabilize prime ether for their private military corporate stockpiles. Fascinating, isn't it? A cold, cultured voice echoed from the elevated control deck overlooking the reservoir. A middle-aged man in a tailored, silver-rimmed lab coat stepped up to the reinforced plasteel glass railing. His fingers were long and thin, clutching a digital diagnostic tablet that mirrored the real-time mana output of the kids in the pods. Beside him stood 6 private corporate guards, their high-caliber ether rifles aimed straight down at the white-masked specter, Dr. Alistair Ashcroft, Chief of Research for the 12 Noble Houses. We looked at the data metrics of the East Hollow for 5 years, Alistair said, his voice entirely devoid of human empathy, carrying the clinical indifference of a scientist discussing a colony of laboratory mice. The slum populations are a net negative asset for the Federation. They consume food, they clog the supply lines, and they generate no combat value. But their biological affinity for absorbing industrial ether waste is unparalleled. By allowing the crystal frost strains to mutate in their water supply, we converted a useless variable into the ultimate resource. Alistair looked down at Kalen's paralyzed, twitching frame, his eyes narrowing with a sudden, intellectual curiosity. I see you've done something remarkable to our executioner, Null. You've converted his neurological feedback loop into a spatial anchor. A brilliant application of lower-tier mechanics. But you're too late. The extraction cycle is at 99% completion. The prime ether core is fully charged. On the central digital dashboard, a flashing crimson notification blinked rhythmically. Core extraction ratio, 99.4% fuel cell source integrity, DETEORATING, critical depletion within 180 seconds inside the stasis pods. The children's bodies shivered violently. The blue mana crystal structures beneath their skin were flaring with a dangerous, unstable white light as the transmutation engine ruthlessly sucked the final reserves of their soul density to finalize the noble house's private energy source. In less than 3 minutes, their biological frames would completely shatter into dead glass dust. James stood perfectly still in the center of the bleeding purple mist. He didn't look up at the research chief. He didn't look at the corporate guards, his mind turned inward, reaching into the deep, multi-chambered vacuum of his spatial grid. He could feel Emma sleeping safely within her hidden sanctuary, her skin warm, her forearm soft and organic thanks to the serum he had stolen. If he hadn't broken the Academy directive, if he hadn't raided the Raven Market, Emma would currently be floating inside one of these glass cylinders, her life converted into a line item on House Ashcroft's private balance sheet. The calculation was complete. There was no room for mercy, no room for negotiations, and no room for survival for anyone wearing the Ashcroft silver crest. Kalen, James whispered through the resin filter. His voice carried the cold, chilling resonance of an absolute zero equation. What? Kalen choked out, his crimson eyes flaring with a sudden, instinctual horror as he felt the dimensional anchors in his bones begin to vibrate with a high, destructive frequency. Release your domain, James commanded. Stage 3, inversion. James didn't unlock Kalen's nervous system. Instead, he used his microspaces to physically alter the internal mana routing inside Kalen's core, forcing the S-rank hunter's dormant Crimson Collapse gravity gift to activate through the spatial tethers. He inverted the vector of Kalen's gravity manipulation, converting the hunter's own physical mass into a localized, high-density black hole. No. Stop. It'll kill us all, Kalen screamed. Boom. A violent, blood-red shockwave of absolute gravitational force erupted from Kalen's chest. The air in the vaulted chamber was instantly compressed down to a fraction of a millimeter. The elevated control deck, the reinforced plasteel glass railing, and the 6 corporate guards were instantly dragged downward by a force equivalent to 10,000 Gs, their bodies and their weapons ground into flat, unrecognizable discs of metal and bone before they could even pull their triggers. Dr. Alistair Ashcroft shrieked, his legs snapping instantly under the sudden, crushing weight as the concrete ceiling columns began to fracture and cave inward over their heads. James stood entirely unaffected in the center of the gravity storm. He willed a perfect, 1-meter sphere of absolute severance to encapsulate his own space, letting the crushing red gravity waves slide harmlessly off the edge where reality met nothingness. He stepped forward through the falling stone debris, his white mask reflecting the flashing crimson lights of the collapsing facility. The clock was ticking. He had exactly 120 seconds to rip the transmutation engine apart, save the remaining slum children, and finalize his declaration of war against the 12 houses. Chapter 27, The Formula of Life. The structural integrity of the subsurface reservoir was actively dissolving. Above the chaotic hum of the ether void transmutation engine, the concrete ceiling columns groaned under the crushing weight of Kalen's inverted gravitational collapse. Fissures tore through the lead-shielded basalt walls, and chunks of heavy masonry fell like black hail, ground into fine powder the moment they entered the crimson gravity field radiating from the paralyzed S-rank hunter. James stepped through the grinding debris, his movements rhythmic and unhurried. The 1-meter sphere of absolute severance surrounding his frame acted as an immutable shield, slicing through the heavy gravity waves and falling stone as if they were nothing but smoke. He climbed the twisted, metal ruins of the collapsed control deck, his black boots stepping over the flat, crushed remains of the corporate guards. Dr. Alistair Ashcroft lay pinned beneath a fallen steel support beam. Both of his legs were shattered, his tailored silver-rimmed lab coat soaked in dark arterial blood. His breathing was a frantic, wet rattle against the choking dust, but his long, thin fingers were still clawing desperately at the cracked screen of his digital diagnostic tablet. The compression data. Alistair wheezed, his eyes bloodshot and wide with an academic's madness as he looked up. He didn't see a human being standing before him. He saw a cosmic anomaly wrapped in a black combat suit and a white resin mask. You inverted Kalen's core. You used spatial anchors to rewrite a biological vector. It's beautiful. A perfect variable. James knelt beside the dying research chief. The blank, white resin face stopped inches away from Alistair's failing vision, the painted black crescent smile casting a long, terrifying shadow in the flashing crimson emergency lights. The master formula, James said. His metallic, mask-filtered voice was chillingly level, cutting through the thunderous groans of the collapsing ceiling. The permanent cure for crystal frost syndrome. Where is the data drive? Alistair let out a weak, coughing laugh, blood bubbling over his lips. A cure. You want to cure the fuel cells. You're an anomaly, null. But your brain is still trapped in the slums. The crystallization isn't a disease to be cured. It's a fundamental cellular conversion. If you halt it, the ether rejection will vaporize the patient's nervous system within 48 hours. The gene serums are just a temporary dampener to slow the inevitable harvest. James did not blink. His grip on Alistair's shoulder tightened, his fingers pressing into the bone with the precise, icy force of a hydraulic press. The master formula, doctor. I am not going to ask a second time. It's locked inside the tablet's encrypted core, Alistair gasped, his face draining of color as the bone beneath James's fingers began to splinter with a dry crack. But you can't read it. It requires an active biometric neural handshake from an Ashcroft director. If I die, the local drive undergoes an instantaneous thermal purge. The data will melt into slag. Warning, system shutdown imminent core extraction ratio, 99.8% estimated total structural collapse, 45 seconds. James looked down at the digital tablet in Alistair's hand. The screen was flashing with complex, multi-dimensional gene sequences protected by a heavy, military-grade encryption grid that was actively counting down to a wipe sequence synchronized with the doctor's failing heart rate, an active neural handshake, James's analytical mind calculated. He thinks a biological firewall can stop a spatial law. Your parameters are outdated, James whispered. Stage 4, microspaces. James didn't try to hack the encryption software. He extended his right index finger, aligning his awareness with the microscopic internal circuitry of the tablet's memory drive and Alistair's optic nerve. With a sequence of rapid mental pulses, he willed dozens of hairline spatial rifts, each less than a micron wide, to open and close simultaneously inside the hardware. He didn't destroy the components, he physically altered the spatial coordinates of the copper traces and the silver data lanes. He bypassed the digital firewall entirely by rerouting the physical electrical pathways inside the tablet, forcing the device's internal memory matrix to register Alistair's fading ocular biometrics as a permanent, hardwired, true signal. The countdown stopped. The flashing crimson lock icon on the screen turned a solid, stable green. Biometric handshake, master override completed, data matrix, unlocked, rerouting to local sector. How? How? Alistair stammered, his eyes bulging in pure, naked horror as he watched his family's multi-billion credit genetic secret unlock without a single password being typed. You didn't override the code. You changed the physical reality of the machine. Space contains the machine, Doctor, James said flatly. He snatched the unlocked tablet from Alistair's limp hand, sliding it directly into his coat sleeve where his pocket dimension devoured it, archiving the master genetic data safely inside the multi-chambered vacuum of his soul. No. Wait. Alistair croaked, reaching out a bloody hand toward the white mask as the concrete ceiling directly above them finally split completely apart, a 50-ton block of solid reinforced stone tumbling downward. Take me with you. I can help you stabilize the formula. You need my mind. Your mind is a spent variable, James said, stepping back into a spatial fold. Stage 6, spatial manipulation. James materialized soundlessly back in the central floor of the reservoir, leaving the dying research chief beneath the falling mountain of stone. Crunch. The 50-ton block slammed into the control deck, flattening Dr. Alistair Ashcroft and his corporate legacy into the dust. James turned his gaze toward the 30 glass stasis pods surrounding the humming transmutation engine. The children inside were shivering violently, the white light beneath their skin reaching a critical, explosive threshold as the extraction cycle hit 99.9%. He had exactly 30 seconds before the entire reservoir became a mass grave, and before the 12 great noble houses realized that their secret empire hadn't just been compromised, it had been stolen from the roots up. James extended both arms wide, his fingers splaying toward the cylindrical pods. The violet energy of his true dimensional dominion surged, preparing to swallow the entire room before the final collapse consumed the grid. Chapter 28: The Vanguard Deterrent. The industrial refineries of Sector 2 were vomiting thick, oily plumes of black smoke into the copper sky of Blackstone City. Below the surface, the transmutation engine had been completely silenced, its central core vacuumed into James's internal void along with the 30 stasis pods and the rescued slum children. James stepped out of the refinery's primary elevator shaft and onto the concrete staging docks. He was immaculate. His black combat suit carried no dust, and the white resin mask gleamed in the dull morning light, its frozen black crescent smile projecting an eerie, untroubled silence. Behind him, suspended horizontally by 3 glowing violet dimensional anchors, floated the broken body of Kalen the Executioner. The S-rank hunter was barely conscious. The jagged iron link was still wedged into his spine, pulsing with erratic, anti-light violet sparks that kept his nervous system in a state of continuous, agonizing paralysis. His silver hair hung limp, and his molten crimson eyes looked up at the sky, dull and unfocused. The exit was entirely blocked. The conclave of the 12 houses had not just sent reinforcements, they had deployed a full Warden tactical fleet. 12 heavily armored military dreadnoughts hovered low over the refinery complex, their massive repulsor engines kicking up violent storms of dust and gravel across the concrete docks. Below the ships, a perimeter of over 500 Warden shock troops stood behind a wall of interlocked titanium energy shields, their high-caliber ether rifles and heavy suppression cannons primed and aimed directly at the elevator gates. Target identified. Target is null. A voice boomed through an overhead dreadnought's amplification system. It was General Vance of the Inner Ring Defense Command. Release the Executioner immediately and drop to your knees. You are completely surrounded by a Class 4 military grid. Any movement will result in instantaneous orbital incineration. James didn't stop walking. He moved down the concrete steps of the staging dock, his boots making a slow, rhythmic tapping sound against the stone. The paralyzed S-rank hunter floated in his wake like a tether's balloon of bone and tattered hide. Warning, orbital targeting mesh active local energy cannons, primed, total output sector lock tactical recommendation, force recalibration immediately. James stopped exactly 10 paces from the front line of the Warden energy shields. Through the narrow, slanted eye slits of his white mask, his cold gaze scanned the hundreds of barrels pointed at his chest. He didn't see an army, he saw a collection of primitive, horizontal variables trying to enforce an outdated equation. General Vance, James said. His metallic, mask-filtered voice didn't rise in volume, yet it cut through the thunderous roar of the dreadnought engines with a chilling, low-frequency clarity. Your grid relies on the assumption that you possess the maximum kinetic capability in this sector. That parameter is incorrect. Open fire. The general roared from the command ship. Before a single shock troop could pull a trigger, James extended his right index finger, pointing it straight at the central dreadnought hovering directly above them. Stage 5, attach. He didn't launch an attack. He willed the central dimensional anchor embedded in Kalen's chest to split, launching a secondary spatial tether upward. The invisible string sliced through the empty air, pinning Kalen's biological coordinates directly to the primary gravity stabilizer drive built into the underbelly of the lead dreadnought. Then, James closed his fist. Stage 3, inversion velocity. With a ruthless mental tug, James completely deactivated the stasis threshold holding the inverted gravity core inside Kalen's soul. The raw, S-rank Crimson collapse engine that had been building pressure inside the Hunter's short-circuited core was suddenly released, but its vector was entirely channeled through the spatial anchor leading straight into the command ship. What? Kalen choked out, his crimson eyes flaring with a final, blinding light boom. A violent, blood-red implosion of absolute gravitational force erupted from Kalen's chest, traveling up the invisible spatial tether like a lightning bolt. The lead dreadnought didn't explode outward. It was instantly pulled inward. The 50,000-ton military vessel buckled down the center, its reinforced titanium hull plates twisting and snapping like brittle plastic as the localized black hole created by the inverted gravity core devoured its mass. The massive repulsor engines sheared off their mounts, and the entire ship was crushed into a jagged, 30-meter sphere of compressed scrap metal within the span of 3 seconds. The compressed metallic sphere lost all altitude, crashing heavily into the refinery docks below. The impact sent a massive shockwave of displaced air and concrete fragments tearing through the warden lines, shattering their interlocked titanium energy shields and launching dozens of shock troops backward into the dust. The remaining 11 dreadnoughts violently rocked in the sky, their automated flight systems flashing with catastrophic error messages as the localized gravity storm distorted the local atmosphere. The command ship is gone. A panicked pilot shrieked through the open warden comms network, the static echoing across the docks. General Vance is dead. The gravity grid is completely broken. We can't maintain altitude. James stepped through the rising cloud of red dust and pulverized stone. He didn't look at the crushed remains of the command ship, nor at the shredded tattered hide of Kalen, whose life variable had been entirely spent to fuel the implosion. He walked past the groaning, bleeding warden shock troops, his black combat suit entirely untouched by the blood or debris. The white resin mask cut through the haze, its blank-painted crescent smile a terrifying monument to absolute, unyielding efficiency. He raised his right hand toward the remaining 11 ships in the sky, his fingers curling slightly as if he were holding the strings of an entire fleet. Rerouting the sector coordinates, James whispered through the resin filter. Stage 6, spatial manipulation. A massive, horizontal tear of pitch-black nothingness, nearly 100 meters wide, opened silently in the sky right beneath the remaining dreadnoughts. Before the panicked crews could engage their emergency thrust, the distance between the sky and the deep, predator-choked basalt canyons of the outer wildlands was compressed down to a single millimeter. With a series of thunderous, metallic groans, the 11 multi-ton warships slipped into the spatial rift, disappearing from Blackstone City's airspace entirely, leaving behind nothing but an empty, quiet sky and a ruined concrete dock. The tactical fleet had been completely deleted from the ledger. James lowered his hand. His breathing perfectly level as he turned his back in the smoking refineries of Sector 2. He had saved the children, secured the master genetic formula, and crushed the military vanguard of the 12 houses using their own apex hunter as ammunition. He stepped into a final spatial fold, vanishing from the inner rings of Blackstone City for good. The war for survival had ended, and his journey into the infinite expanse of the true dimensional dominion was about to begin. Chapter 29, The Ledger of the Deep. The destruction of the Warden tactical fleet and the absolute deletion of Sector 2's refineries left a gaping, bleeding wound in the hierarchy of the Ether Federation. For 300 years, the Aegis walls had maintained the illusion of human supremacy. Now, that illusion was nothing but cold ash. Inside the deep subterranean vaults of the Obsidian Spire, the remaining 11 heads of the great noble houses did not gather via pristine holograms. They appeared in the flesh, their aristocratic robes stained with sweat, their faces translucent with a terror they had never engineered before. 11 dreadnoughts, Lord Bradley Ashcroft whispered, his voice cracking as he stared at a terminal screen displaying the completely empty airspace above Sector 2. An entire strategic division vanished from our radar grids within 3 minutes. Kalen was converted into a gravitational payload. Dr. Alistair is dead. The transmutation engine is gone. The fuel cell children are missing. He didn't just rob us, Duke Vane growled, his knuckles white as he slammed his fist into the obsidian table. He stripped the genetic foundation of our entire corporate monopoly. The moment those slum rats are stabilized outside our grid, the Federation's authority over the lower rings collapses into zero mass. The wardens are refusing to deploy. They are claiming that marching against Null is equivalent to stepping into an industrial meat grinder. Our physical metrics are useless, the matriarch of House Vane hissed, her silver hair uncoiled and wild. He manipulates the spatial thresholds. He operates on the prime laws of creation. To purge an anomaly of this scale, we cannot rely on human tools. We must recalibrate the ledger using a higher dimensional variable. The 11 nobles went entirely rigid. The silence that followed was suffocating, broken only by the frantic, ragged breathing of Bradley Ashcroft. They all knew what she was suggesting. It was a violation of the Primal Treaty, an act of treason against the soul of humanity itself, but panicking predators do not calculate long-term survival, they calculate the immediate deletion of the threat. Do it, Bradley choked out. Activate the deep rift beacon. Duke Vane turned toward the center of the vault, where a heavily shielded, lead-lined vault door sat embedded in the basalt floor. He inputted a long, 24-digit military sequence. The heavy locking mechanisms groaned, sliding back to reveal a glass pedestal. Resting on that pedestal was a relic recovered from the very first void breach 3 centuries ago, a jagged, black obsidian eye that did not reflect light, its center pulsing with an anti-light purple pupil that mirrored the infinite vacuum of the deep void. The Duke pricked his finger, letting a single drop of high-grade noble blood fall onto the obsidian lens. The air inside the vault instantly plummeted to absolute zero. The electric lights short-circuited, and the physical walls of the room seemed to stretch and distort, the sharp geometric edges of the concrete melting into a non-Euclidean landscape. The 11 mages felt their internal ether channels freeze, their mana density violently suppressed by a massive, unseen weight pressing down from a higher reality. From the absolute center of the black obsidian eye, the shadow didn't rise, it drifted inward from another universe. A vertical slit of pure nothingness tore open in the air, revealing a glimpses of a cosmic expanse where dead stars floated like dust. From that slit, a voice echoed. It didn't travel through sound waves, it materialized directly inside the language centers of their brains, sounding like the synchronized whispering of a million dying civilizations. Why do the dust creatures rattle their cage? Duke Vane fell to his knees, his aristocratic pride completely crushed beneath the cosmic pressure. Great sovereign of the void grid. An anomaly has emerged within our sector. A rogue human who commands the prime law of spatial severance. He has stolen our prime ether core, executed our apex hunters, and threatens to break the balance of the local extraction networks. The cosmic slit went perfectly still. For a long, agonizing moment, the whispering voice did not answer. Then, the anti-light purple pupil inside the obsidian eye flared, a wave of profound, analytical interest rippling across the non-Euclidean space. Spatial severance. A fragment of the prime boundary. The embryonic universe has awakened early. The child of the edge is building a nest. We cannot kill him, Bradley Ashcroft shrieked, pressing his forehead against the freezing stone floor. He deletes our fleets from the ledger. We offer you 30% of our remaining ether reservoirs. We offer you the souls of the entire lower ring. Place an interstellar bounty across the deep rifts. Unleash the void arbiters to hunt him. The cosmic entity let out a low, vibrating hum that caused the basalt foundations of the obsidian spire to fracture. Your pathetic ether reservoirs are nothing but static to the deep. But the embryonic universe cannot be allowed to mature. If the child masters the 7th stage, the void itself will be rewritten. The bounty is registered on the cosmic grid. The black eye flashed, broadcasting a massive, high-frequency spatial pulse that tore out of the obsidian spire. It didn't travel across Earth, it punched straight through the fabric of dimensions, broadcasting a universal target directive to every hidden realm, forgotten god, and cosmic mercenary organization floating within the infinite expanses of the void. Cosmic Directive, Interstellar Bounty Target Designation, Null, the Dimensional Edge, Species, Human Code, Anomalous Prize, 1 Prime Laws of Creation Apex Core. The vertical slit snapped shut, the obsidian eye turning back into a cold, dead stone on the pedestal. The non-Euclidean distortion dissolved, leaving the 11 nobles shivering in the dark, their faces pale but their lips curved into desperate, cruel smiles. They had sacrificed the sovereignty of their sector. They had opened the door to cosmic horrors that defied human comprehension. But to their calculating, vindictive minds, the equation was balanced. James Vale was no longer just a rogue student running from the Blackstone Wardens. He was a universal target, and the entire cosmos was about to descend upon his coordinate grid, 80 kilometers away, deep within the forgotten, frozen valleys of the outer wildlands. James stood on the threshold of his newly established hidden sanctuary, inside the massive, hollowed-out pre-fracture industrial silo he had secured from the rogue wardens. The 30 rescued slum children lay resting inside newly recalibrated, safe medical subspaces. The stolen transmutation engine sat at the center of his spatial grid, its toxic purple soup fully filtered into a pure, iridescent stream of life-giving energy that was actively stabilizing Lily Vance and her classmates. James didn't wear his white resin mask here. His gray eyes were perfectly steady as he looked down at his own left arm, where the fractures in his bone were already being stitched back together by the rapid cellular regeneration of his expanding soul density. Suddenly, the tiny, infinite vacuum behind his eyes shivered violently. James gasped, a sharp, cold needle of pressure lancing through his brain. He raised his head, his cold gaze piercing through the iron roof of the silo, looking straight up into the gray, ash-choked sky of the wildlands. He could feel it, a massive, high-frequency quantum wave rippling across the upper dimensions, a sudden tightening of the universal fabric around his exact coordinates. The system grid in his mind flickered, registering a new parameter that defied local Federation mathematics. Alert, cosmic stability compromised, identification registered on the deep grid current threat ratio, scaling to cosmic apex. James didn't panic. He reached into his coat sleeve, pulling out the smooth white resin mask, his fingers tracing the wide, painted black crescent smile. The 11 houses had panicked, and they had rewritten the rules of the game. They had called down the predators of the infinite dark. Let them come, James whispered, his voice carrying the cold, chilling finality of an absolute zero equation as he snapped the smiling mask back over his face. The box is bigger than they think. Chapter 30, The Inventory of Ghost Credits. The silence inside the hollowed-out industrial silo was mechanical, measured by the steady, rhythmic thrum hiss of the re-engineered transmutation engine. James sat alone on a crate of rusted pre-fracture iron scrap, a dozen paces from the glowing rows of medical subspaces where the 30 slum children lay resting. He had pulled his black combat suit down to his waist, wrapping a sterile white bandage tightly around his right shoulder to anchor the fractured scapula. His left clavicle had already fused back into a clean, solid line, the marrow dense with the residual violet sparks of the prime ether he had digested. He picked up the white resin mask from his knee. He didn't look through its narrow eye slits, he simply ran his calloused thumb over the cold, painted crescent smile. The resin was scratched near the left cheek, a tiny, gray scar left by the friction of Kalen's S-rank gravity hook. It was the first time an enemy had physically touched the mask since he bought it from old Boris for 4 dented copper coins, 4 credits. James let out a short, silent breath that didn't quite become a laugh. His analytical mind, usually locked in a state of rapid quantum calculation, suddenly stalled, slipping backward into the dark inventory of his own history. It had been less than 2 months since he stood in the freezing, damp chill of apartment 412, staring at an empty glass vial of gene serum 12B while his younger sister's fingers clicked like dead stones in the dark. Back then, his entire universe had been bound by the parameters of the East Hollow slums. His greatest tactical victory had been scraping together 42 credits by skipping meals, and his highest ambition had been a public academy scholarship that would buy him a life of carrying groceries for the Warden Corps. He remembered the resonance ceremony. He remembered the flat, mechanical voice of the proctor announcing his F-rank status to a room full of mocking noble scions. A walking locker. Complete garbage. They had looked at a single cubic meter of empty space and calculated a zero. They hadn't understood that a container is defined not by what it holds, but by the absolute nature of its boundaries. I didn't want to save humanity then, James thought, his eyes tracking the faint, iridescent violet streams of energy circulating through the silo's filtration ducts. I still don't. Every action he had taken since that morning had been a cold, calculated strike against a system that treated his sister's life as a net negative asset. He remembered the wet, heavy thud of the scavenger beast he had severed in the dark service tunnels, his first raw validation of absolute severance. He remembered the smell of burnt synthetic coal and grease as he donned the mask for the first time, walking into the neon green glare of the Raven Market to sell that first gray core for 220 paper credits. Then came Adrian Ashcroft. The privileged scion who had stripped his scholarship out of petty noble arrogance, unaware that he was simply accelerating his own deletion from the grid. James closed his eyes, his mind mapping the memory of the dead forest during the qualification trial. He could still hear the desperate, high-pitched shrieks of the Ashcroft mercenary squad as he systematically sliced them into mirror-flat pieces inside the foggy ravine. He remembered the weight of the 5-ton Gore bull crashing into the ash at Adrian's feet, and the precise, cold calculation it took to leave the noble scion crippled, unbeaconed, and bleeding as a golden anchor for the oncoming beast wave, a necessary crossing of lines. His inner logic dictated, if he had hesitated, if he had played the role of the compliant, lower-tier student, Emma would currently be a solid block of dead, blue mana glass floating inside an Ashcroft corporate refinery. He had been forced to become a ghost, a terrorist, an anomaly, and an apex executioner just to buy 21 days of regular breathing for a 16-year-old girl. He reached his right awareness into his spatial grid, opening a microscopic subspace a millimeter above his palm. The digital diagnostic tablet he had ripped from the dying hand of Dr. Alistair Ashcroft materialized soundlessly, its screen displaying the glowing, unlocked gene sequences of the Master Crystal Frost formula. He had dismantled an entire noble house's private empire. He had inverted an S-rank hunter's corps to crush a 12-dreadnought military fleet, and he had forced the surviving conclave to betray the sovereignty of the planet just to put his name on a cosmic bounty grid. The scale of the variables had exploded from slum-tier copper coins to interstellar execution orders. The entire void was about to tilt its axis toward his coordinates. James. The voice was a soft, organic ripple that shattered the geometric silence of the silo. James's head snapped up. His gray eyes, usually as cold and unmoving as deep-sea ice, instantly softened. At the far end of the command room, the glass seal of the primary sanctuary subspace hissed open, releasing a cloud of warm, white vapor. Emma stepped out onto the iron floorboards. She wasn't wearing her coarse wool blankets or her faded slum coat. She wore a clean, dark combat tunic James had stored for her. Her skin was completely flush with life. The fatal, blue-tinted frost that had threatened to consume her cellular structure was entirely gone, replaced by a complex network of faint, glowing silver patterns that traced beautifully beneath the skin of her forearms and neck, pulsing in perfect synchronization with the iridescent violet energy of the transmutation engine. She looked down at her hands, flexing her long, uncrystallized fingers without a single clicking sound. Then, she looked up, her deep blue eyes locking straight onto James's face. "I can feel them, James," Emma whispered, her voice carrying a faint, multi-dimensional resonance that caused the ambient air pressure inside the silo to subtly shift. "I can feel the thin lines you wove into the stone walls. I can feel the children sleeping in the boxes. And I can feel something else. Something massive. Something dark, looking down at us from the sky." James stood up from the iron crate, sliding the digital tablet back into his sleeve. He didn't put the white mask on. He walked over to his sister, his boots making a soft, grounded sound against the iron, and gently took her warm hands in his. The master formula and the prime ether hadn't just cured her, they had integrated the void radiation into her biology, awakening a unique, high-tier spatial perception that allowed her to see the cosmic tapestry of the prime laws just like him. "Let them look, Emma," James said softly, his jaw locked with a cold, unyielding resolve that defied the entire history of his struggles. "The slums taught us how to survive when the ledger was empty. Now that we own the grid, we don't run from the predators. We recalculate the balance." He reached back, snapping the white resin mask over his face. The narrow eye slits aligned, and the wide, painted black crescent smile cut through the dim, violet shadows of the silo. The past was an inventory of ghost credits, but the future was a clean, multi-layered canvas of absolute dominion, and Null was ready to delete the first cosmic variable that stepped through his door. Chapter 31, The Missing Coordinates. The iridescent violet glow of the transmutation engine cast long, geometric shadows across the cold iron floor of the silo. Beside him, Emma's warm hands slowly relaxed in his grip. Her deep blue eyes, now tracing the invisible spatial filaments James had woven into the room, blinked softly as the sudden, overwhelming rush of her newly awakened cosmic perception settled into a quiet hum. "Get some rest, Emma," James murmured, his voice softening behind the stark white resin mask. "Your mind is still adjusting to the grid. Let the silver pattern stabilize." Emma looked at him, her gaze lingering on the narrow eye slits of the blank smiling mask before she nodded silently. She stepped back into the warm, vapor-shielded sanctuary subspace, the glass seal hissing shut behind her like the pneumatic door of a secure bunker. James stood alone once more in the center of the vaulted chamber. He didn't sit back down on the rusted iron crate. He didn't pull the master genetic tablet from his sleeve to analyze the data lines. Instead, he raised his right hand and slowly unstrapped the white resin mask from his face, letting the cold, unmoving black crescent smile rest against his palm. He looked down at his bare hands. They were calloused, stained with the phantom residue of corporate blood and ether oil, and rigid with a practical, calculating ruthlessness. But as his gray eyes drifted to the dark corner of the silo where the shadows pooled like oil, his analytical mind hit a hidden pocket in the data streams. He wasn't thinking about Adrian Ashcroft, Arcalon the Executioner, or the 11 dreadnoughts he had deleted from the sky. He was thinking about Thomas and Elena Vale. His parents, the Federation's official archives in the Sector 4 Administrative Center listed their deaths under a standard, boilerplate classification: collateral casualties, Sector 4 border incursion, year 294. To the wardens, they were nothing but two names among 4,000 others wiped off the municipal registry during a routine breakthrough of void scavengers, but James's memory was an absolute ledger. He remembered the exact coordinates of the day they vanished, down to the smell of burnt synthetic coal and the freezing, damp rain that always turned the East Hollow slums into a swamp of gray mud. He was 10 years old when the alarms wailed across the lower ring. His father, Thomas, had been a mid-level technician in one of the Ashcroft-owned ether processing mills, a quiet, observant man who spent his nights fixing broken radios with pieces of copper wire and teaching James how to read the complex, structural blueprints of the city's undercity pipelines. The Federation builds walls to keep the monsters out, James, his father had told him one night, his calloused fingers soldering a broken terminal board under the flickering light of an oil lamp. But remember this, a wall is just a box. It forces everyone inside to share the exact same space. If you want to protect your sister, you don't build a bigger box. You learn how to step outside the line entirely. James hadn't understood the mathematics of those words then. He had simply watched his father's steady, patient hands. His mother, Elena, had been a schoolteacher in the lower-tier district, a woman whose eyes carried the exact same deep, unyielding blue that Emma now possessed. When the Aegis Wall in Sector 4 suffered a localized pressure fracture 3 years later, his parents hadn't run toward the civilian evacuation centers like the rest of the panicked slum dwellers. James remembered standing in the narrow corridor of their tenement block, holding a 3-year-old Emma tightly against his chest as the distant thunder of military artillery shook the concrete floorboards. His parents had stood before the front door, their faces pale but entirely devoid of the blind, chaotic fear that paralyzed the lower ring. His mother had knelt down, her warm fingers cupping James's face. Keep your eyes on Emma, James. Don't look at the sky. Don't look at the blood. Just keep her breathing. No matter what the wardens tell you later, power isn't about the grade of your spark. It's about what you are willing to cut away to protect what's yours. They had walked out into the gray fog of the border zone to help clear the local civilian escape routes. They never came back. When the wardens finally sealed the breach and swept the sector 48 hours later, they handed James a standard-issue, 200-credit compensation voucher and a single, battered metal toolbox belonging to his father. No bodies were recovered. No forensic data was logged. To the utilitarian calculations of the Ether Federation, 2 slum laborers disappearing during a Class 2 invasion was an expected margin of operational loss. James's gray eyes hardened as he stared into the dim, violet shadows of the silo. An operational loss, his inner voice repeated, the words cold and razor-sharp. With his current, evolved spatial grid, James could see through the primitive deception of that official report. A standard Class 2 void scavenger breakthrough didn't vaporize technicians and teachers without leaving a single trace of biological matter or clothing behind. The wardens hadn't lost their bodies in the ash, they had classified the entire event to cover up a far more sinister equation. He pulled the stolen Ashcroft data slate from his sleeve, his right index finger twitching as he willed Stage 4 microspaces to unlock a deeply buried, encrypted archive hidden beneath Dr. Alistair's private genetic logs. He had skimmed the data earlier, focused entirely on the crystal frost cure, but now his analytical mind traced a specific historical timestamp, year 294. Sector 4 border event, the screen flickered. A sequence of restricted corporate memos displaying a dark reality that the public registry had buried for a decade. The breach in Sector 4 hadn't been an accident of nature. House Ashcroft had deliberately lowered the Aegis Wall's resonance frequency for 3 hours to test an early prototype of their beast lure devices inside a populated civilian zone, and his father, Thomas Vale, had been the lead technician who discovered the illegal internal telemetry logs on the central monitoring terminal. Project Log, Ashcroft Sec 4 Experiment Subject, UN Authorized Data Leak, Tech Vale Thomas, Resolution, Sector Isolation, Internal Purge executed via proxy apparatus. James's breath didn't falter. His heart rate didn't spike. The rage he felt wasn't a hot, emotional fire that clouded his vision, it was a cold, absolute zero-point energy that condensed his focus down to a single, lethal trajectory. His parents hadn't been killed by rogue monsters. They had been systematic executed by House Ashcroft's private security to protect the very same illegal void technology pipeline that he had just ripped out by the roots in Sector 2. The 12 houses had been writing the ledger of his family's blood for 10 years, treating his parents' lives and his sister's illness as disposable currency to buy their private cosmic wealth. James slowly raised the white resin mask, sliding it back over his face. The narrow eye slits aligned with his freezing gray pupils, and the wide, painted black crescent smile cut through the dim, neon-tinted fog of the silo. The inventory was finally complete. Every line item of debt had been mapped, every variable traced back to its origin. The 11 houses thought they had raised the stakes by placing an interstellar bounty on his head, calling down the entities of the deep void to hunt him. They didn't realize that they hadn't built a trap for him, they had simply locked themselves inside the box with a predator who had nothing left to cut away. Thomas and Elena Vale, James whispered, his mask-filtered voice echoing with a chilling, multi-toned hollow resonance that caused the iron foundations of the silo to subtly vibrate. The debt has been registered. Now, we clear the balance. He reached into his mind, touching the immense, multi-chambered vacuum of his true dimensional dominion. The cosmic bounty lines tracking his coordinates from the deep sky were beginning to tighten, but Null was no longer calculating defense. He was planning an offensive that would shatter the pristine marble towers of the surface and rewrite the very laws of the cosmos. Chapter 32, The Audit of the Obsidian Spire. The air inside the marble vault of the Obsidian Spire was frozen, compressed by the residual cosmic radiation of the deep rift beacon. The 11 remaining heads of the great noble houses sat in the flesh, their eyes glued to the master tactical monitors. They were waiting for a notification from the higher dimensions, a confirmation that the interstellar bounty had been claimed and that the anomalous variable known as null had been deleted from the cosmic ledger. They did not look at the empty space at the center of their pristine semicircle, they did not check the atmospheric density of the room. Zip, a vertical, razor-thin slit of absolute blackness tore open in the empty air, completely silent. It did not trigger the building's advanced ether resonance firewalls. It did not alert the automated laser defense turrets patrolling the high-vaulted ceilings. The thin line where reality met nothingness simply parted, and a figure stepped out onto the polished white marble. James Vale stood before the conclave. He wore his black combat suit, completely clean, his broken bones already fully fused into dense, violet-pulsing marrow. His face was obscured by the stark white resin mask, its frozen black crescent smile cutting through the dim, blood-red emergency light of the chamber with a terrifying, unmoving stillness. Target designation, null. Lord Bradley Ashcroft shrieked, his white and gold robes rustling violently as he slammed his hands onto his armrest, trying to stand. Security. Intercept. Activate the orbital suppression cannons. Your security network is currently operating on an incorrect premise, Lord Bradley, James said. His metallic, mask-filtered voice carried a low, multi-toned hollow resonance that caused the glass displays on the terminal desks to subtly vibrate. He didn't lift an arm. He didn't fire an ether bolt. Stage 6, spatial manipulation. With a precise mental pulse, James compressed the space between the high-altitude ceiling turrets and the internal basalt structural supports of the room down to a single millimeter. Crunch. Crunch. Before the automated weapons could align their barrels, they were violently dragged into the stone masonry by their own physical coordinates, their reinforced titanium chassis crushed into flat, useless discs of sparking scrap metal. The backup emergency alarm sputtered, short-circuiting into absolute silence. The 11 nobles froze, their hands hovering over their private emergency buttons. Duke Vane of House Vane, his face translucent with a sudden, suffocating panic, looked at the white mask, then at the empty space behind James where the spatial rift had closed. You didn't flee into the outer wilds. The cosmic entity registered the bounty. The void arbiters are tracking your grid. The deep grid is wide, Duke Vane, James whispered, stepping forward. His black boots tracked faint, ash-gray smears across the immaculate marble floor. But my equation operates on a local timeline. I am here to audit the accounts of year 294. James reached into his coat sleeve, pulling out the stolen genetic diagnostic tablet he had ripped from the dead hand of Dr. Alistair Ashcroft. He tossed the device onto the central obsidian table. With a quick application of stage 4, microspaces, he rerouted the internal gold data lines of the tablet to broadcast its contents directly into the vault's massive panoramic holographic display wall. The pristine, high-altitude monitors instantly flickered, the corporate defense logos dissolving into a sequence of restricted, 10-year-old internal military memos. The faces of Thomas and Elena Vale materialized in the center of the room, their biometric ID codes flagged with a flashing crimson text. Resolution, internal purge executed. Lord Bradley Ashcroft's breath hitched, his eyes bulging as he stared at the names he had hidden beneath 3 layers of state security encryption a decade ago. The Sector 4 border experiment. How did you get those files? Alistair burned those drives. A variable who leaves a signature cannot erase the ledger, Lord Bradley, James said, stopping exactly 3 paces from the table, well within the lethal threshold of his spatial reach. 10 years ago, your house lowered the Aegis wall to test your primitive beast lures on 5,000 slum families. My father discovered the internal telemetry logs on the central monitoring terminal. Your private contractors executed my parents to preserve your monopoly on illegal void technology. The vault went dead cold. The remaining heads of the houses looked at each other, their aristocratic pride completely paralyzed by the sudden, physical weight of their own history staring back at them through the holographic glass. They were slum workers, Vale. Duke Vane growled, trying to inject a shred of military dominance into his trembling voice. The Federation requires resource optimization. Individual units are sacrificed every day to stabilize the central grid. Your parents were a predictable margin of operational loss. Zip, a vertical spatial filament, less than 3 centimeters wide, snapped open and closed right through Duke Vane's left shoulder. His heavy, metal-adorned military uniform plate, along with his entire left arm, slid off his torso, crashing heavily onto the obsidian table with a wet metallic thud. Ah! The Duke screamed, collapsing sideways as a thick river of dark blood began to pool across the black stone. He clamped his remaining hand over the perfectly flat mirror-severed void where his shoulder used to be, his body shaking with an existential horror that caved his posture into the marble. Your calculations are inefficient, Duke, James said, his metallic voice entirely level, as if he were discussing a supply manifest in a warehouse. A margin of loss is only predictable when you control the executioner. Tonight, I am the executioner. James extended his right hand, splaying his fingers toward the 10 remaining noble heads. Stage 5, attached 10 sharp, violet geometric points materialized out of thin air, embedding themselves directly into the chests of the cowering aristocrats. They weren't storage thresholds, they were fixed coordinate tethers linked directly to the multi-chambered vacuum of his soul. With a sudden mental tug, James willed the anchors to lock, pinning their physical mass to the stone armrests of their chairs. They were trapped in their golden thrones, completely incapable of activating their high-tier enhancement or elemental gifts. Wait, please. Bradley Ashcroft whimpered, sliding down the front of his desk until his knees hit the blood-stained marble floor. The interstellar bounty. We can cancel it. We can open the inner ring banks. We can give you the sovereign rights to the entire lower sector. Millions of high-purity cores. You offered my sister's life to a transmutation engine, Lord Bradley, James whispered, walking up to him. The blank white resin face stopped inches away from the noble's eyes, the painted black crescent smile consuming his vision like a rising shadow. A variable who breaks the balance of my universe is deleted from the equation. Before James could close his fist to execute the final severance across the room, the massive holographic display wall behind them suddenly shattered into an explosion of absolute static. The blood-red emergency lights of the spire violently shifted into a sickly, anti-light violet hue. A heavy, localized tremor shook the basalt foundations of the tower, and the air inside the marble vault began to twist, the straight lines of the columns bending into non-Euclidean angles. Warning, cosmic threshold breached, local geometry collapsing. Reality frequencies fracturing, void arbiter vector detected, grid coordinates locked from the high glass dome of the obsidian spire. A towering slit of pitch black nothingness tore open against the copper sky. The interstellar bounty had tracked his signature straight to the heart of the city, and the first cosmic hunter of the deep void had arrived to collect the prize. James slowly turned his head away from the whimpering nobles, his gray eyes flaring with a sudden, violet glint behind the slits of his mask. He snapped his wrist, using stage 6 to pull the broken, bleeding body of Duke Vane and the rest of the noble tethers into a temporary stasis loop. The audit of the surface was interrupted, but the war against the cosmos had officially crossed the threshold, and Null was ready to measure the density of a god. Chapter 33, The Geometry of the Deep. The copper sky of Blackstone City was actively tearing apart. Above the glass dome of the obsidian spire, the atmosphere didn't just thin, it lost its physical properties. Clouds turned into geometric shards of static gray, and the wind ceased its howling, replaced by a deep, vibrational thrum that shattered every glass window across the inner ring. Through the massive, jagged fracture in the dome, an entity was bleeding into reality. It was a void arbiter. It possessed no organic flesh, no metal hull, and no human shape. It appeared as a colossal, floating multifaceted crystal of anti-light obsidian, spanning nearly 50 meters across. Its surfaces shifted and rotated at impossible angles, constantly refracting the ambient light into sickly purple vectors. Every time a facet clicked into place, a wave of profound, localized entropy swept over the roof, causing the stone structures to instantly age, crack, and dissolve into black dust. Alert, higher dimensional logic active entity class, void arbiter, rank, planetary tether, local spatial stability, 34% and dropping below the entity. The cowering, pinned heads of the 11 houses shrieked as the raw pressure of the cosmic hunter began to flatten their internal ether channels. Lord Bradley Ashcroft lay face down in Duke veins pooling blood, his white and gold robes catching fire from the sheer ambient friction of the cosmic descent. James Vale stood at the center of the rooftop staging deck, completely unmoved. His black combat suit rippled against the gravitational static, and the white resin mask gleamed in the purple glare. He extended his right hand, intending to engage Stage 7, true dimensional dominion to warp the local atmosphere, but the moment he reached inward, his processing core groaned. The Arbiter was a living anchor of cosmic law. Its non-Euclidean geometry was actively rewriting the local rules of physics. To James's analytical mind, the entity appeared as a solid, impenetrable monolith without a single structural seam, muzzle flash, or kinetic trajectory to calculate. He couldn't find a line to cut. He couldn't find an angle to fold, an absolute variable, James calculated, his fingers tensing against his palm. It isn't manipulating space, it is space. Zip, a soft, musical ripple of violet light fractured the heavy pressure directly behind him. The air parted, not with the brutal, tearing force of James's rifts, but with a fluid, organic grace that felt like water flowing into a dry lock. Emma Vale stepped onto the ruined marble roof. She wore her dark combat tunic, her long dark hair whipping in the static storm. Her deep blue eyes were entirely wide, her pupils replaced by two glowing, intricate silver rings that spun in perfect harmony with the transmutation engine humming inside her brother's soul. The fatal frost that had once threatened to convert her into dead glass had been fully re-engineered. She was now the perfect bridge between human biology and void physics, a living quantum sensor. James, Emma said, her voice carrying a multitonal, celestial resonance that instantly pushed back the suffocating entropy within a 5-meter radius around them. Don't look at the facets. Don't look at the obsidian light. It's projecting an optical paradox to blind your system grid. It wants you to calculate its outer shell. James didn't turn his head. What is the true alignment, Emma? Emma raised her left arm, her long, uncrystallized fingers splaying toward the rotating cosmic crystal. The faint, glowing silver patterns beneath her skin flared with a brilliant, blinding light, casting a network of precise, glowing blueprint lines directly across the face of the Void Arbiter. Look through the third intersection, Emma commanded, her silver-ringed eyes tracking a movement that defied the human eye. It isn't a single entity. It's a multi-dimensional thread looping through our universe 32 times a second. Every time the core facets click, it leaves a microscopic node of static 3 centimeters below the central apex. That is where its reality is tethered to our grid. That is where it bleeds. The moment her words left her lips, James's spatial grid recalibrated, the solid, impenetrable obsidian monolith and his mind instantly dissolved, replaced by a complex, beautifully mapped geometric matrix. Thanks to Emma's advanced spatial perception, the invisible weak cosmic nodes of the god were laid bare down to the absolute millimeter. The equation was no longer absolute, it had a clear, resolvable solution. Cosmic data matrix, synchronized via subject, Emma Vale target node acquired, coordinates, vertical 3.2, latitude 0.9 resolution protocol, maximum frequency re-engaged. The Void Arbiter seemed to register the sudden shift in the local physics. The massive obsidian facets violently rotated, a colossal beam of anti-light violet energy erupting from its apex, aimed directly at the sibling pair. The beam carried enough localized entropic force to vaporize the entire obsidian spire and everyone inside it down to the molecular level. Momentum inversion, James whispered through his resin filter, stage 3, maximum capacity. James didn't try to catch the beam in a small void. He willed an immense, transparent spatial lattice, spanning 30 meters wide, to open directly above their heads, anchored to the 4 corners of the spire roof via stage 5. The colossal violet beam struck the lattice. The impact was deafening, a high-pitched, screeching roar of tearing dimensions that caused the remaining noble heads below to bleed from their eyes and ears. The transparent spatial shield turned a violent, glowing crimson as it absorbed the immense cosmic velocity, the stasis loop vibrating at 99.8% capacity. James's jaw locked, a line of dark blood escaping his lip beneath the white mask as his core expanded to hold the weight of a dying star. Now, James! Emma cried, her silver arm tracing a final, sharp vector through the air. The node is open. James didn't hesitate. He flipped his left wrist, releasing the entire, compressed kinetic fury of the Arbiter's own entropic beam right back up the spatial path, but he didn't aim for the entity's massive outer shell. He compressed the redirected energy down into a single, needle-thin filament of absolute zero force, guiding it straight through the specific coordinates Emma had mapped. Stage 2, absolute severance. The needle-thin rift shot upward, slicing cleanly through the third geometric intersection of the obsidian crystal, right into its dormant cosmic node. Snap, the effect was instantaneous. The colossal multifaceted void arbiter didn't explode, its higher dimensional thread was severed at the fundamental level of creation. The shifting obsidian facets instantly froze, their dark purple light turning into a brittle, dull gray. With a sound like a million panes of glass shattering simultaneously across the cosmos, the 50-meter entity dissolved into a harmless cloud of sparkling, non-Euclidean dust that drifted away into the copper smoke of the city. The sky above Sector 2 closed, the jagged fracture healing back into the standard gray smog of the lower rings. Silence, heavy and absolute, returned to the roof of the obsidian spire. The surviving heads of the 11 houses sat frozen in their golden thrones, their bodies soaked in blood, their minds completely broken by the realization that the rogue slum rat and his sister hadn't just defeated their military, they had systematically executed a cosmic hunter of the deep void. James slowly lowered his hands, his breathing stabilizing as his internal grid integrated the residual cosmic energy from the severed node. He turned his head toward Emma, who was leaning slightly against his shoulder, her silver eyes slowly fading back into deep, peaceful blue. "The ledger has been rewritten," James whispered, his mask-filtered voice echoing across the ruined marble. He looked back at the whimpering noble council. The first cosmic variable had been deleted, but the true war for the dimensional dominion had officially begun, and Null now held the coordinates to the entire universe. Chapter 34, The Dissolution of the Conclave. The ash drifting from the shattered glass dome of the obsidian spire settled onto the blood-slicked white marble like snow over a graveyard. James stood at the geometric center of the ruined conclave chamber. His black combat suit was immaculate, the violet veins of ether in his marrow pulsing with a low, predatory hum as they digested the residual cosmic fragments of the dead void arbiter. Beside him, Emma's hand remained small and warm in his right grip. Her silver-ringed pupils had fully receded back into her deep, human blue, but her stance was unyielding, her newly awakened spatial perception locked onto the trembling silhouettes pinned to the golden thrones. The 11 remaining heads of the great noble houses were no longer gods. They were broken data points. Duke Vane's severed left shoulder had stopped bleeding, the flesh cauterized into a mirror-flat plane of dead white cells by James's initial spatial filament. Lord Bradley Ashcroft lay on his knees, his forehead pressed against the blood-stained wood of his central desk, his white and gold robes shredded and stained with soot. "Fail, please," Bradley whimpered, his fingers clawing at the polished wood as James took a slow, deliberate step forward. "The Arbiter is dead. You've proven your variable. The Conclave will sign whatever you dictate. We will step down from the inner ring banks. We will give you absolute immunity." "An immunity granted by a collapsing structure is a false parameter, Lord Bradley," James said. His metallic, mask-filtered voice carried a low, multi-toned hollow resonance that seemed to actively compress the air pressure in the room. He didn't lift a hand. He didn't fire an ether bolt, he simply looked at the 10 remaining noble heads pinned by his stage 5-dimensional anchors. His analytical mind ran a final, total audit of their history, their corporate monopolies, their genetic experiments on the slum children, and the precise ledger of his parents' execution in year 294. The calculation had hit its absolute 0 point. There were no further numbers to balance. "The Ether Federation Conclave is hereby dissolved," James whispered through the resin filter. Stage 2, absolute severance. With a single, effortless mental contraction, James activated a horizontal, room-wide spatial rift. A pitch-black geometric line, less than a micron wide, snapped open and closed simultaneously across the necks of the 11 noble heads sitting in their golden thrones. Snap! There was no sound of shattering bone. There was no resistance from their high-grade, defensive noble amulets. The boundaries where reality met nothingness simply ceased to recognize the existence of the matter in their path. Splat! 11 severed heads slid cleanly from their shoulders, tumbling onto the marble floor with a heavy, wet cadence. The golden thrones of the conclave, which had dictated the life and death of billions for 3 centuries, were reduced to a row of bleeding, silent monuments. James willed his pocket dimension to expand, its multi-chambered vacuum opening like a massive, invisible maw across the chamber. Vacuum, the private data terminals, the encrypted financial keys, the noble signet rings, and the electronic balance sheets of all 12 great houses were systematically vacuumed into his soul. He didn't steal their wealth, he deleted their access codes from the surface world, storing the structural layout of the planet's entire economic infrastructure safely behind the spatial walls of his own universe. He turned toward the panoramic display wall, which was flickering with a sudden, unencrypted military broadcast line. Emma, James said softly, turning his white mask toward his sister. We are leaving the surface. The cage is officially open. He tapped his right boot against the blood-stained marble, engaging Stage 6, spatial manipulation. A circular pathway of absolute blackness tore open beneath them. James and Emma stepped into the fold, vanishing from the inner ring of Blackstone City for good, leaving behind a silent tomb of kings and a broken global government. Chapter 35, The Apex Proposition. The High-Frequency Tactical Command Center of the Federation Military High Command was located 500 meters beneath the mountain fortresses of the Eurasian Ring. It was a bunker built to survive a planetary extinction event, lined with 3-meter-thick Aegis shielding and manned by the highest-ranking generals of the Warden Corps and the Hunter Guilds, but tonight the Grand Tactical Map Room was in a state of absolute, unmitigated panic. The Conclave bio-monitoring grid has flatlined, a colonel announced, his voice shaking so violently he could barely type the override commands into his terminal. All 11 remaining noble signatures ceased to exist at 0412 hours. The Obsidian Spire's structural telemetry records a single, massive spatial execution signature. Lord Bradley, Duke Vane. The entire administrative elite. Deleted, another general whispered, his face turning an ash gray beneath his military cap. The Warden Tactical Fleet in Sector 2 is still unaccounted for. The automated radar arrays are showing 0 active noble assets inside Blackstone City. At the head of the Central Obsidian Strategy table sat Grand Marshal Reinhardt. He was a veteran of 40 years on the Wildlands front lines, a man whose body was 70% cybernetic plating and whose S-rank gift, Iron Bastion, had held the northern borders against Tier 4 Alpha swarms for a decade. Reinhardt looked at the flashing crimson error lights across the global map. The civilian sectors of the lower rings were already beginning to riot, the news of the nobles' fall spreading through the slums like wildfire. The economic grid was paralyzed. The military logistics were completely blind. He didn't just kill them, Reinhardt rumbled, his mechanical eye whirring as it zoomed in on the spatial rift signature recorded at the spire. He audited them. He stripped their data lines, took their financial keys, and left us with a multi-billion-ton war machine that has no steering wheel. Sir, the communications officer shouted, a sudden blue light flashing across the main display screen. An incoming spatial alignment has bypassed our internal encryption walls. It's coming from the outer wilds. It's null. The Grand Marshal stood up, his cybernetic limbs locking into a rigid, defensive stance. Put him through on the master channel. Audio and visual. The panoramic holographic display wall flickered, the military maps dissolving into a stark, pitch-black void. From the center of the dark space, the silhouette of a man wearing a immaculate black combat suit and a white resin mask materialized. The two narrow, slanted eye slits stared directly into the eyes of the high command, and the wide, painted black crescent smile seemed to cut through the heavy concrete architecture of the bunker. Grand Marshal Reinhardt, James's filtered, multi-toned voice echoed through the command room's massive amplifiers. Null, Reinhardt said, his metallic chest plates tightening as he leaned over the table. You've systematically executed the ruling class of this planet. You've left 30 nations without an administrative core. By every law of the Federation, you are a Class 0 existential threat to human survival. Your laws were written to calculate the value of noble assets while treating the slums as an expected margin of operational loss, Marshal, James replied, his voice entirely flat, devoid of anger or pride. That ledger is closed. The conclave has been cleared from the balance sheet. The room went dead silent. The generals looked at the white mask with a mixture of profound terror and cold respect. They were soldiers, they understood the language of absolute, unyielding efficiency. Null hadn't used a political coup, he had applied a spatial law to delete a systemic defect. The military has no interest in avenging the Ashcrofts, Vale, Reinhardt said, his mechanical eye flaring a deep orange. They were corrupt variables who almost brought a void invasion down onto our heads to protect their private cargo. But the civilian population needs a grid. Without centralization, the Aegis walls will fail within 48 hours. The Grand Marshal stepped closer to the screen, his massive hand splaying over the obsidian table. The military high command is prepared to make a strategic recalibration. We are offering you a seat at the absolute apex of the global government. You will be appointed as the sovereign arbiter of the Federation. You will have direct control over the ether allocation boards, the Hunter Guild registries, and the inner ring bank reserves. We will give you the power to rewrite the laws of this world from the top down. James stared through the narrow slits of his white mask at the assembly of military power. To a normal slum kid, to a standard progression talent, this was the ultimate victory, the zero-to-hero journey completed, a seat on the golden throne of the world, but James Vance was a dimensional analyst, and his equation had already evolved past the parameters of a single planet. Your offer relies on an incorrect calculation, Grand Marshal, James whispered through the filter. You want me to step into your box so I can help you maintain its walls. But a wall is just a container waiting to be breached by a higher dimensional force. The crescent smile of the mask seemed to gleam in the blue terminal light. I have no interest in ruling your cities, James continued, his words cutting through the bunker like a razor. I have established my own sovereign territory inside the true dimensional dominion of the outer wilds. The 30 children you harvested are safe within my grid. The master formula for the cure has been archived. From this day forward, any citizen of the lower rings who wishes to escape your ledger may step past your walls and enter my territory. James extended his right index finger, pointing it straight at the tactical screen. Maintain your borders, Reinhardt. Keep your soldiers inside your boxes. Because the next time a cosmic variable steps through the deep rifts to hunt my name, the lines I cut will not stop at the obsidian spire. Before Grand Marshal Reinhardt could issue a counter-proposal, James snapped his fist. The spatial alignment loop shattered, and the holographic display wall violently collapsed back into standard military maps. Null was gone from their network. He hadn't just broken the system, he had transcended it entirely, establishing a new, apex power system in the wildlands that would force the Ether Federation to beg for his protection when the infinite expanse of the true void finally opened its doors. Chapter 36, The Migration of the Fractured. The southern perimeter gate of Sector 4 did not groan when it opened, it screamed. For 3 centuries, the 50-meter slabs of reinforced titanium and lead-shielded concrete had stood as the absolute boundary of human desperation. Inside lay the East Hollow, a suffocating grid of rust-choked tenements, gray industrial soot, and families counting their copper coins to buy another 21 days of life from corporate medicine barons. Outside lay the wildlands, a frozen expanse of radioactive ash and prowling void beasts, but tonight the math of the fortress city had flipped. The conclave was dead, the corporate high houses had been deleted from the balance sheet, and the Grand Marshal's Warden Corps had pulled their defensive front lines back into the inner rings, leaving the border gates completely unmonitored. A sea of people choked the low-grade concrete highway leading out of the sector. Over 40,000 lower ring refugees moved in a silent, continuous column. They didn't carry luxury goods or mechanical vehicles, they pushed rusted handcarts stacked with coarse wool blankets, worn factory tools, and salvaged water filtration canisters. Mothers held shivering toddlers wrapped in patched gray academy coats. Gaunt-faced laborers walked with their shoulders hunched against the biting sub-zero winds of the outer rim, their boots squelching through the dark, frozen mud. Near the center of the massive migration line, a hollow, mechanical clack. Click. Clack echoed from a wooden cart. A 60-year-old steel smith named Marcus pushed the cart, his face lined with the deep gray lines of industrial coal rot. Inside the wooden frame lay his 14-year-old grandson, Toby. The boy's left leg was entirely bare, his skin from the knee down already hardened into a jagged, pale blue crystalline structure that glowed with a faint, volatile ether luminescence. The crystal frost syndrome was reaching its final, critical phase. Without the daily gene serums that had vanished when House Ashcroft collapsed, Toby's nervous system would completely shatter into dead glass dust before the next sunrise. Hold the line, Toby, Marcus rasped, his breath forming thick white plumes in the freezing air. The flyers in the lower ring said the mask was waiting at the basalt canyon. They said the ledger was open for the slums. Grandpa, the boy whispered, his lips stiff and blue-tinted. The wardens. They always said the monsters eat everything outside the wall. What if the mask is just another trap? Marcus didn't answer. He couldn't. He simply kept his head down, his calloused hands gripping the splintered wood of the cart as the column crossed the threshold of the iron gate and stepped into the absolute lawlessness of the wildlands. 10 kilometers deep into the dead forest, the column came to a sudden, panicked halt. The concrete highway dissolved into a jagged, deep chasm of black volcanic basalt, the very same ravine where James Vale had dismantled the S-rank executioner. A massive, unnatural blizzard of white radioactive ash was swirling through the gorge, dropping visibility to less than 5 meters. From the deep interior of the dark woods, the distant, feral roars of low-grade scavenger packs began to echo, sensing the sudden, massive reservoir of human blood crossing their hunting grounds. The path is dead. A foreman from the textile factories shouted from the front of the line, his hands shaking as he raised a low-grade, battery-powered ether lantern. It's a trap. The beasts are circling the flanks. We need to turn back to the sector gates. We can't turn back. A woman screamed, clutching a child whose arm was already tracing faint silver patterns beneath the veins. The wardens have locked down the inner ring. If we go back, they'll throw us into the labor conscription camps. Panic, chaotic and viral, began to ripple across the 40,000 refugees. The column buckled, carts colliding, children crying as the freezing wind threatened to freeze their limbs before the monsters even arrived. Zip, a single, razor-thin vertical line of absolute blackness tore open in the empty air directly above the chasm, entirely silent. The howling of the wildlands wind didn't just stop, it was violently compressed out of existence within a half-kilometer radius. The falling gray ash froze midair, its kinetic downward velocity trapped inside an invisible, multi-layered spatial lattice. The chaos in the crowd choked out instantly, replaced by a suffocating, existential stillness. From the black line, two figures stepped out onto a high basalt ledge overlooking the ravine. James Vale stood before the migration. He wore his immaculate black combat suit, his left hand resting loosely in his pocket. His face was obscured by the stark white resin mask, its frozen black crescent smile cutting through the gray mist with a terrifying, unmoving clarity. Beside him stood Emma. Her dark combat tunic billowed slightly, her deep blue eyes reflecting the faint blue light of the glowing crystal limbs in the crowd, her silver-ringed pupils spinning with a fluid, serene geometric rhythm. The variables of Blackstone City no longer apply to your coordinates, James's filtered, multi-toned voice echoed across the chasm, carrying the cold, chilling finality of an absolute zero equation. He didn't lift an arm to threaten them. He didn't radiate majestic, oppressive mana like a noble scion. He simply extended his right palm toward the dead volcanic chasm blocking their path. Stage 6, Spatial Manipulation. With a precise mental pulse, James compressed the 300-meter gap of the basalt canyon down to a single millimeter, while simultaneously expanding the space inside the gorge into a massive, horizontal pathway of pitch-black violet light. A colossal spatial doorway, nearly 100 meters wide, tore open in the empty air, revealing a glimpses of a completely different reality hidden deep within his true dimensional dominion. Inside the rift, the air did not smell of sulfur or chemical waste, it was warm, clear, and vibrating with the life-giving, pure streams of the re-engineered transmutation engine. Rows of clean, white structural sanctuaries sat nestled beneath the roots of massive, living green trees that had never seen industrial smog. At the threshold of the rift stood Lily Vance and 29 other stabilized slum children, their skin completely flush with life, their arms soft and organic, their eyes bright as they looked out at their families. "Grandpa, look," Toby whispered from the cart, his blue eyes widening as the silver patterns beneath his own skin began to vibrate in perfect, painless synchronization with the iridescent violet light radiating from the doorway. "The ledger has been rebalanced," James said, his white smiling mask staring down at the 40,000 fractured souls. "Step past the boundary. Your debt to the Federation is deleted." Marcus didn't hesitate. He lifted his grandson into his arms, leaving the rusted wooden cart behind, and took the first heavy step across the invisible line where reality met nothingness. The moment his boots crossed the spatial threshold, the freezing weight of the wildlands dissolved, replaced by a sudden, protective warmth that healed the raw coal rot in his lungs with every breath. The 40,000 refugees followed, a massive, uninterrupted river of humanity pouring into the embryonic universe of the dimensional edge. They were no longer disposable fuel cells for a corporate monopoly, they were the founding variables of a sovereign empire, and behind them, the white-masked ghost stood watch, ready to sever the very fabric of the cosmos if anyone tried to close the door. Chapter 37, The Ghost Ledger. The central logistics terminal of the Blackstone Inner Ring Command did not flash red. It turned a flat, cold, static gray. Grand Marshal Reinhardt stood in the center of the tactical operations deck, his mechanical cybernetic eye whirring with a sharp, rhythmic click as it zoomed in on the real-time population density charts of Sector 4. The digital map, which usually pulsed with the chaotic crimson signatures of nearly 50,000 lower ring factory laborers, was entirely vacant. The geometric grid lines of the East Hollow slums were completely clear, looking like a discarded blueprint of an abandoned city. "Give me the physical confirmation again, Colonel," Reinhardt rumbled. His voice, modulated through his heavy titanium chest plating, caused the coffee cups on the nearby terminal desks to vibrate. "The scout drones have completed their third sweeping pass, Marshal," the colonel stammered, his fingers slick with cold sweat as he pulled up the live optical feeds onto the central display wall. It's not an electronic blackout. The factories are entirely empty. The blast furnaces in Assembly Complex 9 are cold. The assembly lines for the ether shield components are stationary. 43,000 registered citizens simply walked through the southern perimeter gates 3 hours ago and vanished into the ash storms. Reinhardt stared at the screens. The live footage showed the narrow concrete alleyways of Sector 4 completely silent. Rusted handcarts sat abandoned in the mud, front doors hung open, swinging lazily in the freezing wind, and rows of public tenement blocks stood vacant beneath the low, copper smog sky. It was a total demographic deletion. For 3 centuries, the Ether Federation's military supremacy had been built on a strict, unyielding mathematical equation. The lower rings provided the raw human mass to absorb industrial pollution and manufacture weapons, while the upper noble houses converted that labor into high-density energy resources to hold the Aegis walls. But Null hadn't just executed the nobles. He had ripped the bottom out of the entire pyramid. The industrial syndicates from Sector 2 are already on the emergency scrambler lines. Marshal, another general shouted from the communication hub, his face pale beneath his decorated military cap. The automated transport lines heading to the inner ring bunkers have stalled. Without the lower ring crews to manually vent the raw ether refinery exhaust, the central energy cores of the high-rise towers will overheat within 36 hours. They are demanding that we deploy the Warden shock troops into the wildlands to drag the laborers back. Deploy them with what? Reinhardt scoffed, turning his massive, scarred frame away from the map wall. He stepped up to the central obsidian strategy desk, his heavy mechanical boot crushing a discarded, silver-crested noble signet ring into dust against the floor. We lost 11 dreadnoughts and an entire strategic division in Sector 2. Half of our lower-tier wardens were born in the East Hollow. Their sisters, their brothers, and their children were the ones who just walked through that gate. If I order a deployment into Null's territory, 30% of our infantry will mutiny before their boots even hit the ash. The room went dead silent. The generals looked at each other, their strategic metrics completely paralyzed. They were masters of conventional warfare, built to hold physical lines against ravenous beast swarms or rogue mages. But how do you wage a war against a ghost who doesn't occupy terrain? How do you blockade an economic market when your own workforce has stepped completely outside the physical universe? The Conclave's system was a fragile machine, gentlemen, Reinhardt said, his mechanical eye flaring a deep, ominous orange. The Ashcrofts thought they could treat human lives as expected margins of operational loss. They forgot that if you make the box too cruel, the variables inside will eventually find a way to break the container. Marshal, the communications officer interrupted, a sudden blue light flickering across his auxiliary monitor. We've got a major security breach at the Central Information Archives. The biometric registry for the entire Blackstone sector. It's being systematically rewritten from an external source. Reinhardt lunged forward, his cybernetic hand slamming onto the terminal casing. On the main system dashboard, millions of citizen profiles were rapidly shifting. The numeric classifications, the mandatory draft reservations, and the historical debt ledgers of every single family from the East Hollow slums were being wiped clean, replaced by a single, repeating geometric string of code: citizen status, deleted from Federation ledger, current jurisdiction, true dimensional dominion security signature, null. He's auditing our databases from the wildlands, the tech colonel whispered, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and profound, academic awe. He's using the financial encryption keys he stole from the Obsidian Spire to bypass our core firewalls. He isn't just taking the people. He's completely deleting our legal right to track them. Grand Marshal, the general from the communication hub stepped back, his voice dropping into a terrifyingly quiet whisper. The planetary sensor mesh. It just recorded an atmospheric fluctuation in the upper stratosphere. The deep rift beacon that the nobles activated before their deaths. Its frequency has finally completed its orbital bounce. Reinhardt's mechanical eye whirred to a sudden halt. He looked up at the reinforced concrete ceiling of the bunker, as if his vision could pierce through 500 meters of solid rock to see the sky. The cosmic interstellar bounty was no longer a theoretical threat. The Void Arbiters, the higher dimensional hunters called down by the panicked conclave, were officially tracking the signature of the edge. The environmental static around the Earth was beginning to tighten, and the first waves of cosmic anomalies would be dropping into their atmospheric grid within 48 hours. Marshal, do we contact Null? The colonel asked, his hand hovering over the dead communication matrix. Do we try to coordinate a planetary defense array? If the Void Arbiters drop onto Blackstone City while our factories are dead, Null told us his parameters, Colonel, Reinhardt said, slowly reaching down to adjust the safety switch on his heavy cybernetic forearm cannon. His voice carried the grim, unyielding finality of a soldier who knew the world they had built was officially over. He has no interest in our boxes. He's built his own universe in the dark, and he's waiting for the gods to step through his door. Prepare the remaining garrisons. Pull all Warden units back into the absolute center of the inner ring. We are no longer the apex government of this sector. We are just the audience watching an apex war. The high command bunker fell into a heavy, suffocating silence as the global maps began to flicker with the first incoming cosmic vectors from the deep sky. Blackstone City was starving from the inside out, its factories cold, its throne empty, while 80 kilometers away in the dead forest, Null's sovereign territory was rapidly expanding its geometric borders, preparing to measure the mass of the entire cosmos. Chapter 38: The Great Recalibration. The atmosphere inside the central chamber of the dimensional dominion was calibrated to a perfect, life-sustaining equilibrium. It was 22 degrees Celsius, clear of industrial ash, and faintly fragrant with the crisp scent of pine needles and damp earth, a sensory luxury that 40,000 refugees from the East Hollow had never known. At the center of this newly woven reality stood the ether void transmutation engine, its black titanium frame hummed with a deep, stabilized bass. The toxic, jagged purple mana soup James had seized from the Ashcroft facility was fully filtered, circulating through the silo's new geometric conduits as a calm, iridescent violet river of pure creation energy. James stood at the primary medical dais, his immaculate black combat suit contrasting against the sterile white light of the diagnostic terminals. His face was bare, the white resin mask resting on a nearby metal tray. His gray eyes, cold and unblinking, scanned the rows of improvised recovery subspaces floating in the air before him. Beside him stood Emma. The silver-ringed patterns beneath her skin pulsed in absolute harmony with the engine's rhythm. In her right hand, she held the unlocked digital tablet containing Dr. Alistair Ashcroft's master genetic data. The first wave is entering critical rejection mass, James, Emma said, her voice carrying a multitonal, celestial resonance that seemed to soothe the frantic humming of the energy fields. Toby's cellular density is 92% glass. If we apply the standard Ashcroft gene serum, his nervous system will shatter within 48 seconds. The noble formula was a trap. It was designed to lock the cellular structure into a permanent harvest frequency. Then we rewrite the parameters, James said flatly. He looked down at the medical pod directly before him. Inside lay 14-year-old Toby, his face translucent, his lips a frozen, brittle blue. His left leg, from the knee to the tip of his toes, was a jagged, solid block of pale blue mana glass that actively clicked as it attempted to spread up his femur. His grandfather, Marcus, stood at the edge of the dais, his calloused hands gripping the guardrail, his breath shallow as he watched the white light of the diagnostic grid flicker red. Subject: Toby Vale, non-lineal extension, crystal frost syndrome, terminal expansion 92.4% ether rejection coefficient, critical instability, Marcus, James said, not looking up from the terminal screen. The Federation taught you that your grandson's illness was a dead variable. They lied. The crystallization isn't a disease, it's an unsynchronized evolutionary alignment. His body is trying to build a spatial antenna, but his biology doesn't possess the geometric coordinates to anchor the frequency. I am going to give him those coordinates. James reached out his right hand, his fingers splaying over Toby's crystallized knee. He didn't use medical scalpels or chemical conduits. He engaged the core mechanics of his evolved soul. Stage 4, microspaces, dozens of miniature, hairline spatial tears, each less than a micron wide, snapped open and closed simultaneously inside Toby's cellular matrix. James didn't cut the flesh, he physically altered the spatial alignment of the pale blue mana glass crystals. He wove his own spatial energy through the microscopic gaps where the ether was actively rejecting the boy's organic cells. Emma, inject the raw prime ether stream through the third intersection, James commanded. Emma raised her left hand, her long, uncrystallized fingers splaying toward the main valves of the transmutation engine. The silver patterns beneath her skin flared with a brilliant light guiding a needle-thin stream of pure, iridescent violet energy straight out of the machine's core. She didn't inject it into Toby's veins. Using her advanced spatial perception, she guided the raw cosmic energy into the precise, multi-dimensional nodes James had opened inside the glass matrix. Rerouting the genetic telemetry, James whispered. He picked up the master diagnostic tablet with his left hand, forcing the device's rewritten memory matrix to broadcast the inverse rejection code directly into the local spatial grid. A violent, blinding flash of violet and silver light erupted from Toby's leg. The air pressure inside the pod plummeted so rapidly that the glass seal frosted over, but the sound that followed wasn't the brittle, terrifying crunch of shattering bone. It was a soft, deep sound like ice melting into a rushing mountain stream. Before the eyes of the trembling old steel smith, the jagged, pale blue blocks of dead mana glass covering Toby's leg began to soften, the crystalline structure dissolving back into smooth, organic pink flesh. But it didn't return to standard human biology. The ether wasn't purged, it was integrated. As the skin fully reformed, a complex network of faint, glowing silver geometric patterns traced beautiful, flawless lines beneath Toby's veins, pulsing in perfect synchronization with James's own spatial grid. The boy's eyes violently snapped open. The dull, blue-tinted iris was gone, replaced by a deep, pulsing violet ring that spun for a millisecond before settling into a clear, vibrant human gaze. He took a sudden, deep, effortless breath, his chest rising without a single rattle of pain. Integration ratio, 100% maximum stability genetic conversion, successful, category ID, spatial CO variant current threat ratio from rejection, 0, grandpa. Toby whispered, sitting up in the pod, his voice strong and entirely free of the cold wheeze. He looked down at his uncrystallized leg, then at his own right hand, where a microscopic, invisible spark of spatial pressure flickered between his knuckles with a soft zip. Marcus fell to his knees, tears slicing clean paths through the industrial soot on his cheeks. He's breathing. He's whole. Thank you, Null. Thank you. He isn't just whole, Marcus, James said, his voice level and clinical as he picked up the white resin mask from the tray. He is the first generation of the Dominion. His body has successfully anchored the void frequency. By tomorrow, he will be able to see the thin lines of reality just like Emma. James snapped the smiling mask back over his face, the narrow eye slits aligning with his freezing gray pupils. The blank white resin face and the painted black crescent smile cut through the violet mist of the engine room with a chilling finality. He turned his gaze toward the remaining hundreds of medical pods where the first wave of infected slum children lay waiting. The master formula had been verified. The equation of their salvation was no longer a theoretical projection, it was a proven, repeatable reality. Stabilize the remaining pods, Emma, James commanded, his metallic, filtered voice echoing flatly off the iron walls of the silo. Accelerate the integration protocols for all 40,000. Because the cosmic hunters are dropping into our atmospheric grid, and when they breach the outer canyon, I want an army of spatial masters waiting to delete their vectors from the cosmos. The transmutation engine roared to its maximum output, filling the expanding embryonic universe with a glorious, blinding dawn of violet light, as Null's sovereign kingdom finalized its first step toward absolute, cosmic dominion. Chapter 39, The First Vector. The sky above the black basalt ravine didn't darken with storm clouds, it bled geometric static. 80 kilometers outside the aegis walls of Blackstone City, the gray, ash-choked horizon of the wildlands began to violently tear along a localized spatial fracture. The atmospheric pressure inside the canyon plummeted to absolute zero in a single heartbeat, freezing the falling radioactive dust into sharp, floating needles of dead gray mana. A void arbiter had breached the planetary grid. It was smaller than the planetary tether that James had executed over the obsidian spire, but its form was far more aggressive. Spanning 30 meters across, the entity appeared as a rotating cluster of razor-sharp, obsidian crystals that actively devoured the ambient light. It didn't possess a face, but a central, anti-light violet eye pulsed rhythmically at its core, broadcasting the high-frequency tracking signal of the cosmic interstellar bounty straight into the Earth. Cosmic threat detected, void arbiter, rank, interstellar tracker, vector alignment, black basalt ravine target coordinates lock, recalibrating for current grid from the mouth of the canyon. A line of 10 figures stepped out from a spatial fold. They weren't seasoned mercenaries or titanium-armored warden shock troops. Leading the vanguard was 14-year-old Toby, his dark hair whipping in the entropic wind, his newly healed skin glowing with faint, intricate silver geometric patterns that traced down his forearms. Behind him stood 9 other stabilized slum children, all between the ages of 12 and 16. Their deep blue and violet ringed pupils were completely wide, their senses perfectly synchronized with the raw, vibrating frequencies of the outer wilds. James Vale stood on a high volcanic pillar overlooking the gorge, his arms crossed, his face obscured by the stark white resin mask. He didn't step down to face the cosmic hunter. The blank, painted black crescent smile of his mask stared out over the battlefield with a chilling, detached stillness. This was no longer his duel. This was the maiden test of the Dominion's first generation. The entity is anchoring its mass through the 5 central crystal facets. Emma's voice vibrated through the spatial communication pathways, her celestial resonance guiding the children's minds from her position inside the central silo terminal. It's preparing to launch a localized entropic plasma wave. Toby, collapse the local coordinate path. Toby didn't flinch as the massive obsidian arbiter clicked, its facets rotating to aim a blinding beam of anti-light violet energy straight at his chest. The boy took a slow, deep breath, his fingers splaying wide. Spatial CO variant, activate. Instead of dodging, Toby drove his right foot into the frozen ash, engaging the newly integrated spatial metrics of his biology. A miniature, razor-thin black rift snapped open in the empty air directly in front of the Arbiter's core. Snap. The boy didn't possess James's wide-area absolute severance, but his precision was mathematically flawless. The tiny spatial fold clipped the exact rotation node of the Arbiter's central facet just as the entropic plasma beam erupted. The cosmic beam didn't hit the children, its trajectory was warped by 90 degrees, traveling straight down into the basalt canyon floor with a thunderous boom, vaporizing a 10-meter crater of solid stone into black dust. Now, surround the grid. Toby shouted, his voice carrying the firm, practical authority of a squad leader who had grown up surviving the cruel calculations of the slums. The 9 other children moved instantly. They didn't run with standard human muscle speed, they used their newly awakened gifts to compress the local space before them, materializing soundlessly in a perfect circle around the floating cosmic predator. Microspaces, synchronized array. The children extended their hands in unison. Dozens of needle-thin, invisible spatial tears materialized simultaneously inside the rotating outer shell of the Void Arbiter. With a series of microscopic snips, the silver-ringed children systematically sliced through the geometric joints holding the obsidian facets together. The cosmic entity let out a high-pitched, deafening shriek of pure anti-light energy, its majestic outer defenses violently tumbling to the dirt like shattered glass shards as its unarmored, pulsing violet eye core was laid completely bare to the ravine. Return velocity, Toby whispered, his violet-ringed pupils flaring with a sudden, brilliant light. The boy lifted both hands. Catching the kinetic shockwave of the Arbiter's own shrieking energy fields inside a small, localized stasis loop he had woven into the air between his palms. He flipped the threshold 180 degrees, sending the compressed kinetic force screaming straight back into the entity's core. Explosion. The Tier 3 cosmic tracker collapsed into a harmless cloud of sparkling, non-Euclidean dust that drifted away into the freezing wildlands wind, leaving behind a small, pulsing violet stone that dropped heavily into the AD-rank cosmic core. Toby stepped forward, his breathing slightly shallow but his posture immaculate as he knelt to scoop up the stone. He looked up at the high volcanic pillar, raising the glowing core toward the white-masked specter with a look of profound, absolute loyalty. High above them, James slowly lowered his head in a silent nod of validation. The children of the slums had been successfully re-engineered into the ultimate weapons of creation. The first cosmic variable had been deleted by the hands of the Dominion's vanguard, and as the deep rifts in the sky began to hum with the approach of a massive interstellar fleet, Null knew that the entire cosmos was about to find out exactly what happens when you try to cage a predator who owns the grid. Chapter 40, The Sovereign Merge. The non-Euclidean dust of the dead Void Arbiter had barely settled into the basalt fissures when the eastern horizon began to rumble with a heavy, terrestrial thunder. Toby and the 9 other children of the vanguard snapped their heads toward the sound, their violet-ringed pupils flaring instantly as their spatial perception tracked a massive mechanical footprint crawling through the ash storms. They raised their hands, their fingers splaying to manifest a defensive lattice of micro-rifts in the empty air. Hold your fire, James's filtered, multi-toned voice vibrated through their internal comms pathways. From his high volcanic pillar, the white-masked ghost watched the steel tide roll into the canyon. It wasn't a stealth unit or an assassin squad. It was the absolute, bleeding remainder of the Ether Federation Military High Command. Dozens of heavily armored, 6-wheeled tactical transport vehicles, their chassis dented and coated in industrial soot, crawled into the ravine in a tight convoy. Behind them marched nearly 3,000 Warden shock troops, the elite remnants of the inner ring garrisons. Their titanium armor was scarred, their energy shields dimmed, and their weapons held at a defensive low ready. They didn't look like an invading army, they looked like a ragged battalion retreating from a planet that had already lost its star. At the head of the convoy, a massive, custom-built tracked command juggernaut ground to a halt against the basalt stones. The reinforced steel ramp hissed open, dropping heavily into the ash. Grand Marshal Reinhardt stepped out into the freezing wildlands wind. He didn't wear his immaculate dress uniform or his administrative medals. His heavy cybernetic frame was bare of ceremonial trim, the dull gray titanium plating scratched and smeared with oil. His mechanical eye whirred violently, clicking as it zoomed in on the 10 children standing in a flawless defensive formation, then up to the white resin mask hovering on the volcanic ledge above. Reinhardt walked forward alone, his massive iron boots tracking deep, heavy trenches into the gray soil. He stopped exactly 10 paces from Toby's spatial vanguard, his single organic eye taking in the faint, glowing silver patterns beneath the boy's skin and the small cosmic core pulsing in his palm. The veteran soldier let out a low, gravelly sigh that sounded like grinding tectonic plates. He slowly reached down to his waist, unbuckling his heavy sidearm, an S-rank, high-output plasma disruptor, and dropped it onto the dirt at Toby's feet. Then, Reinhardt fell to one knee. Behind him, across the entire 3-kilometer span of the ravine, the 3,000 Warden shock troops witnessed the gesture. With a massive, synchronized clatter of armor, the entire legion dropped their weapons onto the ash and knelt, their heads bowed beneath the copper sky. The surface grid has hit absolute zero, null, Reinhardt said, his voice modulated through his chest plating, echoing rawly off the canyon walls. 36 hours after your audit, the inner ring refinery cores suffered a total thermal lockup. The industrial syndicates have fled to the private shelters, the banks are dead glass, and the Aegis walls are flickering at 12% capacity. Blackstone City is no longer a fortress. It's an open tomb waiting for the sky to fall. James slipped off the volcanic pillar, letting Stage 6 compress the vertical space so he materialized soundlessly on the canyon floor, just a pace away from the kneeling marshal. The blank white face and the painted black crescent smile cut through the misty frost. You had a seat at the apex of that tomb, Reinhardt, James said, his metallic filter projecting a chilling, detached clarity. Why cross the perimeter line? A seat on a sinking battleship is a poor calculation, Reinhardt rumbled, looking up to lock his organic eye with the narrow slits of the mask. I am a soldier, Vale. My mandate was never to protect the luxury accounts of the Ashcroft family, it was to keep humanity breathing. The Conclave used our legions as butcher proxies to harvest the slums, and we allowed it because we believed the walls were the only thing keeping the species from being erased. The Marshal splayed his massive cybernetic hands over the ash. But I watched your vanguard delete a cosmic tracker in less than 4 seconds using nothing but lower-tier precision. You didn't just cure those children, you re-engineered them into the apex predators of the New World. The Ether Federation is a dead variable. I am here to petition for a total structural merge. My legions, our remaining heavy munitions, our tactical data networks, and our lives, we merge them into the true dimensional dominion. Alert, Mass CONCRIPTION petition detected subject, Region Defense Command Remnants total personnel, 3,412 active units tactical integration potential, high structural scale James stood perfectly still, his analytical mind breaking down the data lines of the proposal, he didn't feel a rush of pride. He didn't care about the validation of a global Grand Marshal kneeling at his feet. To his cold, calculating mind, the 3,000 Warden shock troops weren't citizens to be ruled, they were a massive influx of hardened, disciplined kinetic mass that could be woven into the defense arrays of his embryonic universe. With the interstellar bounty lines actively tightening across the upper stratosphere, he needed physical logistics to secure the perimeter while his own spatial army finalized their evolutionary tracks. Your weapons remain in the ash, Reinhardt, James whispered through the filter. His words carrying the heavy weight of an absolute law. The moment you step past my boundary, your military oaths to the surface are deleted. You do not report to a conclave, and you do not fight for a nation. You report to the edge. The ledger is yours, sovereign, Reinhardt rumbled, bowing his silver gray head. James extended his right arm, his fingers splaying toward the jagged basalt wall of the ravine behind the convoy. The violet energy of his soul surged, connecting with Emma's processing terminal inside the central silo. Stage 7, True Dimensional Dominion, a colossal, vertical fracture of absolute nothingness, nearly 500 meters wide, tore open silently across the face of the canyon. The space inside didn't just open, it expanded, its geometric boundaries stretching to encapsulate the entire 3-kilometer convoy of armored transports and kneeling soldiers. The warm, life-giving violet atmosphere of the inner dominion rolled out like a tide, instantly melting the radioactive white frost coating the Warden's armor plates and filling their scarred, coal-rot lungs with pure, unrefined creation energy. March them in, Toby, James commanded, his white smiling mask turning back toward the deep interior of the forest. The boy leader picked up the S-rank plasma disruptor from the dirt, sliding it into a newly formed microspace behind his waist, and signaled the vanguard. The 10 children led the massive column of gray military steel straight through the cosmic threshold, transitioning from the dying infrastructure of the old world into the infinite, expanding grid of the new empire. The merge was finalized. The Ether Federation had officially ceased to exist as a political entity, its weapons and its soldiers rewritten into the foundation of Null's sovereign kingdom, right as the sky above the wildlands violently fractured to unleash the full, terrifying fury of the interstellar bounty fleet. Chapter 41, The Trans-Dimensional Echo. The central laboratory of the hidden silo vibrated with a high-frequency, glass-shattering whine. Inside the primary observation deck, the ether void transmutation engine worked at maximum capacity, its black titanium conduits pulsing with violent rivers of iridescent violet fluid. Floating in the exact dead center of the containment grid was the D-rank cosmic core Toby had harvested from the dead tracker arbiter. The walnut-sized purple stone was no longer static, it was spinning so rapidly it appeared as a blur of anti-light energy, throwing off sharp, jagged sparks of spatial radiation that hissed against the lead-shielded basalt walls. Emma Vale sat before the primary diagnostic terminal. Her long dark hair was tied back, her skin completely flush with the glowing silver geometric patterns that wove beneath her veins. Her deep blue eyes were wide, her pupils replaced by spinning silver rings that mapped the invisible streams of raw data bleeding out of the cosmic crystal. Her fingers did not touch a physical keyboard. She traced her hands through the empty air, her spatial covariant gift allowing her to manually grab and separate the complex strands of the higher dimensional frequency. It's not just a tracking beacon, James, Emma said, her voice carrying that celestial, multi-toned resonance that instantly stabilized the volatile fluctuations in the room. The arbiter wasn't just following your signature. Its core is a live, two-way subspace quantum bridge. It's hardwired into the main command lattice of the interstellar bounty fleet currently anchoring in the upper stratosphere. James stood behind her, a silent gargoyle in his pristine black combat suit. He held his white resin mask in his left hand, his bare face exposed to the violet light. His gray eyes were colder than deep-sea ice, tracking the rapid mathematical data lines flickering across the terminal screen. Can you trace the origin coordinates? James asked flatly. I can do more than trace them, Emma whispered, a sudden, sharp glint of silver flaring in her pupils. The entity left its communication port wide open when Toby severed its node. The internal frequency is locked into a non-Euclidean encryption loop, but our transmutation engine is operating on pure prime ether. I've broken the code. I've decoded the master cosmic frequency. She swept her right hand down, driving the silver patterns beneath her skin to launch a massive jolt of data straight into the terminal core. The display screen violently fractured, the standard military telemetry lines dissolving into a massive three-dimensional geometric map of the solar system's upper orbit. Floating directly above the Earth's fractured stratosphere were 12 massive, multifaceted silhouettes, colossal cosmic dreadnoughts of the Void Sovereign's fleet, their anti-light hulls preparing to launch a synchronized orbital bombardment to vaporize the entire southern perimeter of the wildlands. Cosmic frequency, decoded, full synchronization ratio, 100% target direction, orbital defense mesh, vertical conduit 0112 tactical, recommendation, launch immediately before targeting lock. They expect us to hide inside our container, James murmured, his fingers tightening around the edge of his white resin mask. They are calculating a conventional planetary defense metric. They expect me to anchor spatial shields around the silo and wait for their artillery to drain my mass. An incorrect calculation, Emma agreed, turning her silver-ringed eyes toward him with a dark, predatory smile that perfectly mirrored his own resolve. The bridge works both ways, James. If we flood this decoded frequency with our own spatial output, we don't just open a door, we turn their own tracking network into a physical gateway. James raised the white resin mask, sliding it back over his face. The narrow eye slits aligned with his freezing pupils, and the wide, painted black crescent smile cut through the violet mist of the laboratory, a chilling monument to absolute, unyielding efficiency. He was no longer calculating survival. He was calculating the shortest trajectory to an absolute preemptive erasure. Marshal Reinhardt, James's filtered, multi-toned voice vibrated through the internal comms of the silo's command bunker. Sovereign, the Grand Marshal's gravelly voice responded instantly, the rhythmic hum of his heavy cybernetic systems clicking over the line. The 3,000 Warden shock troops are fully integrated into the perimeter grid. Our heavy anti-materiel artillery batteries are primed and aimed at the sky. Retarget the batteries, James commanded. You are not firing at the sky. Toby, lead the vanguard to the primary staging dais. We are marching straight into their engine rooms. Inside his mind, the sprawling, multi-chambered geometric labyrinth of his true dimensional dominion expanded to its maximum, cosmic capacity. The 50 high-purity cores he had harvested from the Outlaws and the massive resource injection from the Warden convoy had completely stabilized his inner universe. He reached deep into his soul, grabbing the raw, unrefined prime ether streams from the transmutation engine, and willed them to fuse with the decoded frequency Emma had extracted. Stage 7, True Dimensional Dominion, boom. The central concrete floor of the silo's staging dais did not split, it ceased to exist. A colossal, vertical rift of absolute pitch-black nothingness, nearly 50 meters wide, tore open in the empty space above the dais. But this wasn't a standard localized fold. Woven into the edges of the black rift were thousands of glowing, intricate silver and violet geometric glyphs, vibrating with the exact, hard-encrypted cosmic frequency of the interstellar bounty fleet. The rift didn't lead to a canyon or a forest, it looked straight up into the freezing, zero-gravity vacuum of space, revealing the massive, obsidian hull of the lead cosmic dreadnought hovering right on the other side of the spatial threshold. The anti-light engines of the alien warship were visible, pulsing with a deep purple glow, completely exposed to the interior of the human silo. The variables are synchronized, James whispered through his resin filter. Stepping onto the edge of the dais, he extended his right index finger, aligning his awareness with the primary plasma core of the alien dreadnought visible through the rift. Stage 5-dimensional anchors, 10 sharp, violet geometric points materialized out of thin air, pinning themselves directly into the internal fuel induction manifolds of the alien ship. James didn't wait for them to fire their orbital artillery. He willed the anchors to contract, compressing the 10 meters of space inside the alien engine room down to a fraction of a millimeter. Vanguard, launched, Toby's voice roared across the staging deck. The 10 children of the spatial vanguard, their silver patterns flaring with a blinding light, launched themselves straight into the pitch-black rift. They didn't fall through space, they compressed the distances between the silo and the alien corridors, materializing soundlessly inside the primary command decks of the cosmic fleet. Behind them, Reinhardt's 3,000 Warden shock troops moved with heavy, mechanical discipline, their high-caliber weapons firing synchronized bursts of ether plasma straight into the panicked alien security grids before the first orbital alarm could even wail. The counter-offensive had begun. The text of the interstellar bounty had been completely rewritten. Null hadn't just broken the boundary of his fortress city, he had turned the deep rifts of the cosmos into a slaughterhouse, and the Void Sovereign was about to find out that the Child of the Edge didn't just defend his nest, he conquered the universe from the roots up. Chapter 42, The Universal Signal. The zero-gravity vacuum of the alien command deck did not hum with mechanical electronics, it vibrated with the deep, sickening pulse of non-Euclidean mathematics. Inside the central control nexus of the lead cosmic dreadnought, the air was a thick, purple mist of raw, unrefined void energy. The structural pillars were grown from living obsidian crystal, shifting and rotating to process the tactical data streams of the 12-ship orbital fleet. Alien operators, shapeless specters of anti-light and floating geometric facets, frantically gestured through the air, their communication matrices flashing with catastrophic crimson failure warnings. The human vanguard had breached their hull from the inside out. Thwip. 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 High-caliber ether plasma bursts from Reinhardt's Warden shock troops tore through the obsidian corridors, shattering the alien operators into harmless showers of dull gray glass. Toby and the 9 other children of the spatial vanguard moved like lethal, silver-brained ghosts through the smoke, their microspaces systematically slicing through the physical control cables and structural power conduits of the primary weapons array before the dreadnought could launch its planetary destruction weapon. James Vale walked through the center of the slaughter, his black boots tracking dark, frozen streaks across the crystalline floor plates. He held his stance, his arms crossed, his face obscured by the immaculate white resin mask. The narrow eye slits stared directly at the central data core, a massive, rotating sphere of liquid obsidian floating in a containment grid at the center of the bridge. Beside him, a localized violet rift rippled, and Emma stepped onto the alien deck. She did not gasp at the zero-gravity environment. The silver geometric patterns beneath her skin were flaring with a brilliant, blinding intensity, her silver-ringed pupils spinning with a fluid, furious rhythm that perfectly matched the raw processing frequency of the alien computer network. The data core isn't just controlling this fleet, James, Emma said, her voice carrying that celestial, multi-toned resonance that instantly stabilized the gravity fluctuations on the bridge. It's a localized sub-node of the Cosmic Rift Registry. It's connected directly to the primary communication conduits of the Void Sovereign. Every civilized star system, every forgotten god, and every hidden realm in the deep void is currently linked to this specific node to track the progress of your interstellar bounty. James turned his white smiling mask toward the rotating sphere of liquid obsidian. They are waiting for a confirmation of my erasure. Then let's give them an audit, Emma whispered, a dark predatory smile curving her lips as she stepped toward the containment grid. She didn't use hacking protocols or cryptographic tools. She extended both hands, her long, uncrystallized fingers driving straight through the protective magnetic firewalls of the alien machine. Her spatial covariant gift allowed her to treat the digital encryption barriers as physical, geometric threads. She grabbed the strands of the non-Euclidean data streams, her silver pulsing veins rewriting the alien binary code at a molecular level through pure spatial synchronization. Core frequency handshake, initiated cosmic registry override ratio, 78%. 92%. 100% system link status. Universal Broadcast Terminal engaged. The liquid obsidian sphere violently expanded, its surface turning into a mirror flat panoramic display screen that began to hum with a deafening, multi-toned cosmic static. Emma didn't just hijack the Dreadnought's internal comms, she flooded the entire interstellar tracking network with the raw, compressed output of the Dominion's transmutation engine. She inverted the bounty signal, turning the tracking beacon that the 12 houses had called down into a massive, trans-dimensional broadcasting antenna. Across the infinite expanses of the deep void, the balance of a million worlds flipped in a single heartbeat. Inside the majestic, crystalline palaces of the high-tier void sovereigns, beneath the molten sulfur oceans of the forgotten demon realms, and on the bridges of 1,000 cosmic mercenary fleets crossing the outer rifts, the tactical monitor screens violently fractured. The local military data maps, the economic balance sheets, and the stellar navigation grids of the entire cosmic ecosystem dissolved into absolute static. Then, the signal stabilized. From every screen in the civilized universe, the stark, pitch-black silhouette of a man wearing an immaculate black combat suit materialized. His face was entirely obscured by a simple, cheap white resin mask. Two narrow, slanted eye slits stared directly into the eyes of the cosmic rulers, and a wide, painted black crescent smile cut through the galactic glare with a terrifying, unmoving stillness. The entire void went dead silent. Billions of higher dimensional entities stared at their terminals in a state of absolute, unmitigated shock. They hadn't received a notification of a claimed bounty. They were receiving a declaration of war from a mortal frame. To the variables of the cosmic grid, James's filtered, multi-toned voice echoed through the communication channels of 1,000 star systems simultaneously, carrying the cold, chilling finality of an absolute zero equation. Your parameters regarding the Earth sector are outdated. The Ether Federation conclave has been dissolved. The interstellar bounty fleet has been deleted from the ledger. Behind the white mask on the lead Dreadnought's bridge, James extended his right index finger, pointing it straight into the liquid obsidian data core. Stage 2, absolute severance. With a single, effortless mental contraction, he activated a spatial rift through the core. The mirror-flat liquid sphere split perfectly down the center, its internal non-Euclidean geometry severed at the fundamental level of creation before it violently dissolved into a cloud of harmless gray glass dust. The dimensional edge is no longer a prize to be hunted, James's voice whispered across the universe one final time as the galactic broadcast began to static out. It is a sovereign territory. If any cosmic variable steps through the deep rifts to cross my boundary, the lines I cut will not stop at this fleet. We will rewrite the ledger of your entire universe. Boom. The universal signal snapped shut, leaving 1,000 civilized star systems in absolute, terrified darkness. On the bridge of the lead dreadnought, the remaining alien operators dissolved into ash as the core's destruction triggered a catastrophic energy feedback loop across the entire 12-ship fleet. The obsidian hulls of the cosmic dreadnoughts began to fracture, their anti-light engines imploding into harmless pockets of vacuum. James turned on his heel, his black coat billowing slightly as he walked back toward the 50-meter vertical rift leading to his hidden silo. Toby, Reinhardt, and the 3,000 Warden shock troops marched in a disciplined column in his wake, their arms loaded with stolen alien relics and high-purity cosmic cores. The orbital hunt was over. The interstellar bounty had been completely erased from the balance sheet. Null hadn't just protected his nest, he had forced the entire universe to face the blank, terrifying smile of the mask, and as the embryonic universe of the Dominion prepared to expand its geometric borders into the deep void, the gods of the cosmos finally understood that the predator on the edge was ready to conquer the stars from the roots up. Chapter 43, The Vacuum of Power. The surface of Blackstone City did not fall to claws or plasma. It collapsed under the crushing weight of a zero on its balance sheet 3 days after the universal broadcast had flickered across the cosmos. The inner ring of the global metropolis was a tomb of glass and unpowered titanium. Without the 43,000 lower ring factory laborers to manually vent the toxic, unrefined ether exhaust, the central energy cores of the high-rise spires had suffered an irreversible thermal lockup. The simulated sunlight grids that had illuminated the pristine marble plazas of the elite had flickered out, leaving the skyscrapers cast in an eerie, perpetual shadow beneath a toxic, copper smog sky. The social pyramid had fractured from its base. In the streets of the middle rings, the fragile illusion of civilian order had dissolved into absolute chaos. Millions of citizens, clerks, lower-tier merchants, and abandoned public academy students roamed the asphalt thoroughfares, their faces pale with a raw, primal panic. The automated food distribution centers were dark, their mechanical arms locked behind unpowered plasteel shutters. The private corporate banks had completely frozen their local data nodes, leaving the paper Federation credits worthless in the gutters. The conclave is dead. A speaker shouted from the steps of the ruined Sector 2 administrative building, his voice hoarse and desperate as thousands of starving citizens pressed around him. The wardens have abandoned the outer walls. Grand Marshal Reinhardt has marched the entire legion into the wildlands to kneel before the mask. We are left in the dark to freeze. The Aegis walls are down to 4%. A woman shrieked from the crowd, clutching a child whose fingers were already clicking with the early, dry stages of crystal frost syndrome. The radar towers are blind. If a Tier 4 Alpha swarm hits the border tonight, the city will be a mass grave within an hour. They were a populace built on walls, trained for 3 centuries to believe that survival was a commodity purchased with compliance to the 12 great houses. But the boxes had been broken, the currency had melted, and the predators they had been taught to fear were no longer just outside the gates, they were looking down from the upper dimensions. Null. A voice bellowed from the rear of the crowded plaza. The name didn't travel as a political slogan, it erupted as a desperate, terrified prayer from the throat of a starving population. Null. Save the grid. Step through the fold. In a terrifying, viral wave of psychological capitulation, the 40,000 citizens filling the administrative plaza dropped to their knees, their hands raised toward the dark, shattered glass dome of the obsidian spire. They weren't asking for a democratic council. They weren't begging for a new military junta. They were a broken collective begging for a tyrant who could manipulate the literal physics of their environment, a sovereign master who could rewrite the ledger of their starvation. We offer the city. The speaker on the steps shrieked, falling to his face against the cold stone. We offer the keys. Null. Become the absolute ruler of the grid. Zip. The air at the absolute center of the elevated administrative platform didn't just thin, it ceased to exist. A vertical, 2-meter-wide circular pathway of pitch-black nothingness tore open soundlessly in the empty space, completely bypassing the city's dead electronic firewalls. The ambient air pressure in the plaza plummeted so rapidly that the frantic shouting of the crowd was instantly choked into a suffocating, breathless silence. James Vale stepped out of the fold. He wore his immaculate black combat suit, the violet veins of prime ether in his marrow pulsing with a calm, predatory rhythm that radiated a visible, freezing pressure across the stone steps. His face was entirely obscured by the stark white resin mask, its frozen black crescent smile cutting through the gray smog with an unmoving, terrifying clarity. He didn't bring an invading army. He didn't carry a weapon. Beside him, a secondary, softer ripple of violet light manifested, and Emma stepped onto the platform. Her dark combat tunic billowed slightly in the entropic draft, her deep blue eyes wide, her silver-ringed pupils spinning with a fluid, serene geometric rhythm that actively mapped the chaotic energy channels of the starving city below. Your offer relies on an incorrect calculation. James's filtered, multi-toned voice echoed across the crowded plaza, carrying the cold, chilling finality of an absolute zero equation. The speaker on the steps looked up through his tears, his voice trembling as he stared at the narrow, slanted eye slits of the white mask. Sovereign. The city is yours. 3 million citizens. We will sign the mandatory service oaths. Just turn the turbines back on. Give us the serum. I have no interest in ruling a graveyard of compliant tools, James said, his voice flat and level, entirely devoid of human pride or political ambition. A ruler is a variable bound to the structure he governs. He must maintain the walls, feed the cattle, and defend the container from the outside dark. I have already transcended your parameters. James extended his right index finger, pointing it straight at the central energy spire of Sector 2. Stage 6, Spatial Manipulation. With a precise mental pulse, he compressed the space between the city's dead ether turbines and the massive, glowing core of the transmutation engine humming 80 kilometers away inside his hidden wildlands silo. A network of transparent, violet spatial conduits tore open across the city's sky, bridging the distance at a quantum level. Instantly, a massive surge of pure, filtered prime ether energy flooded down the spatial pathways. The dead electrical grids of Blackstone City violently snapped back to life, the automated food centers buzzed with power, the plasteel shutters sliding open, and the climate control grids re-stabilized the freezing atmosphere of the middle rings within a span of 10 seconds. The crowd let out a deafening, thunderous roar of relief, thousands of citizens weeping as the warmth returned to their hands. They reached forward to kiss the steps beneath James's boots, ready to proclaim his eternal dictatorship over the planet. Do not mistake a resource reallocation for a political covenant. James's voice cut through their celebration like an iron razor, freezing the crowd back into an absolute silence. The white resin face stared down at the 3 million souls with a chilling, detached stillness. The energy is running through my conduits, James whispered through the filter. The master formula for the crystal frost cure has been integrated into the public water mains of the lower rings. Your starvation has been resolved. But you do not belong to my ledger. He turned his back in the plaza, his black coat billowing slightly as he stepped back toward the vertical black rift. The Ether Federation is dissolved, James commanded, his final words echoing across the city like a universal decree. I am not your king, and I am not your shield. If you wish to survive the cosmic hunters currently descending through the upper stratosphere, you will pack your bags, step past your walls, and earn your place as a variable inside the true dimensional dominion of the wildlands. If you choose to stay inside your box, you will face the gods alone. James and Emma stepped back into the pitch-black fold, the circular pathway snapping shut behind them without a single sound, leaving the revitalized city of Blackstone completely free, completely powered, and completely terrified by the realization that their absolute savior had just rejected the throne of Earth because the universe itself was his next target. 44. The Logistics of Infinity. The exodus of 40,000 slum dwellers had been a stream. The migration of 3 million Middle Ring citizens was a tectonic shift. 48 hours after Null's white resin mask had vanished from the administrative plaza of Sector 2, the highways of Blackstone City were no longer transportation routes, they were conveyor belts of absolute human panic. The middle-class elite, clerks, technocrats, academic scholars, and lesser merchant lineages, had realized the chilling geometric truth of James Vale's final decree. The lights were back on, and the water was clean, but they were sitting inside an empty, unshielded box waiting to be crushed by the next higher dimensional predator that dropped from the stars. They left everything behind. They abandoned their sleek, unpowered mag-lev vehicles, their high-rise apartments, and their digital accounts. A sea of millions poured through the shattered titanium gates of the southern perimeter, their footsteps a continuous, thunderous roar that shook the frozen ash fields of the wildlands for kilometers in every direction. At the Black Basalt Ravine, the scale of the human tide threatened to crash the local operational capacity. Hold the boundary lines. Form the geometric sectors. Do not compress the space until the biometric sync is finalized. Toby's voice cut through the howling ash storms, amplified by a localized spatial resonance pathway. The 14-year-old Vanguard leader stood on a jagged outcropping of volcanic stone, his dark hair whipped by the wind, his long combat tunic immaculate. The intricate silver patterns beneath the skin of his forearms were flaring with a blinding intensity, his violet-ringed pupils spinning like gears as he managed a data matrix that would have fried a conventional mainframe. The continent-scale grid. Black basalt perimeter. Spatial architecture kinetic defense. 1,200 micro-space lanes 3,000 Warden shock troops. Automated biometric inversion, heavy artillery sector array. 50,000 processed per minute, defensive parameter secured. The ravine was no longer just a canyon, it had been re-engineered into a continent-scale spatial processing grid, to prevent 3 million panicked civilians from trampling each other or suffocating within the narrow volcanic chasm. Toby and the 9 other children of the Vanguard had divided the 3-kilometer gorge into 1,200 individual microspace lanes. Each lane was anchored to the stone via stage 5-dimensional anchors. When a civilian stepped into a lane, the local geometry expanded by a factor of 50, transforming a narrow path into a vast, uncrowded hall of white-violet light where they could move without friction. Grand Marshal Reinhardt stood at the central command nexus of the ravine, his massive cybernetic frame locked into a steel anchor plate. His single mechanical eye whirred violently, flashing orange as it synchronized with the tactical data slates of his 3,000 Warden shock troops. The Wardens were no longer blockading the slum dwellers. They stood in disciplined rows between the spatial lanes, their heavy titanium shields interlocked to form a massive kinetic barrier against the wild, unpredictable ash storms. Their high-caliber weapons were aimed upward, scanning the shifting gray sky for the first signs of cosmic fractures. We're processing 50,000 units a minute, Toby. Reinhardt rumbled through the tactical frequency, his voice cutting through the deep thrum hiss of the spatial rifts. But the queue on the surface highway stretches all the way back to the middle rings. The environmental sensors are recording a massive spike in quantum density directly above the stratosphere. The Void Sovereign's Vanguard is realigning their vectors. Keep the gates open, Marshal, Toby replied, his violet eyes locking onto a group of 1,000 starving children being guided through lane 4. The Sovereign told us the box is bigger than they think. We don't close the line until the last variable is registered. Suddenly, the silver-ringed children of the Vanguard stiffened in unison. The roaring of the mechanical transports and the thunderous footsteps of the 3 million refugees didn't just stop, the sound waves themselves were violently compressed, flattening into a dead, suffocating vacuum. The gray ash falling from the sky ceased its drift, turning a sickly, anti-light violet hue as it hovered suspended in midair. The upper stratosphere of the wildlands was violently fracturing. Three massive, 60-meter slits of absolute pitch black nothingness tore open against the copper sky directly over the ravine. These weren't standard tracker arbiters. From the dark rifts, three colossal entities materialized, the arbiters of the Prime Core. They appeared as massive, non-Euclidean rings of shifting obsidian crystal, their inner voids burning with a brilliant sapphire plasma that radiated an immense, localized gravitational weight capable of crushing an entire sector into dust. Critical alert, Cosmic Apex Threat Encountered Entity Class, Arbiters of the Prime Core Count 3, Local Geometry Corruption Ratio, Impacting Perimeter Mesh. The massive gravitational weight from the descending cosmic rings struck the processing grid. Several of the micro-space lanes began to buckle, the white-violet light flickering unstable as the non-Euclidean angles of the gods began to overwrite the local laws of physics. The 3 million refugees shrieked, a massive wave of panic threatening to break the Vanguard's architecture. Stand your ground. Toby roared, his silver patterns flaring with a blinding light as he thrust both hands forward, attempting to hold the collapsing anchors of Lane 4 through raw willpower. Zip, a single, horizontal hairline fracture of absolute blackness tore open in the empty space between the falling cosmic rings and the processing grid. James Vale stepped out of the spatial fold. He didn't wear a helmet, he wore the immaculate white resin mask, its frozen black crescent smile cutting through the sapphire plasma glare with a chilling, unmoving stillness. He didn't look up at the three colossal arbiters. His analytical mind broke down their shifting non-Euclidean loops down to the absolute micron, his spatial grid incorporating their gravitational mass into his own internal equations within a fraction of a millisecond. Beside him, Emma materialized, her long dark hair whipping in the gravity storm, her silver-ringed eyes tracking the weak cosmic nodes of the three rings with flawless precision. They are anchoring their trajectory through a synchronized triple stasis loop. James, Emma's multi-toned voice vibrated through the entire canyon. They aren't trying to shoot. They are trying to compress the entire ravine into a zero-point singularity. James didn't offer a verbal reply. He simply extended his right palm toward the sky. Stage 7, True Dimensional Dominion. He didn't launch a defensive shield. He willed the 1200 microspace lanes processing the 3 million refugees to expand their geometric coordinates simultaneously, shifting their internal boundaries until they merged directly into the multi-chambered vacuum of his soul. In a single, breathless heartbeat, the 3 million civilians, the 3,000 Warden shock troops, the armored transports, and the entire black basalt ravine vanished from the surface of the earth. They didn't fall, they were integrated into the infinite, expanding universe of the Dominion, leaving behind nothing but a massive, empty 3-kilometer crater of solid rock. The three arbiters of the Prime Core fired their synchronized plasma loop, their devastating cosmic strike hitting nothing but the vacant, empty dirt where an entire population had been standing a millisecond prior. James stood alone at the center of the massive empty crater, the white resin mask reflecting the furious sapphire glare of the stranded gods above. The processing grid was closed, the human variables were safely archived behind the spatial walls of his soul, and as Null raised his right hand to activate the final, absolute severance across the stratosphere, the cosmic hunters finally understood that they hadn't dropped onto an enemy stronghold, they had stepped straight onto the chopping block of a sovereign master who owned the physics of the universe. Chapter 45, The Architect of Ranks. Within the deep, multi-tiered vacuum of James Vale's soul, space did not end. The 3 million middle ring refugees who had stepped through the black basalt threshold did not find themselves crammed into a dark warehouse or a biological container. They stood beneath a vast, artificial vault of iridescent violet starlight. The internal architecture of the true dimensional dominion had expanded, absorbing the raw energy of the digested prime ether cargo to construct a multi-layered geometric sanctuary that rivaled the scale of a planetary sector. Massive, white modular processing centers, forged from dense spatial filaments and stabilized by the transmutation engine, floated like pristine islands across a gravity-regulated void. Pure streams of neutralized ether fluid circulated through transparent aqueducts overhead, radiating a constant, gentle warmth that completely dissolved the 3 centuries of industrial soot and radioactive coal rot from the immigrants' lungs. At the central processing hub of Tier 1, Grand Marshal Reinhardt stood before a holographic terminal that spanned 50 meters across. His massive cybernetic frame clicked rhythmically as his mechanical eye mapped the massive demographic data streams. Sector 1 alignment complete, Reinhardt's modulated voice rumbled, causing the spatial floorboards to vibrate slightly. We have categorized the first 800,000 civilians. The technocrats, the medical mages, and the structural engineers from the middle ring are being rerouted to the infrastructure development docks in Tier 2. The lower-tier factory hands are already organizing the primary agriculture domes. Beside him on the floating basalt platform stood Toby. The 14-year-old vanguard leader looked down at the massive, orderly lines of civilians moving through the transparent spatial lanes below. The intricate silver patterns beneath his skin were calm, pulsing with a slow, mechanical rhythm, but his violet-ringed pupils remained wide, constantly monitoring the quantum density of the internal star systems. The numbers are balancing, Marshall, Toby said, his voice carrying the firm, cool pragmatism he had learned from watching Null. But they are still calculating reality using the old parameters. They are looking at the sky, waiting for an official civilian curfew broadcast. They are waiting for someone to hand them a physical currency. They are refugees from a system built on compliance, kid, Reinhardt said, his mechanical eye flaring orange as he pulled up a new strategic manifest. You can't expect 3 million tools to become sovereigns overnight. They need a hierarchy. They need an explicit ledger of value to replace the Federation credits they left in the gutters. Toby shook his head, his hand resting on the pommel of the S-rank plasma disruptor tucked behind his waist. The sovereign doesn't build hierarchies to protect property, Marshall. He builds them to optimize survival. In this universe, your rank isn't determined by your noble lineage or your corporate asset sheet. It is determined by your alignment with the prime laws. Toby extended his hand, clicking a command into the central terminal, the Dominion ledger, active, across every processing tier. Floating digital status grids flickered to life above the heads of the 3 million citizens. The old Federation biometric tracking numbers were entirely gone, replaced by a simple, stark geometric rating system that calculated their current contribution to the Dominion's survival matrix: citizen metric registered rank 1, fractional variable, dependent, ether rejection coefficient, 0.00%, purified logistics track, housing assignment coming sector 12, any citizen who contributes to the construction of the spatial shields or the processing of the agriculture streams earns Dominion credits. Toby announced through the internal spatial frequency, his voice echoing with a low-frequency clarity across all tiers. Credits by higher-grade nutrient serums, private spatial housing, and the right to undergo the resonance ceremony of the edge once your biology stabilizes. If you work, you scale the grid. If you attempt to hoarding resources or break the geometric balance, your access coordinates will be deleted, and you will be returned to the empty surface of the Earth. The 3 million civilians looked up at the floating status grids, a sudden, profound wave of understanding settling over the crowds. It wasn't the fake, manipulative democracy of the conclave or the brutal tyranny of the corporate houses. It was a cold, absolute meritocracy built on survival data. If they contributed to the container would expand to protect them. They're falling into line, Reinhardt murmured, a rare look of military satisfaction crossing his scarred face as the logistical chaos below completely flattened into a disciplined, continuous stream of migration. They are becoming a functional machine. But we have another variable to calculate, Toby. The 3,000 Warden shock troops I brought across the line. They are soldiers, not laborers. They need a front line. The front line is already here, Marshall, Toby said, turning his head toward the deep violet sky of the central tier. From the high spatial canopy above the processing center, a ripple of violet light manifested, and Emma Vale descended onto the platform. Her long dark hair billowed slightly, her deep blue eyes wide, her silver-ringed pupils spinning with a fluid, rapid geometric rhythm that actively tracked the structural stress on the outer walls of the soul. The sovereign has finalized his alignment in the outer crater, Emma said, her celestial, multi-toned voice instantly drawing the attention of both the Marshal and the Vanguard. The 3 arbiters of the Prime Core have engaged their absolute stasis loop. James is currently using Stage 7 to trap their gravity vectors inside a localized loop, but the Void Sovereign's main interstellar fleet is readjusting their orbit. They are preparing to punch a massive cosmic tear straight through our internal coordinates. Reinhardt's cybernetic limbs locked with a sharp clack. Then my wardens march now. Give us the coordinates of the primary engine rifts, Emma. We will turn their own orbital entry paths into a kinetic kill zone. The wardens will anchor the structural nodes of Tier 3, Emma commanded, her silver patterns flaring as she projected a massive holographic map of the internal star systems. Toby, lead the Vanguard to the outer thresholds. We aren't going to wait for the fleet to breach the container. James has already opened the door from the surface, and when the cosmic fleet steps through the fracture, we are going to use the 3 million new variables to drown their frequencies in absolute zero. The logistical processing centers of Tier 1 suddenly shifted into a high-frequency tactical staging ground. The 3 million middle ring citizens, now organized into precise, data-driven operational ranks, stood watch as the gray military steel of the Warden legions and the silver-brained children of the spatial vanguard marched straight toward the internal thresholds of the sky. The embryonic universe of the Dominion had finalized its structural architecture. It was no longer a hidden refugee camp running from a city, it was a loaded, planet-scale spatial firearm, populated by an army of disciplined variables who had traded their citizenship for sovereignty, and is null prepared to pull the universal trigger from the surface of the Earth. The gods of the cosmic rifts were about to find out exactly what happens when the cage itself learns how to hunt. Chapter 46, The Cold Inventory. The massive, empty volcanic crater where the black basalt ravine used to stand was silent. James Vale stood at the absolute center of the jagged, 3-kilometer ring of pulverized stone, his arms crossed over his chest. Above him, the 3 colossal arbiters of the prime core rotated in the copper sky, their non-Euclidean obsidian rings flashing with furious sapphire plasma as they hammered their gravitational weight against the empty air. They were attacking a vacuum. James had already folded the entire ravine, the 3 million refugees, and Reinhardt's legions into the multi-chambered sanctuary of his soul. He didn't move. He didn't look up at the gods. Instead, James reached up with his right hand and slowly unstrapped the white resin mask from his face. He let it rest against his palm, his bare gray eyes staring down at the scratched, soot-stained resin canvas. The unmoving, painted black crescent smile stared back at him. His analytical mind, usually operating on a rapid sequence of quantum calculations, hit a rare stasis loop. He found himself looking backward, taking a cold, mechanical inventory of the past days. It was a vertical distortion of time. Less than 60 days ago, his entire reality had been a desperate calculation to stretch 42 copper credits into 3 weeks of breathing space for Emma. He remembered the damp, freezing draft of apartment 412, the steady tap. Tap. Tap of the broken sink, and the dry, terrifying clicking sound of his sister's fingers converting into dead glass. Back then, he had been a non-entity. A faceless scholarship student from the East Hollow slums whom the Blackstone Academy teachers dismissed as a glorified locker. They looked at 1 cubic meter of absolute nothingness and calculated as zero, James thought, his fingers tightening slightly around the edge of the mask. They didn't understand that space is the only variable that cannot be destroyed by mass. He ran his gaze over the crater floor. Every step of his journey had been written in blood and absolute severance. He remembered the exact kinetic weight of the first scavenger beast he had sliced in two inside the dark maintenance tunnels. He remembered the green and pink glare of the Raven Market where he first adopted the alias Null, hiding his identity behind a cheap 4-credit theatrical prop because his survival metric couldn't afford a single trace of recognition. Then the noble houses had tried to delete him. Adrian Ashcroft had stripped his future, unaware that he was simply volunteering his own family's empire to be audited. James remembered the hot, blinding plasma waves Adrian had unleashed in the forest, and the precise, clinical efficiency it took to cripple the noble Shian's armor before leaving him to be digested by the beast stampede. He remembered the look of sheer, naked existential horror in the eyes of the mercenary captain in the ravine, and the wet, mechanical slide of Dr. Alistair Ashcroft's torso as the control deck collapsed beneath Kalen's inverted gravity core. Every line item of debt has been cleared from the surface ledger, James calculated, his face hardening as he looked up at the sky. He had assassinated the ruling conclave. He had deleted an entire 12-ship military fleet from the airspace, forced Grand Marshal Reinhardt to kneel in the dirt, and evacuated an entire population of 3 million citizens straight out of the physical universe. He had transformed his F-rank grocery box into a planet-scale embryonic universe populated by a disciplined army of spatial-enhanced human variables. Now, the entire cosmos was tilting its axis toward his coordinates. The 11 houses had panicked, reaching out to the deep void to place an interstellar bounty on his head. They had called down the apex arbiters, the forgotten gods, and the cosmic mercenary fleets of the infinite dark to hunt his name, but James Vance was no longer a refugee running from a city. He looked at the 3 colossal prime core arbiters rotating above him, their sapphire plasma reflecting off the smooth white resin of his mask. They thought they were hunting an anomaly. They didn't understand that the slums had taught him how to survive when the ledger was completely empty. Now that he owned the literally physics of creation, he wasn't going to defend his container. He was going to turn the entire void into his hunting ground. James slowly raised the white resin mask, sliding it back over his face. The narrow eye slits aligned with his freezing gray pupils, and the wide, painted black crescent smile cut through the ash storms with a chilling finality. The inventory is complete, James whispered, his mask-filtered voice echoing across the empty crater with a multi-toned, hollow resonance that caused the remaining volcanic stones to vibrate. Inside his soul, the transmutation engine roared to its maximum output, filling his true dimensional dominion with a blinding dawn of violet light. Emma, Toby, Reinhardt, and the 3 million new citizens stood ready at their tactical stations, their minds synchronized with his grid. The past days were nothing but a sequence of dead equations, but the future was a clean canvas of absolute cosmic conquest, and Null was ready to pull the trigger on the gods. Chapter 47, The Core Temperature. The sky inside the central sanctuary of the dimensional dominion did not possess a sun, yet it was filled with a soft, ambient violet radiance that fell like warmth through water. James Vale stepped out of the high-frequency tactical command bay and into the private domestic grid he had woven into the absolute center of Tier 1. Here, 50 meters above the bustling agricultural domes and the disciplined logistics lanes managed by Reinhardt, sat a quiet, green terrace. It was a structural anomaly within his soul, a pocket of space where the floorboards were made of solid, fragrant cedar wood and the air was completely isolated from the deep, vibrational hum of the transmutation engine. He did not wear his black combat suit. He had changed into a simple, loose-fitting gray linen shirt, the fabric soft against the newly fused lines of his shoulders. His face was bare. The white resin mask sat face up on a small wooden table near the railing, its painted black crescent smile catching the gentle violet starlight, looking harmless, almost fragile, when divorced from the calculus of slaughter. The core temperature of the tea is exactly 92 degrees, James. A soft, celestial voice vibrated through the air. Emma walked out from the small, white-walled cottage at the back of the terrace. She carried a polished ceramic teapot, its handle wrapped in coarse hemp twine. Her long dark hair was loose, trailing over her shoulders, and her dark combat tunic had been replaced by a simple white summer dress that matched the pristine linen of James's shirt. The intricate, glowing silver patterns beneath the skin of her forearms were dim, pulsing in a slow, rhythmic resting frequency that looked like faint starlight beneath water. She sat down on the wooden bench opposite him, pouring the steaming amber fluid into two small, cracked ceramic cups. These cups were the only physical items James had rescued from apartment 412 before he closed the spatial door on Blackstone City for good. They were cheap, mass-produced public sector kitchenware, the edges chipped from years of clattering against a rusted iron sink. In a universe where he now cached multi-billion credit noble databases and high-purity cosmic cores behind the walls of his soul, these two pieces of clay were the most high-density assets he owned. James picked up his cup, the heat warming his calloused fingers. He took a slow, deliberate sip. The silver patterns are stable. Your neurological feedback has completely flattened. Because you stopped calculating the war for 5 minutes, Emma said, a rare, gentle smile touching her lips as her deep blue eyes locked onto his face. Her silver-ringed pupils were completely still, no longer tracking the invisible spatial filaments or mapping the structural stress nodes of the outer sky. The grid reflects your mind, James. When you are looking for a throat to cut, the air in this terrace smells of ozone and iron. But right now, it just tastes like regular tea. James set the cup down, his gray eyes softening as he looked across the wooden table at his sister. For 60 days, his entire existence had been a continuous, high-intensity processing loop designed to keep her heart beating. He had spent his blood, worn a dead man's armor, and deleted an entire global conclave just to buy her a single day of painless breathing. Every time he closed his eyes, he had been forced to count the dwindling vials of corporate gene serum, calculating the exact microsecond her biology would collapse into a block of dead glass dust. Now, she was sitting before him, her breathing deep, her skin warm, her presence entirely whole. The equation that had defined his nightmare had finally hitting its absolute resolution. We used to have 30 credits left on Tuesdays, Emma murmured, her fingers tracing the chipped rim of her cup. Do you remember? You would come back from the public academy, your coat soaked in the acid rain of Sector 4, and you would tell me that the factory lines were expanding so the price of heating tokens would drop by winter. I was using a flawed parameter, James said, a faint trace of a dry, humorless smile touching his lips. The conclave never intended to lower the tokens. They were inflating the resource cost to keep the lower ring compliant. I knew you were lying then, Emma laughed softly, the sound clear and organic, completely free of the brittle, rattling wheeze that had haunted her childhood. You always look straight at my nose when you're trying to hide a deficit in the ledger. But I didn't care about the tokens, James. I just wanted you to take off your boots and sit by the hot plate. She reached across the cedar table, her warm palms sliding over his calloused knuckles. The silver patterns beneath her skin flared with a brief, gentle violet light, sending a wave of absolute, painless vitality straight into the fractured marrow of his right arm. It wasn't a tactical deployment of magic, it was a simple, biological anchor of comfort. You don't need to hold the weight of the universe every second, Big Brother, Emma whispered, her blue eyes turning serious, carrying the exact same unyielding depth that their mother, Elena, had possessed. The 3 million people are eating. The children are sleeping. Toby is managing the vanguard lanes with Reinhardt. For the next hour, there are no variables to calculate. There is just us. James didn't pull his hand away. He let his fingers close around hers, his grip firm, his pulse grounding itself against her warmth. He looked past her shoulder at the distant, silent tiers of his expanding universe. He could feel the entire infrastructure of his true dimensional dominion vibrating beneath his skin, a vast, multi-layered machine of human sovereignty built out of the ruins of a tyrannical world. The gods of the deep void were still tracking his name across the upper stratosphere, their cosmic dreadnoughts realigning their vectors to breach his container. The interstellar war for survival was waiting for him just outside the threshold of this terrace, but as James lifted his teacup with his right hand, his bare face exposed to the violet starlight, he let his internal grid completely disconnect from the cosmic tracking lines. For the next 60 minutes, the ledger was empty. The balance was zero. He wasn't null, the apex anomaly who deleted fleets from the sky. He was just a brother sitting on a wooden bench, holding the line for the only variable that had ever mattered. Chapter 48 The Census of the Soil. The cedar deck of the central sanctuary receded behind James as he stepped into a hairline spatial fracture. The quiet warmth of the tea in his sister's hand dissolved, replaced instantaneously by the vast, industrial hum of Tier 2. James walked out of the violet mist onto an elevated catwalk of black volcanic iron. He wore his black combat suit, though his hands were tucked into his pockets, and the white resin mask remained hooked to his belt loop. His bare gray eyes, cold and analytical, scanned the sweeping valley of the lower sector. He was running a physical census. For days, his mind had processed these 3 million people as raw numeric variables, consumption rates, caloric requirements, and structural spatial density. But a sovereign could not balance a kingdom solely behind the glass display of a terminal monitor. He needed to touch the stone. He needed to measure the mass of their survival. Below the catwalk lay Sector 12, the Sylvan Core. It was a sprawling, semicircular basin 3 kilometers wide, carved directly out of the dense spatial fabric of his internal soul. The architecture was modular, clean, and utilitarian. Thousands of white residential pods, forged from compressed spatial filaments and lead-shielded basalt, were nested in tiered rings along the valley walls. There were no overcrowded, rust-choked tenements here. There was no gray, toxic industrial soot dripping from the ceiling. Overhead, massive, transparent aqueducts carried pure streams of neutralized ether fluid, radiating a constant, gentle warmth that completely replaced the freezing, ash-choked winter of the surface world. James walked down the metal stairs, his boots making a soft, grounded tap. Tap. Tap against the iron. On the valley floor, the soil was a rich, dark loam, completely free of the chemical pollutants that had turned the outer rings of Blackstone City into a dead swamp. Hundreds of middle-ring refugees, former clerks, data analysts, and lower-tier merchants, were actively working the primary agricultural domes. They wore simple, durable denim tunics provided by the logistics corps, their sleeves rolled up, their faces flushed with physical exertion. They weren't being driven by the whips of private corporate contractors. They weren't working to pay off a generational debt ledger to an elite house. James stopped near a low-profile hydroponic bay where Marcus, the 60-year-old steel smith from Sector 4, was guiding a group of younger laborers. Marcus's hands, once blackened and calloused by synthetic coal rot, were clean. His breathing was deep, free of the mechanical rattle that had plagued his chest for a decade. Keep the irrigation channels aligned to the third coordinate, Marcus said, his voice strong and clear as he adjusted an ether flow valve. The vanguard leader said the spatial filtration requires a balanced rotation. If the mana density spikes, the roots will crystallize. Marcus turned his head, his single organic eye-catching sight of James's thin, black-clad frame. The old smith froze, the plastic wrench slipping slightly in his grip. He didn't see the terrifying, white-masked specter who had sliced 60 corporate soldiers in the dark. He saw the bare face of the young man who had scooped his dying grandson out of a frozen wooden cart and handed him a future. Marcus stepped off the soil, giving a deep, respectful military bow. Sovereign. The surrounding laborers immediately stopped their work, a quiet wave of reverence sweeping across the hydroponic bay as they looked at the master of their universe. How is the soil density, Marcus? James asked, his voice low, flat, and entirely level. It's a miracle, sir, Marcus whispered, his eyes scanning the endless rows of emerald green pre-fracture grain sprouting through the loam. In the East Hollow, we spent half our lives coughing up sulfur just to earn enough credits for a loaf of synthetic starch that tasted like sawdust. Here, the air is sweet, the water doesn't burn our throats. My grandson Toby. He's sleeping 6 hours a night, sir. His skin is warm. He hasn't clicked once. James looked at the green sprouts. His analytical mind broke down the growth rate down to the millimeter, comparing it to the caloric consumption data of the sector. The equation was stabilizing. The human mass inside his soul was no longer a net negative asset draining resources, they were turning into a functional, self-sustaining biological engine. The Federation taught you that survival was a commodity to be hoarded, Marcus, James said softly. It is not. It is a matter of structural efficiency. If you maintain the balance of the soil, the Dominion will expand to protect your coordinates. We will hold the line, sovereign, Marcus said, his jaw locked with a fierce, absolute loyalty that no noble house could have ever purchased with gold. Every man and woman in this basin knows what we left behind in the dark. We aren't just growing food, we're building a world where our children don't have to turn into glass to buy a day of air. James nodded silently. He turned on his heel, walking away from the agricultural domes and moving toward the secondary tier gates where the Warden shock troops were stationed. As he walked through the clean, white corridors of the residential sector, he watched the children playing between the basalt pillars. They weren't wearing rags. They weren't hiding from the searchlights of Warden drones. They were running through streams of violet starlight, their laughter clear and organic, completely oblivious to the fact that 12 cosmic dreadnoughts and 3 prime core arbiters were currently trying to tear the sky open just 80 kilometers above their heads. The census was complete. The living conditions of his 3 million variables had been verified. They were no longer refugees running from a cage, they were the living heart of his true dimensional dominion. James reached down to his belt, picking up the smooth white resin mask, and snapped it back over his face. The narrow eye slits aligned with his freezing gray pupils, and the wide, painted black crescent smile cut through the violet shadows of the corridor with a chilling, universal finality. The quiet inventory was officially over. His assets were secure, his people were fed, and Null was ready to step back through the spatial fold to delete the first god that tried to breach his home. Chapter 49, The Root of the Core. The violet starlight of the Sylvan core flickered, a sudden, microscopic pulse that caused the transparent aqueducts overhead to ripple with a sharp, glass-like chime. James stood at the perimeter of the agricultural basin, his white resin mask fixed firmly over his face. Through the narrow, slanted eye slits, his gray eyes locked onto Emma as she stepped off the metal catwalk. She was no longer looking at the emerald green sprouts of the pre-fracture grain or the white residential pods lining the basalt walls. Her deep blue eyes were completely wide, her pupils replaced by 2 spinning silver rings that hummed with a rapid, multi-dimensional resonance. She walked past the silent, kneeling laborers, her white dress dragging softly through the dark loam. She stopped at the geometric center of the agricultural sector, where a massive, 1,000-year-old petrified oak root sat embedded deep within the basalt foundation. It's not just dirt beneath our feet, James, Emma said, her voice carrying a clear, multi-toned celestial frequency that caused the surrounding crops to violently vibrate. When you expanded your true dimensional dominion to encapsulate this basin, you didn't just absorb the physical soil of the wildlands. You swallowed an ancient, dormant spatial coordinate. A prime void node. James stepped up beside her, his black combat suit immaculate against the dark soil. He turned his awareness inward, testing the boundaries of his internal soul grid. He could feel a dense, heavily compressed pocket of raw mass resting directly beneath the petrified root, a variable that had bypassed his initial logistics scans because its quantum signature was perfectly zeroed out. A node from before the Great Fracture, James analyzed, his metallic, mask-filtered voice echoing flatly off the valley walls. Yes, Emma whispered, kneeling down to press her bare, long fingers directly into the dark soil at the base of the root. The Ether Federation taught us that the void breaches were an invasion, a sudden, chaotic fracture of reality. But this node isn't a fracture. It's an original, pre-human anchor point. It's a structural foundation stone designed to lock the physical geometry of this planet to the higher dimensions. The silver geometric patterns beneath her skin suddenly flared with a brilliant, blinding light. The silver rings inside her pupils spun with a furious velocity, guiding a needle-thin stream of pure violet mana straight out of her palms and into the petrified wood. A silent, violent shockwave of pure quantum energy erupted from the root, traveling across the entire 3-kilometer basin. The dark loam beneath their boots split open down a series of flawless, geometric lines, revealing a massive, glowing labyrinth of sapphire and violet crystal pathways buried 5 meters deep. At the absolute center of the crystalline grid sat a floating, multifaceted artifact, a primal spatial core that pulsed with a deep, bass-heavy frequency that caused James's internal spatial grid to violently realign. Alert, primordial artifact uncovered node class, primal spatial anchor, active Dominion stability mesh, integrating protocols. The moment the ancient core activated, the internal physics of the Sylvan core underwent a total, instantaneous upgrade. The 3 million Middle Ring refugees who had been working the hydroponic bays and organizing the agriculture streams didn't just feel a shift in the air, their newly stabilized status grids above their heads violently flickered and recalibrated. The faint, glowing silver patterns beneath their skin, the residual signatures left behind by the crystal frost cure, began to burn with a sudden, painless intensity, absorbing the high-frequency spatial resonance bleeding out of the sapphire labyrinth. Dominion Civilian Matrix, upgraded Rank 1 users, evolving to Category ID, Grid Anchor's Ether Utilization Coefficient, expanding by 400%. Marcus, the 60-year-old steel smith, gasped as his calloused hands began to glow with a sharp, vibrant violet hue. He didn't just see the crops before him anymore, his eyes, now flaring with a microscopic violet ring, could see the exact, invisible structural stress lines of the entire residential sector. He could feel the spatial vectors of the white pods, the density of the aqueducts, and the precise mechanical harmony of the transmutation engine. The 3 million civilians were no longer just laborers being protected inside an embryonic universe. The ancient void node had turned them into organic components of the Dominion's defensive architecture. They were now living grid anchors, their collective willpower capable of reinforcing the spatial walls of James's soul through pure, synchronized mental density. The container is complete, James, Emma said, standing back up, her silver-ringed eyes tracking a massive, defensive lattice of violet energy that was rapidly weaving across the sky of the internal star systems. We don't need to use your personal mana to hold the spatial shields anymore. The 3 million citizens are anchoring the coordinates from the inside. Their collective focus has turned our home into an immutable fortress. High above the physical surface of the Earth, inside the freezing stratosphere of the wildlands, the 3 colossal arbiters of the Prime Core let out a high-pitched, deafening screech of pure anti-light fury. Their massive, rotating obsidian rings had been hammering their gravitational weight against the empty surface crater for hours, trying to force a fracture through James's soul coordinates to flush him out, but the moment the primal node integrated beneath the Sylvan core, the invisible spatial shields of the Dominion became infinitely dense. The 3 cosmic rings violently buckled, their sapphire plasma beams bouncing harmlessly off the invisible spatial skin of the vacuum like rubber pellets striking an iron bulkhead. The entropic gravity fields they projected were instantly nullified, crushed out of existence by the collective spatial mass of 3 million humans anchoring reality from within. James slowly raised his right hand toward the sky, his fingers curling into a tight, precise fist behind his white resin mask. The narrow eye slits aligned with his freezing gray pupils, and the wide, painted black crescent smile cut through the violet mist of the basin with a chilling, universal finality. The variables had hit their absolute perfection. He had an army of spatial masters, a legion of disciplined warden soldiers, a secured population of 3 million grid anchors, and an ancient, pre-human cosmic engine reinforcing the foundations of his soul. He was no longer just an anomaly defending his nest against an interstellar bounty, he was the sovereign master of a new world order, and as Null willed his Stage 7 to expand the geometric rifts out into the stratosphere to face the Void Sovereign's main fleet, the gods of the cosmic rifts finally understood that the Child of the Edge had built a fortress that would outlast the universe itself. Chapter 50, The Weight of the Sovereign Void. The sapphire plasma glare radiating from the 3 stranded arbiters in the upper stratosphere could not pierce the absolute canopy of Tier 2. James Vale stood on a floating basalt outcrop overlooking the newly synchronized sapphire labyrinth of the Sylvan core. Below him, the 3 million citizens, now unified as living grid anchors, moved through the illuminated spatial lanes with a calm, collective discipline. Their silver and violet status grids flickered softly in the ambient air, computing their daily logistics, their agriculture outputs, and their defensive alignment arrays. He was entirely alone on the ledge. His black combat suit was unzipped at the collar, exposing the lean, pale muscle of his neck to the crisp, filtered air. The white resin mask hung loose from his right fingertips, its painted black crescent smile catching the iridescent violet glare of the primal spatial core humming deep beneath the soil. For the first time since he had signature wiped his biometric profile from the Federation databases, James found his analytical mind stalling. He wasn't calculating kinetic trajectories or mapping non-Euclidean nodes. He was looking at his own hands, he was thinking about his responsibility, when he first willed his pocket dimension to manifest a single cubic meter of absolute nothingness inside the grand cathedral of ether. His universe had been a simple, flat line. He had been a predator with a single target: keep Emma breathing. He had viewed the world through the cold, utilitarian lens of a slum technician. Every human being outside his apartment was an obstacle, a potential threat, or a resource to be traded for a 21-day supply of corporate gene serum. He hadn't wanted to be a hero. He hadn't wanted to save the lower ring. He had looked at the Ether Federation's systemic cruelty and calculated that the most efficient solution was to carve his own piece out of the margin and let the rest of the machine burn. But space doesn't stop expanding once you break the container, James thought, his gray eyes turning as deep and dark as the vacuum itself. He looked down at the agricultural basin. He saw Marcus guiding a team of adolescent technocrats near the crystalline irrigation lines. He saw Toby leading the silver-brained children of the vanguard through a spatial synchronization drill on the opposite catwalk. He could feel the 3,000 Warden shock troops under Reinhardt anchoring the structural thresholds of Tier 3, their titanium shields interlocked to protect a population that had once been categorized as industrial waste. 3 million lives. 30,000 soldiers. 30 rescued children. They hadn't just followed him into the wildlands to escape a collapsing fortress city, they had integrated their biological frequencies directly into the fabric of his soul. Every breath they took, every crop they harvested, and every defensive matrix they anchored drew its processing power from the multi-chambered geometric labyrinth of his personal mind. He was no longer just an anomaly carrying a hidden locker. He was the infrastructure. He was the atmosphere.